Teach me love is easy. We were more than just friends. Something deep within the soul. reporting for duty. Let's go. All right, I gotta go feed the outdoor cats. They've already gotten into a fight. Pepe and Trident were fighting. Now they're out. So I don't know who left. I think Trident might have left. Well, I got 3 plates just in case because Penelope is back there too. She's already pooped twice last night. Eat a bunch also, so I think she's back on track. And as you can see, she's eating a little bit already this morning. So now she's done a little knocked out. She's got fresh bedding already. Good to go. Everything is, I sanitized it. I cleaned it all out with alcohol. I took her out and washed it all out because she. And they were solid poops. They were very, very good looking poops and with no signs of tapeworm that I saw. So no white specks in them or anything. So also good so far. But that doesn't mean she doesn't have worms. She still could. And they're just still growing inside of her and getting to the point to where I can see them. Because she's actively eating fleas. And each flea that she eats puts her at risk for contracting tapeworms. Good morning, Electric Glue, Sister T. Good boy. All the way in Australia's here. Hey, yo. What time is it there, Glue? I mean, I'll be back. I gotta hurry. 8 o'clock. They're expecting me. Everybody, be sure to cook up your mosquito patties. Well done. Because if they're not, you could get malaria. Be careful, guys. My God, I'm busy in the morning. Dude. Oh, it's down now. I haven't sat down since 6. Going. I'm going, baby. We got the cat all taken care of in there. Pepe and Penelope are both eating massive plates of food of a smorgasbord of stuff that she wouldn't eat, along with a can of Fancy Feast for each one of them. And Trident as well is getting the same treatment. She came back. I didn't think she was going to be here, but she came back. Eating. All three of them are eating right now. So Simon is not eating very much, but he's been fed. He's been pilled. His thyroid medication is inside of him. And Penelope, of course, is eating food extremely fast. On like an hour ago. What else? Oh, and I just made an appointment. I called right when they opened at 8 o'clock, and I have an appointment this afternoon for the new vet. Oh, I might have to fill out some stuff, I guess, on before I get there. Oh, it's with my phone. There, fair enough. So it looks like there's going to be dogs at this one, though. So not quite the exclusive experience we had with Simon and Penelope, but recommended vet. It's recommended by my vet, so I trust it. So they just what? We tried to adopt the 2 feral cats. They're just paid for free. Yeah, no, they lopped the top off so that other people like me can tell, because that's really important. For instance, Penelope and Pepe, I was thinking about actually trying to get Penelope spayed because she was pregnant about 2 months ago. And then all of a sudden, her and Pepe showed up with their ears clipped. So then I knew that I didn't have to worry about it anymore. It's really important that they... Dude, there are 0 viewers on YouTube. Down. Weird. Thing's not working apparently. I'll move it around so it eats more. I'll be back. Oh no, it did go down to 0. Why? It was at 4 and just... Did something happen to the stream? Oh, because I was gone, I guess. Dude, I had to... more important shit to just fucking worry about than who's watching me on the stream. I turn a plate right now because Simon just went out, and I don't want to. He hears that kitten meow, and it distracts everything. There now, he ate. He's licking his lips. You see, so I wait until he does that, and then I can. My almost everything revolves around Simon eating and me not like interrupting, distracting. Dropping a fork in the sink will make him stop eating, dude. That really sucks that that says 0 on both of those when both of them are probably not 0. Legit, I'm taking it all down. I'm taking all the fucking viewer count bullshit down because I'm not looking at 0 all day if it's not 0. There, that's better. Ah! Fucking God damn it, son. Take my time. It's fucking. What the fuck is wrong with you? She pulled this out of my ashtray to put in her water. The wax that was on the whiskey that at the top of it. So Prospect was in the backyard eating something. I don't know if it was drinking or eating. I couldn't tell. Tail definitely looks bad. The bone is showing. Flies are flying around it. How can I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. I don't know how long that can go on for. I don't know what to do for it. 'Cause I mean, it doesn't come to my watering hole often enough for me to be able to trap it specifically. I was surprised to even see it back there. It was after Penelope and Pepe had their fill of the plates. Fluffy showed up last minute. That's why I took a extra long because I didn't want to give Fluffy the remnants of 3 cats' plates because then the chances of catching something from him is much higher than just sharing it with 1 cat. I went ahead and threw away what was left. It was probably like a quarter of a can, half a can maybe, because I put so many different foods on the plate. It was just a mix of different stuff. So I made a fresh plate of Fancy Feast, and for all I know, the plate's still sitting there because I just looked and she's not eating it yet. Hopefully, she gets down there and eats it. Dude, I don't know what to do about Trident. I mean, Trident's brother, Crossback. I'm exhausted, dude. Like, oh, and I got like 5 more fleas off of her when I was in there. Anytime you see me combing her, and all of a sudden I leave with the comb and I'm gone for like a couple of seconds, you know, it's because I'm rinsing it off in the sink and getting the fleas off the comb. So, got some more fleas off of her. I didn't very much this morning, but I mean, I don't know. With some nice solid poops. I'm actually really surprised how solid the poops were. I figured she was going to have Giardia or something. I mean, she's old enough to have gotten it by now, or even gotten it passed down from her mom. Have you talked to your neighbor? That's not my neighbor. That guy lives in West Hollywood. That's the problem. The guy that helped me the other day, his name's Gary. Yeah, he comes down from West Hollywood. Oh, he's not really like a local. He messaged me a couple times yesterday asking about the kid, and I just didn't feel like responding because I'm kind of exhausted about the whole thing, and I don't really. I need to respond to him. I was busy. I didn't. I know about Carlstack right now. Why are you here? You're here to smell me. Precious's owner didn't get crossback fixed, and he doesn't feed the. He's not the guy that I talk to that feeds the ferals. He might feed them every now and then, but yeah, no, I don't. He's not the one that's getting them fixed, or he didn't do Penelope. He didn't do Pepe. He didn't do any of them. I contacted him to ask him if he knew who was doing it. He didn't even know who was doing it. He didn't even have any idea that it was happening. Even he's that dude's is out of the loop. He's feeding maybe a couple cats, but he's not. He's not actually trying to get anything done here. Because what kind of pissed me off about it is like, oh shit, damn it! I actually pressed it. Now I gotta hurry up and send the next. Remember, I kind of had to talk. I had to convince that dude into like, you know what I mean? I was kind of like the guy that made it happen with Precious and her brother, because he wasn't gonna do anything until Precious was sleeping in my backyard, and I started being like, "Hey man, this kitten's sick, dude," because he had put a collar on it. Remember? Was it? Yeah, because that's how I got in touch with him. He's like, "Yeah, I put a collar on it, but it's not really my cat." And I was like, well, cat's sick, man, and your collar's on it, and it needs to get spayed." Oh, it's not really mine; it's my neighbor's. And then I went to get it checked out, and I saw it actually was. It had a chip in it, but it wasn't spayed. It's highly unusual. I made the appointments for that dude and everything. I was actually gonna take the cat to get spayed, but I told him, I was like, man, I took it for one appointment. Remember, I took it for the appointment for its respiratory issue, and then I made the spade appointment for it, and I was like, dude, it's probably better that you take him, because he wanted me to take both of the cats, her and her brother, to have it done. I'm like, they know you, they're gonna be like, you better take care of them afterwards and everything. I convinced him. Bada bing, bada boom. He ended up keeping them, but I don't think he was that proactive about getting him seen by the vet. They had to have seen that it wasn't breathing right. They sounded like it was snoring. Precious sounded like she was sicker than this cat, actually. I heard Pepe cough or something again today, man, while he was eating it. He always leaves a lot of food on his plate for Pepe or Penelope to finish up. Worries me. I hope he's getting food somewhere else. If not, he's on the decline. The crossback really worries me too. Man, that sucks, dude. How much pain can that possibly be? Necrotic tail is very painful for a cat. The tail has many nerve endings, and a tissue death and infection associated with necrosis cause significant discomfort and pain. Additionally, the pain can lead to behavioral changes like hiding, aggression, and changes in appetite. If left untreated, necrosis can spread, leading to more pain, severe pain, systematic illness, potentially requiring tail amputation. Yeah, I know. He's gonna die then. I know. I don't know what to do though. What am I supposed to do? I don't know. There's nothing I can do. Literally no way for me to trap that cat because it comes here like once every few days or something. It needs to be amputated. I need to go see if something's eating the food. Oh, I really hope Fluffy's done devoured it so I can pick it up and not have to think about fucking outside cats for at least the rest of the day. Oh, Fluffy's fucking retarded. That's probably a can that's gonna go to waste. And every day, that's $30. She was looking right at me, dude. She looked. What's God damn it! It sucks not having that camera anymore to be able to just watch and not have to go back and forth, you know? Need another phone. Anybody got a phone they're not using? Anybody have an old phone? Dude, the phone that you're looking at right there is an iPhone 7 Pro or something from 2016. Any old phone like that, I don't need it to connect. It can be un, un, unusable for networks. All I need to be able to use it for is Wi-Fi. And I could have us with another camera to show the outdoor cats. That'd be nice. Help me help you. He's trapped Crossback though, so he must have. Oh, I can send him a picture of Crossback's tail. All right. I'm doing stuff. I did so much stuff. I did so much stuff today. I think that by 9 o'clock, I've done more than a lot of people for animals that are helpless. Not just like a lot of people have done a lot. Like people get up and go to work and they're making money and shit. I'm not making shit for this. You know what I mean? Like I'm getting up, busting my ass. I'm spending money to bust my ass. Actually, it costs me to do this. It's a very odd dynamic that I'm currently in my life. I exert a lot of effort and funds just to help out animals. I almost feel like I should have a non-profit or something at this point. If fucking Outlaw Reform Ministries can have a non-profit, what am I waiting for? I should definitely be a 501c3 C3PO, huh? That food's still just sitting out there. They might be scared of the sound of the air conditioner being on, dude. I'm not turning that thing off though today because it's supposed to be 78 degrees outside, which means it's going to be 90 in here almost. 72 out. 25.6 in here already. Fucking goddamn! I'm really close to throwing this as hard as I fucking can and just buying a new one because I've had it for like, I don't know, 9 years. It always resets itself to fucking Celsius. What the fuck, man? So it's not that big of a deal. It's just I'm tired of it having to do that over and over. Dumbass thing. 78.2. You know what I mean? It's like the little shit adds up, man. The little bullshit that I gotta deal with. It's not made to do that. It's supposed to say on one and not switch back and forth. Shit. Don't monitor. Go figure. I got it with a mushroom grow kit. They probably went with the cheapest one they could find or something. Other than more than most people I knew selflessly. That's why I like to think of it like that. It's not because, dude, most people, yeah, they got to go to work and shit, do their thing, but I don't have to do this. Completely voluntary. I get no credits for it or anything for school or like I don't get shit except for knowing that I helped some cats out. And to stream it, I pay even more to do that. Like to stream on all these different platforms, that costs me like $700 a year. I forget what it is now. And then like all the different bots and the AIs and shit, like everything all adds up, man. The Discord server I pay $20 a month for. Food, of course. The flea medication is definitely not cheap. Those things are $15 a pill. I give half a pill each month to a cat that I can get it to. That's actually normally so that'd be like 20 something bucks a month for the 3 cats that I've been pilling. This kitten's getting top of the line kitten food. Nulo Mousse. Look into it. Look at how expensive it is. It's the only thing it'll eat though. Because here's the thing. These things cost $1.69 a piece, right? He's supposed to eat 2.5 of these per pound of weight. 2.5 per pound of weight per day. So that's 2.5 plus another half pound. But she should probably actually be eating 2 pounds worth because I want her to be 2 pounds. So that'd be 5 of them a day at 170. Pack. It's $8.50. So roughly, I don't know, $9.50 a day. I think we got 10% tax here. roughly nine something a day for the kitten. Almost $300, dude, a month. I'm actually having to spend extra, and that's just on cat food right now. It's really fucking up my paid off my credit card thing that I was planning on doing, man. I tried getting Fancy Feast kitten food. He won't eat it. I tried getting the cheap stuff. It's only like 70 cents a can. Or 80 cents or 90 cents a can. Nope. I even tried the food that I was feeding a Sweet Pea. Really high-end Royal Canine baby kitten. Noped out on that one too. I don't know how much the vet appointment's about to cost. Probably 150 bucks. Simon's playing. Not eating very much, but he's playing. Weird. Very weird. Because I gotta pick his food up now, and he really... I'll give him another 15 minutes. Maybe he'll eat a little more after playing. Angel, I'm not an angel, dude. I'm just. Sometimes I go off on these cats too. Don't get it wrong. I'm not always sweet to these cats. They piss me off. But I've been sweet to the kitten for sure, but these cats have seen the wrath. Clawing my shit. Her keeping on clawing my chair and shit. She's seen the wrath from that. And Simon, this dude. Simon has seen the worst of me multiple times. And it's partially why I owe him to give him the best care that I possibly can. Is a hospice caretaker. And, he has heart disease and hyperthyroidism, arthritis, and gastrointestinal issues. Oh, and allergies really bad. Lots of itching on his belly, little dots that will go away. I've tried everything. Gave up on that one. I'm an angel poser. Kind of like a drag queen is a tranny poser. Oh. Perhaps a cat. They do have their own channel. It's called Kitty. See on the top right, Kitty Cam on YouTube. I tried that for over 300 days. I don't want to talk on the phone, bro. I don't know why this guy always wants to talk on the phone. I'm not a phone talking kind of guy, bro. I'm look at the guy. I'm doing shit. You know what I mean? I told y'all the other day, he loves to talk on the phone. I'm not a phone talker. My parents won't talk to me on the phone. I don't feel like talking on the phone to other people because of that. It's weird. I'm weird like that. If my parents would start talking on the phone again, I would start talking to other people on the phone more often. But every time I talk to people on the phone, it kind of makes me think about how I wish that my parents weren't such assholes in that regard. Well, he can message me about Crossback's tail. You know what I'm saying? He's hard to get off the phone with, dude. No hard feelings and all. It's just I'm not good at it either. So it ends up, or I like I don't know how to tell people I gotta go kind of like thing, and so it rather just not have to deal with it. Yeah. And that's the thing. Oftentimes when he calls me, he's on the Bluetooth in his car too, so it's kind of breaking out a little bit. So that's probably why he's calling. He can't type because he's driving. But hey, it ain't an emergency. Well, yeah, it's like it cuts out a little bit here and there, but it's not too hard. It's just uh, I just, I'm chilling right now. I don't. I want to. I gotta go in the middle of the conversation. Hey, I gotta go. Bye. Mom's another line. I guess I don't want to lie to the guy. Come on, man. The guy's cool. Like I appreciate him. Like I do. I really do appreciate him as a person, as a helper of the helpless animals. Um. All right. I'm just gonna be real with it. He lives in West Hollywood, so I'm not sure what's really going on here. Does he think I'm gay? West Hollywood is the thickest gay community in all of LA County. So and he drives a red convertible Mercedes. I don't know if that's I think a telltale. Both of those combined kind of had me like. I don't. I don't. I'll lead the guy on, man. He's an older gentleman, but still, yeah. I mean, I might look like a snack or something. This K guy, yeah. I mean, actually, he works for like a real estate agency or some shit. I think. How do you know he's a gay? Oh, but I mean, he is helping the cats too, and he might think I'm gay because I'm so skinny and like I live in Long Beach and I'm taking care of the cats. Oh, I feel like if I answer too much, he might he might lead him on in a way. Weird? Am I weird? I don't care if I'm weird. Weird. No, he's not. Everybody's weird, man. They're weird. Yeah, no, I appreciate the guy. I'm not talking shit about him at all. Like, dude is dude's more of an angel than I am when it comes to this cat shit because he's been getting them fixed, dude. Doing the real work out here with the trapping and he got crossbacks arm amputated, but when no one else was helping crossback, but now crossback's in dire need of more help. For everybody that missed it earlier, this is the current. This is the current state of crossback's tail. Dude, he's one of the most like generous guys I've met in Long Beach to be doing what he's doing. Actually, he doesn't just feed the cats here; he goes to other places too. That's what it looked like. He's outside right now. I don't, dude. I don't. I don't like. I don't. I don't. I go out and talk, dude. What do they talk about? I'm just trying to handle one thing at a time right now. I got this kitten. I want to try to trap Trident tomorrow and deal with all that shit. I got this. What do I say? What do I say right now? If he's right outside my place right now. Oh, I was gonna say I'm not sure when would be best to trap. I don't even know if she'll. I don't. I don't know. And I don't know. I don't know. I'm not used to having any kind of friends. You know, in the real world, I don't make new friends. I have old friends I've known for years. Messaging me again. He's gonna knock on my door. Oh, he's leaving now though. I'll be back on Wednesday. Pick up 3 legs. So it's effed up. Leaving now. I could see. Just left. He just left. Like, I don't know, dude. Whatever. He'll be back Wednesday. I can talk to him then. I'd rather have the vet appointment over with and stuff, and know exactly what's going on with this kitten before just going out and saying. I mean, I don't know what I'm gonna say. Probably wanting to talk about trapping Trident. He stayed out for 3 minutes. I'm just gonna say, oh, sorry, had phone on silent. Because I did have the phone on silent. Y'all didn't hear it, did you? It was vibrating. That's not a lie. Oh, sorry, headphone on silent. It's perfect. Ah, and I'm smart. Uh, didn't hear it. I was gonna say, I didn't hear it. It didn't make a noise. Not so bad, is it? Um, is it really? No, it's not. I'm still talking to him. I'm just like, the thing is, when I talk to him outside, it's really loud. Like all my neighbors can hear us talking. They have their windows open and shit because it's hot outside right now. And since it's an alley, it kind of like reverberates off everything. And I don't know, man. I'm just not trying to have all my neighbors up in my business like that, listening to everything that's going on with me and shit. He doesn't live around here. It's not his neighbors that are hearing it. You know what I mean? He comes and leaves and moves on. I have to live here. Not that it's like a big deal or nothing. It's just like I'm kind of reserved when it comes to my neighbors knowing shit about me. I live in the hood. I just realized I need to make an appointment for Trident before I do it and take her to this other place. I got the information for it. Um, I don't want to take Cross back to the same place that I took the kitten because they're going to tell me the same shit. We might put it down, and there's no way I'm going to be okay with that. I got to go to a place that's not going to tell me we might put it down. Fuck that. Away. I tried it. I'll have to figure that out. So that's why he called because he was driving. He sounds rich. What do you mean? I think it blocked one of your other comments or something. It seemed to have come through, maybe. Shells. I'm gonna say. I sent him a picture of trying it. I sent him a picture of the organization that I took the picture of it at the place. Told him, I said, "Oh, sorry, I had phone on silent. Didn't hear it. I'm really concerned about Crossback. Hopefully you can get him on Wednesday. I don't see how you are able to single him out and catch him. As far as Trident goes, I think I need to make an appointment with Little Lions Foundation so you know she won't be put down." I know she won't be put down. I mean, I said. Amazon. No, I don't have it. I don't have any of that yet. But yeah, I had that YouTube channel, Kitty Cam, on YouTube. It was like it never really grew. I almost did it for a year, and I would get like a sub a week if I was lucky. Gave up on it. Like I was gonna start doing these streams over there. I was like, why? Nobody will show up. I mean, people, 4 people might show up, but this one's not looking so much better today so far. Yeah, no, I haven't done any of that with the getting any kind of. I remember when I first got Sweet Pea, there was this person in chat that was like, "You should keep her. I'll help out with her." And that person never helped with the shit. They actually didn't give me anything the whole time. They helped to convince me to keep Sweet Pea because they were like, "I'll totally help out a little bit." And they just disappeared, dude. Fucking troll. There have been multiple people that say, "Hey man, which Cash App? Which your Venmo? I see something," and they never send me anything. Like the other day, that person was like trying to get my Venmo to work or whatever, and I showed them that it did work. Yeah, never anything. Is that you? Why do y'all do that to me, man? Y'all just want to see how I'll react or something? I don't even think that people are going to donate. When they ask me about my Cash App and Venmo, I I instantly just think they're fucking with me at this point. That's how it is. Sorry, I was making sure this guy was picking up his dog shit. He did. Very nice of him. He's like a very elderly dude. I thought it was an old lady. He was so elderly. He still reopened his doggy bag that was used because he's walking 2 dogs, and he picked up the dog poop. That's very commendable. I really appreciate him. So many people leave their dog shit around. Mark, I forgot about that. I got a piece of his food up. I could see all the cats down the alley eating the food that he just dropped off. Lion was down there. Oh man, I should have zoomed in and taken a picture of it. Patches look, or Freckles look like she had some of it, but it was a different spot. Oh, what else is down there? I bet Crossback was down there though. Probably saw him day two. I don't know how many cats there were. That's why. Let me see if I can get a picture. just saw Dom. Dom was walking that way. It looks like he's gonna go across the street to go eat. What's really interesting about it though is Trident came back for a second plate, and I already had more than a can of food on the first plate, and I did see her starting that plate, but since we didn't have the camera, I don't know if she actually finished it. Y'all might have finished it and went back under the house, and then she was coming back to actually have her meal, or she's eating a hell of a lot of food and she could be pregnant again. But so I don't know. My battery was dead when I went out there the first time. I went out there with this. I got the DSLR with the shebang. So but I had to come back in, change the battery. By the time I got back out there, there was only one cat eating from the plate. I did get a couple of pictures of other cats I haven't seen before, and then as I was out there, I noticed Trident just standing right about on the other side of this wall here, kind of patiently waiting. And then I checked after I came in, and she is eating from the plate. But then that was why it was weird that I would see Dom. After seeing her at the plate, I came out and saw Dom going that way, because he will always kick her off the plate. She won't stand her ground against Dom, even though he's missing teeth and shit. Bad motherfucker. She got in a fight this morning too with Pepe. Loud. So loud the people that were walking by. Oh, the cats fight. It's always loud, right? But people walking by. As I opened the blinds, there was like a father and his little girl walking by. At 7 something in the morning. But I mean, I guess they understood. There's a cat fight outside my house, so I'm gonna look and see what's going on outside. Don't do that. And then as I first went out there with my camera, my neighbor from back there pulls in, and he parks right in the direction that I'm facing, and I don't know if he's illegal or not. And I'm over here like, and then I realized the battery's dead. I had to come. So I don't know how the hell that just looked. He doesn't know I'm taking pictures of cats. He might think I'm just trying to take a picture of him or something and turn him in. I don't know. He might be El Paranoio. What else happened? A lot just happened, man. That was all. Penelope was back in the backyard. Also, I need to see if Trident's still eating. Oh, there. So your trick is she wants me to have to grab her so that she can smell my hands. I don't always want her to smell my hands. Get away from me. The first thing she does as soon as I grab her, she'll be like, Here's one of Trident just now. With the DSLR, baby. See, I mean, yeah, you might have your little camera phone, but it's not going to do as good as a DSLR. Especially when you got a lens like this on it. I'll be out there looking professional. Except for the tape on my... Still here. I fell and broke my my build here, but look, see how I taped it? I was able to fix it still, dude. It has this little mechanism on it and everything that clips on, and I was able to save it with Scotch tape. Kinda crazy, because I busted ass hard. I was at Red Rocks with it at the Bass Nectar show, day 1, Friday. Already feeling pretty good, you know what I mean? But I was walking down like a dirt path to get to another parking lot, and I fucking ate it hard, bro. I feel like I was so embarrassed because the place was packed. Broke my shit. Man, do this. You can do this, man. Keep walking. Kitten, though. Kitten sure is sleeping a lot and not eating much this morning. It hasn't eaten any since I repositioned the food. That is one full packet that I put down for it, but maybe it just needs to sleep. It pooped a lot last night. Anybody see any of those poopies? By the way, if you missed like any of the middle of the night stream, you can check that out on Twitter, X. Because on X, they save extremely long streams. It saved that entire thing, 24 hours almost. No other platform does that. That's why now I always make sure to go live on X with whatever else I'm going live on. If there's a way, if I filter by date, if it'll automatically bring up different dates, or if I have to put it in the title. Here, come here. I know you want to smell some shit. Yeah, you got to smell that, huh? I got to smell the shorts. Got to smell the table. I washed my hand. No, you're not smelling. I'm not letting you smell my palms. Get out of here. Paranoid right now. This kitten having something, or cat's having something out there. I didn't touch the cat though, but I touched their food. Oh no, I remember what I touched. My shoes. I was about to go out there. I touched my shoes. Go on! I can tell you're fucking just waiting on a token opportunity. Shit. Have they still not voted? Like, who you out there talking to? Healthcare fraud. Dr. Odge and the DOJ reveals 300 plus charge and 96 medical professionals. What is that?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Matthew Gagliotti, and I'm the head of the Justice Department's Criminal Division. Thank you all for joining us today as we announce the largest coordinated healthcare fraud takedown in the history of the Department of Justice. Today marks a decisive moment in our fight to protect American taxpayers from fraudsters and to defend the integrity of America's healthcare system. We are announcing today charges against 324 defendants for their alleged participation in healthcare fraud schemes involving approximately $14.6 billion in false claims submitted to Medicare, Medicaid, and other healthcare programs. In a takedown this large, I can't possibly describe all of the work that went into dismantling each scheme, but there are 4 key points that bear emphasizing. First, let me be clear about what these healthcare fraud schemes mean for every hardworking American family. These criminals didn't just steal someone else's money. They stole from you. Every fraudulent claim, every fake billing, every kickback scheme represents money taken directly from the pockets of American taxpayers who fund these essential programs through their hard work and sacrifice.
Like, I don't know.
When criminals defraud these programs, they're not just committing theft.
She just got
They're driving up our national deficit and threatening the long-term viability of healthcare for seniors, disabled Americans, and our most vulnerable citizens. This enforcement action involves the seizure of cash, as well as luxury vehicles.
Shot, so she should be okay on everything, right?
Real money to American taxpayers and to our government healthcare
transmittable by saliva and
second,
whatever.
We are seeing a disturbing trend of transnational criminal organizations engaging in increasingly sophisticated and complex criminal schemes that defraud the American healthcare system. As part of this takedown, we've identified and charged defendants operating from Russia, Eastern Europe, Pakistan, and other foreign countries. These individuals have infiltrated our healthcare system to steal American taxpayer dollars. As just one example, we dismantled a scheme involving a sophisticated operation run from Russia and Eastern Europe that strategically bought dozens of medical supply companies in the United States and submitted more than $10 billion in fraudulent healthcare claims to Medicare. To make matters worse, these perpetrators used the stolen identities of more than 1 million Americans spanning all 50 states to perpetrate this scheme and submit these false claims.
Dude, but I'm gonna be real. Anytime I hear fucking Romania brought up in the news, it's not good. And I look back on how I used to date a Romanian cunt because she ended up being a cunt in the long run. And now I see why. She was Romanian. Like, I've been to Romania. Anybody doesn't know I've been there. And like, here's a quick story, very quick. We're looking at some stuff. We're in Cluj-Napoca. It's where she grew up. It's kind of a major city in Romania, but it's on the west coast. The Bratislava, or Bratislava? The capital, no, Bucharest, the capital. Bratislava is in Slovenia, right? Slovakia. Been there too, but I always forget the fucking country it's in. I think it's in Slovenia though, but it's probably Slovakia because I always get it wrong. I haven't been to the other one. So we're walking around Cluj-Napoca, and it's all dirt, and there's apartment buildings, and there's like a walkway with a sidewalk, and I'm taking pictures with a much smaller camera than this, so I don't even look like I'm like getting too crazy with it. I have like a little Sony cam, and this dude in Romanian is like, and I'm like, what do you say? She's like, oh, he said, what are you taking pictures of? The dirt? I'm thinking like, pictures of, he thought I was taking pictures of like how shitty their country was, pretty much, because he hates it. And I couldn't actually be just taking pictures. Like, he didn't want Westerners taking pictures. I don't know if he could tell that I was a Westerner or not. Maybe he didn't know I was a Westerner. He saw I was a... I need to go find that picture. Where's that, man? Because it was just interesting for him to say that. I mean, do you think the whole country is dirt, or I'm only supposed to take pictures of the fancy stuff if I'm taking pictures?
That federal agents intercepted and
I was taking pictures of everything. Dude, I was taking pictures of the horse buggy carts that looked like some shit out of a third world country from the 1800s. People were riding on the back of these things like they were taxi cabs. Horse and buggies, but they were really odd looking buggies. Like trailers that were shaped much different than I've ever seen anywhere else.
Arrested key members of that organization at U.S. airports and the U.S.-Mexico border, cutting off their intended escape routes. The days of transnational criminal organizations using the American healthcare programs as their personal piggy bank are over. Third, this takedown resulted in criminal charges against 74 defendants, including medical professionals who fueled America's deadly opioid crisis for personal profit. These are not isolated instances of poor judgment. These are calculated schemes designed to exploit Americans struggling with addiction while enriching the very people who were duty-bound to help them heal.
That's a taxi cab in Romania.
We charged pill mill operators who prescribed unnecessary opioids. We dismantled networks of corrupt pharmacies that existed solely to distribute drugs to addicts and dealers, feeding the addiction crisis that has devastated so many American communities. This is not healthcare. It is a staggering breach of trust. And under my leadership, the criminal division will prosecute these criminals as aggressively as we would any drug dealer, because that's exactly what they are. Fourth, many of the defendants charged as part of this takedown specifically targeted our most vulnerable citizens: elderly Americans in nursing homes, individuals with disabilities, those battling serious illnesses, and more. For example, our prosecutors charged 7 defendants, including 5 medical professionals, in connection with approximately $1 billion in fraudulent claims to Medicare and other healthcare benefit programs for performing.
Dude, and like the Dems are going to say that they're cutting people off Medicare, right? They're cutting these motherfuckers off Medicare, and they'll bitch about it. They won't bring up, like, when the Republicans try to bring up there's fraud going on, and a lot of it, the Dems don't give a shit for some reason. There's like, fraud schmod, you're trying to cut off everybody, we know what you're up to.
Medically unnecessary skin grafts on dying patients as they were seeking to spend their final days with dignity and peace. That conduct is exactly as callous and disturbing as it sounds. Patients and their families trusted these providers with their lives. Instead of receiving care, they became victims of elaborate criminal schemes. Today's takedown marks a historic day. In addition to the tireless work of our Fraud Section's Healthcare Fraud Unit, this extraordinary effort would not have been possible without the law enforcement agencies with me here today.
Amazing. All right. We're done there.
A gut-wrenching story out of Idaho. A procession lining the freeway early this morning in Spokane, Washington, saluting the 2 firefighters who lost their lives during an ambush attack that also sent a 3rd firefighter to the hospital. The as-yet unidentified suspect is accused of starting a brush fire in a northern Idaho mountain range in an effort to lure first responders into a trap, where he then acted as a sniper to shoot at them once they arrived on scene to fight the blaze. The suspected gunman was found hours after the shooting by police in a wooded area with a weapon near his body. This is Outnumbered. I'm Emily Campagno, here with my co-host, Harris Faulkner. And also joining us today, Marie Harf, Fox News contributor and former State Department spokesperson under President Obama. Rosanna Scotto, Fox 5 New York anchor and host of The Underground Economy on Fox Nation. And John Yoo, former Deputy Assistant Attorney General, UC Berkeley law professor, and former Justice Clarence Thomas law clerk. Now first, let's go to Chief Correspondent Jonathan Hunt, live on the ground in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, with the latest. Jonathan.
Emily, some breaking news for you via the Associated Press, which is now reporting that law enforcement officials are telling them that the identity of the gunman in this tragic incident is Wes Rowley, as the Associated Press reports it. We believe he is in the region of 20 years old. We do not know anything else about that alleged gunman at this point. Meantime, investigators, of course, still trying to piece together everything that happened here. Last night, the bodies of the two firefighters who were killed were removed from the mountain here. They were shot dead, having gone to battle a fire around 1:30 p.m. Pacific time in the mountains here, but within minutes of arriving, found themselves instead facing sniper fire. A hidden sniper opening fire on them, prompting a frantic emergency call from another firefighter. Listen here.
We need law enforcement up here immediately. We've got another Coeur d'Alene firefighter down. We've got two unresponsive battalion chiefs, gunshot wounds, multiple gunshot wounds. Two Coeur d'Alene firefighters are down. I'm pinned down. It's clear to me that this fire was set intentionally to draw us in.
Police, SWAT teams and FBI agents rushed to the scene, around 300 officers in all, and for some time they continued to take sniper fire, with the sheriff saying it was clearly a trap that was set. Listen to the sheriff.
You know, when you have an environment where you don't know where the bullets are coming from because of the trees and the shrubbery and what have you, it is daunting for police officers, let alone firefighters who are there just to put out the fire. So it's very, very difficult. Very difficult for drones or helicopters to see any individuals up there. So this was a total ambush, taken by surprise.
After several hours, members of a SWAT team discovered the body of a man. He was dead. There was a weapon nearby. And at that point, the sheriff declared that there was no longer a threat. And just to repeat the breaking news, the Associated Press reporting that the shooter has been identified to them by law enforcement officials as a young man called Wes Rowley. As for the condition of the wounded firefighter who was also evacuated from the mountain, he went through emergency surgery last night. The sheriff at that point described him as fighting for his life. We are told this morning that he is in stable condition. One small piece of good news in this terrible tragedy. Emily?
Indeed. Thank you so much. Rosanna, I cannot imagine a worse scenario than our brave first responders rushing to a fire to put it out and just ambushed, totally unprotected, and now to learn that likely the fire was started to lure them in. It's just abjectly terrifying.
So, Emily, you know, I'm glad they have the suspected gunman in custody, or he's now passed. I don't care about him. I don't want to know his motive. I don't want to know his name. I don't want to know his background, his childhood, nothing. He killed two innocent firefighters who were running towards danger. They are unsung heroes. The people in that community lined the roadways yesterday as they brought their bodies to the morgue. I don't want to know about this guy. I want to know more about those unsung heroes. That's who I want to know about this morning.
Yeah, Harris, I spoke with a few of my friends there in the Pacific Northwest who are part of the firefighting community, and they are just absolutely devastated and in shock. This is totally unexpected.
Yeah, and when you hear the real-time call for help and that the firefighters on the ground believe that it was set and they were drawn in, I mean, that's so jarring to know that they're taking incoming fire and they're telling the world what they think has happened. If you'll allow me, Emily, I want to save some of my time for you, John. Is this domestic terrorism?
We don't know yet. I think what we need to have is a full investigation. Unfortunately, we have to know everything about him and his background. In the short term, we need to understand, is it terrorism? Is anybody helping him? Was anybody working with him. That's why the FBI is there, to see if this is part of a larger conspiracy. And then I think we have to figure out ways to punish people like this to stop them, because I totally agree. We have people rushing in to save people's lives. Now they have to worry about people shooting at them. So we have to figure out ways to deter people from ever doing this in the future. If there are people helping him, he's 20 years old, apparently. If his parents should have known, then unfortunately they have to be investigated too. It reminds me of cases of minors who've had guns and done school shootings. And we have had to punish the parents for not reporting them if they've stolen guns, if they shouldn't have had weapons. I think we have to do that kind of full field investigation here too. In the long run, we have to think about culture. Shouldn't people be condemning the shooter and praising the firefighters?
Right. All of that is
We're going to talk, I think, later about people who won't condemn terrible speech. At the very least, our politicians should be able to condemn this kind of conduct.
Well, and you hit the reason why I asked that question. Are there add-ons legally if it's a certain category of crime? And you're right, it's too soon to know, but you answered that. Yeah, so we know that there will be, depending on what this is.
Yeah, and there's always enhancements that can be put on line and weight and the like. And I note, too, first of all, it's a smaller community there, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. It's rural. It's a tight-knit community. And the first responder community is still reeling from the loss from the deaths there to the firefighters from the fires a few years ago. So this is a community that is still suffering from that. And then to have an ambush occur, it just absolutely defies logic, and it really shocks the conscience, Marie.
Emily, I agree. That was the first thing I thought of when I saw this. Think about what the firefighting community has been through in Idaho, in California. Just think about the LA fires last year. Obviously a different area, but it's one community having been through so much devastation. And fires are getting worse. We know this just on their own in the West. And then to have one set on purpose to hurt them, I agree with you. It's shocking. And I agree with John. We need to know why he did this. We need to know the motive. We need to know how to prevent other people from doing it in the future. And, you know, the investigation is continuing. I'm glad the FBI is there.
Yeah. And depending on the firefighting, you know, many of them, the seasonal and the wildland and the like and volunteer, they hold many jobs.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure they are loved members of the community. And I look forward to learning more about the 2 firefighters that lost their lives. And we are certainly continuing to pray for the one in stable condition. Thank God.
Dude, I'm always turning I'm used to turn the light off. Really? Alright. Bummer. Looks like we focused on a cage instead of the cat. They go back in there again to make it look decent. Yeah, I think that kind of split the difference. That made it a little better, didn't it? Bongo.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are present in the state of Ohio versus Dennis Welp in case number 25 CL.
Dude, this says defendant dragged screaming from court after unexpected sentence.
206. The defendant is in court, represented by counsel. We were last here on
May
May 14th,
I need to fill out this
where
form,
the
y'all.
defendant pled guilty to count 5 and count 6, both being sexual battery felonies of the 3rd degree. At that time, the court referred the defendant for a pre-sentence report and victim impact statement. Those reports have been completed, and the state is prepared to proceed with sentencing.
Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. I'm going to be brief. This was a heinous crime, Judge. This was horrible in a lot of ways, but most importantly, because this was a minor child who almost assuredly didn't fully understand what was going on with somebody whom was entrusted to love her and to protect her. However, Your Honor, this is not indicative of who Mr. Welp is as a person. Yes, he
get
has
her a silver vine fruit.
Yes, he has been to prison, but it's mainly in the past been for drug offenses, I believe some theft offenses, nothing of this magnitude. On this day, and this is not an excuse, Judge, for his behavior, but on this day, Mr. Welp was drinking a lot, was highly intoxicated, and took advantage of his stepdaughter. Since the day I met him, he is in disbelief that he did this. He has expressed to me his remorse,
old dried silver vine
and
fruit,
his sadness.
That's love it.
And how he hurt her, how he hurt his wife, how he hurt the rest of his family. He knows, Your Honor, that he's going to be spending a lot of time in jail coming up. I know there's discretion with the plea with how much time that equates to. This court has a lot of discretion with that. Earlier in chambers, the state and I presented to the court a joint recommendation for 8 years. I'm going to respectfully ask the court to consider imposing that sentence because I believe Mr. Welk is remorseful. I believe that this is not who he is as a person, and I'm hoping when his time is up and he gets out, which by the way, he's going to be reporting as a sex offender for the rest of his life, so he's going to be under a microscope, he's going to be monitored for the rest of his life. But I'm hoping that he'll be able to piece things together, make amends with at least part of his family. I don't know if he can ever make full amends with everybody or not. And you're going to hear from him in just a minute, Your Honor, but
he's going to put it in the water.
I don't think this is who he is as a person, and I'm going to respectfully ask the court to consider adopting the joint recommendation. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. You are required to register in person with the sheriff of the county in which you establish a residency within 3 days of coming into that county, or if temporarily domiciled for more than 3 days. You are also required to register in person with the sheriff of the county in which you establish a place of education immediately upon coming into that county. If you establish a place of education in another state but maintain a residence or temporary domicile here, you are also required to register in person with the sheriff.
Hey, on a side note, Outlaw uploaded a couple new things. I just remembered this morning. I noticed I haven't seen them.
Or other appropriate official.
Check those out.
In that other state immediately upon coming into that state. Failure to register, failure to verify residence at the specified times, or failure to provide notice of change in residence address or other required information as described above will result in a criminal prosecution. Mr. Watson, if you would present this to Mr. Welk for his acknowledgement and signature. All right, Mr. Welk, what do you want to tell me before I impose sentence?
First and foremost, I'd like to apologize to the courts for appearing before them today. I'd like to apologize to the victim in this case. I'm not going to use alcohol or drugs as an excuse for anything. However, alcohol was a main factor in this case. But I take full responsibility for my actions because I chose to make the irresponsible decision consuming too much alcohol than I could handle, causing poor, regretful choices leading to my incarceration. I've read the police reports and feel ashamed, embarrassed, and hurt because that's not the person I am. And I wouldn't be standing here today if I would have just been more responsible. I have 4 younger children that I've let down because of being locked away from them, missing out on watching them grow, having to deal with that as a heartache alone. The only thing I can do now is work on myself while incarcerated, take advantage of all programs they offer, and become a better man and a better father, and not give up doing so. I have to make this my last time in jail, and I plan to. I'm sincerely remorseful to my victim in this case, letting her down when I was supposed to be a father figure in her life. I beat myself up over this every day. Over this, wishing I could take it all back. I just hope she can grow up in life and leave this in the past, and that it doesn't affect her future. Again, I'm sorry to everyone I caused pain to in this case.
Ms. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. One thing that the defendant said today in court, and even in his pre-sentence report, that stood out to me is that he was supposed to be a loving and caring father. And I couldn't agree more with that. He should have been someone that the victim could trust and rely on for protection and guidance. And instead, he used his role as a parental figure to manipulate her, exploit her, and violate her. And while there is a jointly recommended sentence here, the state believes it's essential to highlight not only what the defendant did pre-indictment, but also what he did after his arrest in this case. While incarcerated, he continued to communicate with the victim while in the Lake County Jail. He attempted to guilt and manipulate her by blaming her for her own suicide attempt at the East Lake Jail. He pressured her to express her feelings to law enforcement about him or her desire for him to only receive a short sentence. He spoke of wanting to attend counseling together. He emphasized they were a team and told her he loved her, despite being her abuser, despite doing what he did here. And during several of these recorded calls, you can hear the victim crying, further illustrating just the ongoing emotional harm caused by the defendant and his conduct. This behavior demonstrates his continued disregard for the well-being of the victim, his family, and his ongoing efforts to control her and manipulate her. The defendant today in court said he's remorseful, but in the pre-sentence report, he didn't believe he did anything wrong, and he wants to take this to trial. So I'm not sure what this court can believe. He has a lengthy criminal history, including 4 prior prison numbers and 5 felony cases. And all of this, I think, supports the need for a significant term of incarceration, and respectfully ask this court to impose a jointly agreed sentence of 8 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Why did you call her after you were in jail?
Because I was told by the detective I was allowed to.
Okay.
I didn't call her. I called my wife, and she answered the phone.
All right. And what contact did you have with her about retracting her statement or modifying her statement?
It wasn't retracting. It was we talked about counseling, going to counseling and stuff, because that was something that they was talking about making them do, and something she said she didn't want to do.
Well, trying to, whether directly contacting her or contacting her through your wife, was wholly inappropriate.
You know you done fucked up, right?
And it was further evidence of you trying to take advantage of her at that young age, like you did when this happened.
Now, she asked the detective if she could have contact with me when this case was all started. And then when I went to my preliminary hearing on February 11th, I asked the detective, and he told me the same thing.
All right. Well, you're experienced enough in the system to have the wisdom that you shouldn't have been contacting her. Okay. In talking to her, having about anything having to do with this case. So, you've in your statement, you say you apologize to her, but then in the pre-sentence report, you talk about how you don't believe you did everything you're accused of doing and wanted to take this to trial. What's that all about?
I don't remember exactly what I said, Your Honor, but what I was saying was I don't have recollection of what happened the night of, so I wasn't admitting to, I don't know what happened.
So did you or didn't you do this stuff?
Yes.
Okay. And I got to tell you, it doesn't get much worse than this kind of stuff.
I understand.
I think it's soaking wet, dude. And we're licking so much.
In the record that
he's licking
in 2009 or 2010, you were sentenced to prison on a burglary, released on judicial release, and then returned to prison after a violation of the judicial release. And you were released January 7th of 13. You went back to prison on another case on May 1st of 13 and got out in August. Went to prison on an attempted burglary, trespass and a habitation, breaking and entering, June 23 of 16 through August 5 of 18. A whole bunch of theft offenses between that last prison sentence and where you are today. So you've had a lifetime of criminal activity, but none worse than what has occurred here. So I've reviewed the pre-sentence report.
Here we go.
And a victim impact statement. I've considered what you have said, what counsel has said. And I've also considered that they've made a joint recommendation of 96 months.
That's not enough.
In prison. And so on count, and I've considered all the provisions in 29, 29, 11, 29, 29, 12, 13, and 14. In consideration of all that, on count 5, I'm going to sentence you to a term of 60 months. On count 6, I'm going to sentence you to a term of 60 months. It will be consecutive to one another.
Oh, shit. That's 120.
With credit for 143 days. And consecutive sentences are necessary to protect the public from future crime by you and for appropriate punishment.
All right, get out, man. Come on, man.
Sit down.
What you mean, man?
Stay down.
No, man. Get me the fuck out of here, man. No,
And-
fuck took my plea back, man. Get the fuck out of here, man. Get me out of here. Get me out of here, man. Get me out of here, man.
Almost done, Judge.
Get the fuck out of here.
And they-
No, man. Get me out of here. Get me out of here, man. What the fuck you mean, nigga? Get me the fuck out of here. Man, get me the fuck out of here, nigga. Let me get my leg. Get me out of here, man.
Just take him in the chair. Over there, we're in this chair. All
right.
Listen to the bar.
Put me on your visiting list for jail and for.
All right, man. Stop touching me, man. I'm not doing shit, man. I'm not doing shit. I'm not doing shit.
All right, consecutive sentences are necessary to protect the public from future crime by the defendant and for appropriate punishment. And they are very proportionate to the seriousness of the conduct and the danger he poses to the public. And his history of criminal conduct demonstrates that consecutive sentences are necessary to protect the public from future crime by the defendant. Costs are assessed. The remaining charges are dismissed. Anything else, Ms. Alessi?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Watson?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, we're adjourned.
All right.
So, right? You got 10 years? 60 times 2 consecutive? Hear that right? Dude, he already knows, though, he is about to have the worst 10 years of his life because they don't fuck around with that shit up in there. It's only 2 more years. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, too. 96 months was already the recommendation. It's barely with the recommendation. He did get a hell of a break. This guy's saying, I've been in criminal defense attorney for 20 years. Thought the judge was going to light him up. He still got a hell of a break. I thought the judge was going to smack him at 30 years or something like that. He should be thanking God the judge didn't go harder on him. Guy says, interesting. I thought he was going to get 40 years.
We're learning this morning police continue to look for the person who shot 2 teens in the West Village. It happened near the Stonewall Inn right as the Pride March celebration was coming to an end. We want to check in now with Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses. He joins us live this morning in the West Village with the latest details. Robert, good morning.
Gina, good morning to you. Yes, gunfire punctuated what should have been a joyous night just steps away from the Stonewall Inn, which, of course, is the birthplace of the modern gay rights movement. And this morning you can still see some evidence markers sitting on the street as well as the sidewalk outside of this supermarket. Mayor Eric Adams called the shooting last night devastating. The shots rang out at about 10:15 in Sheridan Square, with crowds still milling around following the day's Pride festivities. Police say a 16-year-old girl was shot in the head and is in critical condition at Bellevue Hospital. Another teenage girl who is 17 was shot in the left leg, taken to Northwell Greenwich Village Hospital. She he is stable. Authorities recovered a gun at the scene. Police are still trying to determine a motive. We don't know if this was an argument or a robbery or perhaps something else was at work here. We spoke to a woman named Vivian who says that she was taking her grandparents to the grocery store when this happened.
As a New Yorker, unfortunately, you feel kind of numb to these shootings because they happen all the time. And that's a terrible thing to happen. I feel very sorry for the ones that had to go through this.
The mayor posted on X that the NYPD will work quickly and tirelessly to bring the suspects to justice. According to the most recent crime statistics available, this precinct, the 6th precinct where this happened, has been fairly safe. There had been no shootings reported in this precinct this year as of June 22nd. Of course, that changed last night, this being a very high-profile area and on a very high-profile day. No doubt the NYPD will be dedicating many resources to solving this crime. We're live in the West Village this morning. Gina, back to you.
All right, Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses, thank you so much for joining us bright and early with the latest details on this breaking news alert. You and your team have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you.
I've been doing in there. I need something, man. Oh, I forgot to put the towel over her. Oh, she's able to look up now. Oh, that was a whole lot of pee. Yeah, I was trying to put it, well, she was putting it underneath the thing, underneath the pad. And I kind of like made it drain onto the pad. I think I need to cut up one of them, because she kind of uses it like litter. I don't remember how I got Sweet Pea used to use the litter box. Like when I did it. He used it. Surprised it's not eating, though.
The tragic shooting of 2 Idaho firefighters on Sunday has left many questioning what could possibly be the motive for such a heinous act. But one theory has gripped the internet. In the afternoon on June 29th, first responders were called to a small but active brush fire on the east side of Canfield Mountain near Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. As fire crews moved in to tackle the blaze around 2 p.m., bullets suddenly rained down, fired by an unknown assailant hiding in the woods, officials said. The grisly scene was captured in harrowing 911 audio as firefighters were pinned down by the crazed shooter.
There's an active shooter at a fire. There's potentially 2 battalion chiefs down.
They're shot. BC3's down. BC1's down. Everybody's shot up here. Law enforcement, code 3 now up here. And immediately up here, we've got 2 unresponsive battalion chiefs, gunshot wounds, multiple gunshot wounds.
That's crazy, is 2 chiefs of all people.
The horrific ordeal ended about 5 hours later when SWAT teams discovered the lifeless body of the shooter next to his firearm on a popular tourist trail, according to police. On June 30th, the shooter was ID'd by police as Wes Rowley. It was confirmed that a Coeur d'Alene firefighter and a Kootenai County Fire and Rescue member lost their lives in the sudden strike, while a third firefighter was left fighting for life after surgery, but is now in stable condition. Kootenai County Sheriff Robert Norris said in a news conference.
We do believe that the suspect started the fire, and we do believe that it was an ambush and it was intentional.
While police have yet to release any conclusions on Rowley's motive, internet sleuths discovered a shocking coincidence concerning the town's fire department. The deadly incident occurred 24 years to the day of the deliberate burning of the headquarters of the far-right Aryan Nations group in Hayden Lake, just 7 miles from Coeur d'Alene. Aryan Nation leader Richard Butler was forced to sell the site in a bankruptcy sale after being ordered to pay a Native American woman $6.3 million as part of a lawsuit, after the hate group's security guards had opened fire at the woman, Victoria Kitten, when she stepped outside the building with her son done in 1998. Keenan bought the dilapidated compound for $95,000 and sold it to a local philanthropist who let the local Coeur d'Alene Fire Department burn it down as part of a training exercise. On June 28th and 29th of 2001, the Coeur d'Alene Fire Department conducted the training exercise, sending the compound into a furious blaze. Now, conspiracy theorists and locals are questioning whether Sunday's incident may have been a revenge attack for the fire department's deliberate burning down of the compound. So far, there is no indication that Rowley had any political motivations or ties to neo-Nazi groups.
Here we go. Domestic terrorists of the white man. That's amazing. You know, the thing we got to get rid of in America is the white man if we want it to be prosperous, right?
Now it's time for Lefties Losing It. And the lefties in the US are absolutely feral about a recent Supreme Court ruling in the birthright citizenship case. This explosive-ridden rant sums up the compassionate left perfectly. Please excuse all the bleeping.
All I gotta say is we're so Constitution. We don't have a Constitution anymore. No it. I mean, what the the Supreme Court? Trump, all this, States of America, 1776, 4th of July, all of it. Whatever we even fought for, all of this and MAGA.
What a compelling argument, but at least that lady is just an ordinary citizen. This next video is a Democrat congresswoman who is holding a series of shadow hearings while on the immigration subcommittee. Check this out.
We have been trying to shine a light on the immigration subcommittee. We're in the minority, obviously, so we can't do official hearings, but I've started doing a series of shadow hearings to shine a light on all of the ways that the government is attacking immigrants and the legal immigration system. The first one was on third country deportations. The whole series is called Kidnapped and Disappeared.
What a shocker. But I think a lot of this could be sorted out with better education and information. But the polar opposite of this.
Did you know that the term good morning was originated when our ancestors were being held as captives during so-called slavery? Slave owners, after spending all night torturing, murdering, and kidnapping their loved ones, would greet them at sunrise with, "Did you have a good morning?" That was their way of mocking us because they knew that we had just spent all night crying and mourning the loss of our loved ones.
And as time goes by and the world becomes increasingly bonkers, I really understand people who choose to homeschool their kids.
So parents can now pull their kids from lessons that have LGBTQ components. All right. You know, as a teacher, I don't give a because I'll just give them an assignment that basically covers like America descending into fascism or hypocrisy, and I'll use Trump and the Republicans for that. Like, I don't care. I'll go after them anyway. I'll just give them a lesson that hits even harder.
But don't worry, there's apparently a coup coming.
Our base has a lot of activity. There have been 4 Black Hawk helicopters, several jets, and several C-4s full of equipment taking off today. I'm hoping that today is the day. However, it may be tomorrow, but it looks like they're moving very quickly and they're taking this seriously. So be on the lookout. I will update you as soon as I can. Insider said it is time for us to initiate. Okay? So let's do this, guys. Let's do it.
For the love of baby Jesus, send the asteroid. Joining me now is Newsweek's senior editor-at-large and Article 3 senior project counsel Josh Hammer. Josh, plenty of commentary and theatre around the passing of Trump's big, beautiful bill in the US Senate. What's the bill about and why all the fuss?
Well, this is the one major budget bill that is set to be passed in the U.S. Congress this year. So it's a little more complicated than that. It goes back to a 1974 statute here called the Budget Control Act, which introduced this process that on Capitol Hill they refer to as reconciliation. It's kind of in the weeds parliamentary terms. What it basically means is that you have one shot. You basically have one shot to pass a budgetary, fiscal, revenue-related bill, not necessarily with a 60-vote veto or filibuster-proof majority, but with a bare 51-vote majority. You essentially get one bite at the apple to pass a clean 51-vote bill that happens to be the so-called one big beautiful bill. Now, the problem is that because of the arcane nature of this reconciliation procedure, there was an individual called the Senate parliamentarian who essentially stripped certain parts of the bill to make sure that it accords with the ultimate goal, which is to reduce the budget deficit. So that's a very fancy way of saying that it's been very contentious because a lot of people are.
Did this go on to another? I don't give a shit. I only cared about the racist shit. Fuck out of here. My time with nonsense.
So look, we're not pacifist punks here over at Bob Villain Enterprises. We're not pacifist punks. We are the violent punks, because sometimes you've got to get your message across with violence, because that is the only language that some people speak, unfortunately. This next song, we want to dedicate it to every single band that is using their platform to speak up for the Palestinian people and speak against the crimes that Israel, the UK and the US and much of the Western world are complicit in. So this is for all of you, this is for Murder Capital, this is for Kneecap, this is for Ammo and the Snifflers. Every single band out there using their platform to speak up for the Palestinian people. Because we must pray, hope, and wish to see a day where the Palestinian people are liberated and free from the tyranny of the Israeli government. Free, free! Free, free! Free, free! Free, free! Free, free! Free Palestine each and every single time this is pretty songs.
Yeah, I put chin feels crusty on one side. Lack of strong appetite. Please. Light eye crusting in corners that returns. Very skinny. Anything else I'm getting her seen for? General checkup. But general checkup and labs. Anything a new kitten needs. Like reason for visit. That's nope. Right. Service. Okay, now that my new client form already. Two forms. Oh. Hey, it's eating. Hey, thanks, sis. I can. I have to fill out both. I forget what the hell. Dude, asking me this. Oh god, it's asking me the same shit again. Why do I have to do this thing? Redundant. Ask me again. What is wrong with the cat? I did that on the last one. Why do I have to do it again? Bro, this place is already starting to piss me off a little bit. Okay, so skinny. What else was it? Skinny, please. Rough patch on chin. very skinny with small appetite. Oh, the nose looks puffy. Puffy. Anything else I'm forgetting? See, it's 10. Like, there's something over there. Should I even put that she sleeps a lot or not? Probably normal for a kitten. Oh, the eye discharge. Light eye. Discharge, though it's a light eye tearing. Yes. Alright. That's done. As soon as I get there, I'm just going to be seen and I don't have to fill out any paperwork. See the little dark specks in the corners of our eyes? I cleaned those out yesterday and they returned. I mean, see that little slight eye tearing. It's at 1. I haven't seen it drink any water, so I took the water out of there. Definitely acting itchy though. They'll let me know if I can give her some Capstar or not. Wait. I could have probably gotten her seen for free by this organization that's out here, but I wouldn't have been able to get her seen today, probably. I think they accept people on one. See, the left side of her chin looks all crusty and weird. It's super rough on that, so something's happening there. I have a feeling I might have to put like medication on her chin or something, depending on what's going on. Hopefully it just has some gunk that needs to be cleaned off, but man, I scrubbed it. Doesn't seem like she has a URI. Oh, why? Because she's peeing? Hopefully she doesn't have any other craziness though. The fib and the... Dude, all those tests are expensive too, man, unfortunately. But... into... Dude, got a shit again already, man. Trying to fuck up the... God damn it! Please, don't do that. I really tried to tape it good this time. There we go. No! That'll help. Yeah, but Tux never did it. Acting pretty strange now. Oh my. Get that. I don't like that it's getting more energy. Really fucking gonna pull that off. It's gonna keep on fucking pulling until it gets it off. It ain't gonna stop. Holy shit. It should want to eat more than that. Definitely want to eat more than that. I was like, it's just not eating enough. It's making me hand feed it, dude. It's just eat on its own. It eats on its own at night. Why can't it do it today? At least it'll take a little bit less time to get there, and I won't have to go over all the bumpy roads that I used to. The vet. So hungry. No, no, go away. No, go away. Go, 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 go that way. Go. Oh my gosh, you're getting fat again. Might be.
The circus is in town here in Denver, Colorado. It is a pride parade. This event is so embarrassing.
The hell?
We have Kelly Rose over here. She's looking hard plump. She might fall through the stage.
What the?
So let's find out what people here are so proud of. Make sure you are subscribed to my channel. And so your message is to bring people closer to Jesus.
That God is not done with them yet.
Furries are people who like animal characteristics.
Wouldn't you say that it's a little bit demeaning to compare a person or make them more animalistic?
Not really, because you're not making a real person an animal or anything like that.
And so what do you think is the difference between animals and humans?
Animals are digitigrade, like bipedal, and humans are bipedal and singular grade.
You wouldn't follow a command like sit, roll over?
Oh, yeah,
what?
I don't do that shit.
How obedient would you say your pup is?
Depends on the day.
Are you allowed to sleep in the bed? Do you sleep in a cage? Do you go to the bathroom outside?
No, it's not that bad, no. We're pretty chill about it. Usually it's more like servicing him, like massaging him or giving him drinks, more butlery kind of thing, I guess, yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
Sounds like you're living quite the life. What is the weirdest or strangest thing about being a furry?
I think the weirdest thing, it's actually kind of wholesome. Our community is really tight-knit, and if you meet someone else that's a furry, it's like this instant connection.
I think that the biggest difference is that humans are able to reason and logic, make questions, and for that reason we have a superior intelligence. And so
Does she?
Anybody
I don't
can
know
think what
yet.
they want, as long as it's not illegal or harmful.
She hasn't. You're asking me questions in the middle of a thing. She hasn't went to the vet yet, so not today. Not yet.
So, like, you are free to have your opinion of, like, what furries are.
Bestiality is illegal, right?
Yes, it is highly illegal Mazda. Sorry, the whole bunch of birds. But, like...
Were you attracted to the birds?
No, it's just I saw the birds and I got easily distracted. I'm autistic.
She's eating,
While we're
right?
still here, he's giving people time to repent and turn away from the pervertedness of man. And I literally should have grown up a homosexual. And I'd be lying to you if I told you that I didn't have, these tendencies that would just come out of nowhere, that I knew something in me, because the Bible says that man and we all know right from wrong. So even though I came from a life full of prostitution, my mother was a prostitute.
I was just wondering if you ever feel like you have a deep void in your heart that you feel only God could fill.
Is this like God thing right now? Have a good day.
Denver is a very liberal city. They are making a sanctuary city for trans and LGBTQ people.
Twice.
That's why so many of them are moving here.
Being around people who are actually pretty chill, same like
Dude.
I just moved from North Carolina, so
Guess where the tranny catfished me at? She was from Denver, actually. He.
like the South.
Oh, I see.
Way better.
Oh, okay. What does it mean to be you?
Well, I'm from the South, so I had to cover up everything of who I was.
And so what do you think are some of the difficulties
She's a
that men
bad girl?
have in trying to fit this ideal man?
Definitely the weight of society and the pressure of what they feel like needs to be done when no one really cares what you do or how you think or how you act.
What expectations does society have of men that are...
Like, men aren't supposed to show emotion, they can't cry, they have to like support his family by himself, be like the tough man.
And it was because I had all of these lies. I mean, God delivered me.
Oh my God, it's playing with a
from
tape right
incest.
now.
I had very perverted behaviors as a child that I did to another family member. You want to know the shame that comes to that? You want to know what type of behavior comes to that? This type of behavior.
Would you guys be open to sharing in my video what you guys are most proud of, I guess, in yourselves?
My little sister. Big sister.
Are you guys actually sisters? Like biologically?
Yeah.
Oh, really? I'm absolutely shocked by the amount of men here who have boobs. Excuse me? Yeah, or like, what are you most proud of?
That I live in a city where free expression isn't especially shut down.
What city are you originally from?
I'm from Melbourne, Florida. About as far right as it can get.
If you don't want to answer, that's totally fine. But I was just wondering, like, if you've had any experience like transitioning, or if
why
you're
is
doing
he
that
allowed to walk around with his titties out?
at all, or?
I am. I mean, it certainly is a lot.
What are the legalities of like wearing
Why
the
are dudes allowed to do that?
or like just like the stickers?
Pasties?
Yeah.
As long as your nipples are covered. Oh, I'm gonna
Really?
Yeah. I don't want camera. Oh, but you.
Only the tens of thousands of people at this event can see her boobs, and not the tens of thousands of strangers also online. That's the limit. Women could, I guess, get a ticket or get fined for showing their nipples?
Get arrested.
But if a man is identifying as a woman and he's showing his nipples, that's not indecency?
That's a great question, but that's part of the problem. Coming over.
I was wondering because like some women have their nipples covered, and I guess that's like a public indecency if they don't cover their nipples. How come like guys are allowed to show their breasts or like?
That's a really interesting question. We should pray on it.
And God delivered me from that. He removed the shame. I don't need my glasses to hide anymore.
And I guess what do you identify, or what's your sexuality?
I'm pansexual. My pronouns are faith them.
Faith them? That's for fairy? Faith them?
Faith them. Yeah, any fae creature. Technically, I identify as a chimera, which is an abundance of multiple creatures.
Why are you gay?
Am I gay?
Yeah.
No, I'm not gay.
Oh,
I'm
you're
just
not?
happy.
Oh, so you are gay?
Yeah.
Nice. I knew it. I could tell. Could you explain more what that means in practicality, what it looks like on a day-to-day basis?
Honestly, just escaping reality, not being, I guess, like everybody else and being you.
If I kept my mouth quiet, that would be hate. That I don't care about you.
I grew up in theater. I have to use my power for something good. What better cause than to raise awareness for the genocide in Gaza?
And I guess a lot of people who are watching this video wonder what happens to gay or trans people in Palestine. Wouldn't they get 10 years of prison?
They currently, due to Israel's merciless and indiscriminatory slaughter, gay people in Gaza are facing the same reality that every person in Gaza is facing, which is genocide.
Trans Jews belong here. Do you wish you were this queer?
That would be the most selfish thing. Oh, it happened to me, but it can't happen to you. No, it can happen for anybody who cries out.
Thank you to my Patreon members that make these videos possible. If you would like to join me every Friday for live Q&As and support the channel, check out my Patreon. The link is in the description. Now on with the video. Until what month is abortion legal in Colorado? Oh, I'm not going to engage. Thank you. It's the 9th month. That's disgusting.
Unrighteousness or ungodliness. So the more that we do things that are to our bodies, to our
9th
minds,
month.
we think very, perverted thoughts and acts of, these sexual acts. We just separate ourselves from the one who created us, and he wants to call us into a relationship. And so I'm just out here today to let people know that it's not about a feeling. If it was about a feeling, my brother and sister, I'd be back at my house right now like, hey, out there today. But
too much work, yeah.
Too much, yeah, but it's action. Love causes you to act.
Yeah.
God, I don't know what. Just go. The word is brave today.
Very good. Make sure you're subscribed. See you next time. Bye.
Jobs, not jobs. A foreign minister from Rwanda has told CNN, he said he's committed to supporting this ongoing negotiation, but warned that ending the conflict will depend on political will and the good faith. And he doesn't know if that is true, referring to the DRC's government. It's not done.
You didn't watch the news yesterday. They literally announced it in the Oval Office.
Well, the U.S. also helping to broker a new peace deal between two African nations in the hopes of ending decades of fighting. Officials from the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda both signing the agreement on Friday afternoon at the White House.
This is a long time waiting, the signing of a historic peace agreement between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda.
Let me ask you a question.
Literally in the Oval Office. Friday afternoon.
You said something earlier. You said, and you kind of agree with Pete, when he says there's something about the media where they feel like they want to disprove Donald Trump. Is that what you said? Something to that effect?
It happens every day.
And you think that's what they want to do, right? You think the media is going in to say he's lying and he's not telling the truth. Do you believe that?
That is the standing disposition.
Do you believe that he tells the truth?
Yeah, I do.
Every time?
You think all presidents? You think the president tells the truth? This current president tells the truth often?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. I also think that, to our point that we haven't established, he does announce things before it's too soon.
They literally had the countries in there.
The program isn't.
I feel like you should watch the news before you come out here.
I feel like you should stop trying to defend him just to defend him.
I feel like you should watch the news.
I think you should stop trying to say. So you agree that it's not.
We gotta leave it there.
Your hand is very close to my face.
Hold on a second, Carrie. We have to leave it there.
It's about making sure that there is white supremacy in this country, and if we're honest, we won't say that.
Dude, why are there two black female hosts on this show and a black man? The guest is white. This guy looks like he's Mexican and works there too. It's a panel of minorities, actually. Hey, look, she's playing with the ball.
Hold on a second, Carrie. We have to leave it there.
It's about making sure that there is white supremacy in this country, and if we're honest, we will say that. It is about making sure. We will make sure that people who DEI is really all these code words. You used to use woke. I asked you to define what woke meant. You couldn't really define it for me.
Woke ideology is taking extreme views of American culture and trying to tear down America from the inside out and go outside of our cultural norms and invade every corporation, university, and other institutions.
What is DEI?
That's incorrect.
Tell me that's incorrect. But what is DEI?
Diversity, equity, and inclusion, and trying to guarantee outcomes instead of guarantee opportunity.
Trump's cabinet looks like DEI.
I was speaking. If I could just.
Did you hear what she just said? Half of Trump's cabinet looks like DEI. That's because he hired minorities off merit, and she just said the racist comment was they look like DEI, and that's what they're trying to paint us as doing, is just broad picture saying that all black people are DEI hires, and we don't do that. And it's apparent with Trump putting, like, he put an Indian person on his admin, first generation Indian American.
The opportunity.
Trump's cabinet looks like DEI.
I was speaking. If I could just.
She just said we're all white supremacists. We got to address this. We're treated to sort of similar comments to what Kerry made tonight about race, white supremacy, all of Trump's ideology and people and voters and everything. It's all about white supremacy. This was rejected in the election. This was the animating thing of the Harris campaign, and it was rejected.
Okay.
Was it?
And I am constantly shocked at what you're not aware of, which is Donald Trump's performance.
I'm constantly shocked with what you're not aware.
Well, I tend to be more right about it than you are. But the reality is he did better. He did better among minority voters than any Republican in a half a century.
Yeah,
I seem
I'm
to be
sure.
totally unaware of
that.
They're clueless. They choose to be clueless. They put pretty minority women on here, and they think that that's gonna make them more believable or some shit. Make some less believable. What the fuck is titty bitch? Like, what does she know? She got hired because she's got titties and a nice cheekbones or something. Hair nice. She's a Joy Behar replacement. Is this same? Was she a CNNer? But then there's that one. Wait. There's that one. That's a different one. And then this is a different panel, but still, there's 3 black. What is this stupid fucking show, dude? He's a guest. That's the Mr. Wonderful, it looks like. That's a Republican chick. Picano or whatever, isn't that chick? Emily Picano or something? But why are there 3 black women running shit? When did this start happening, man? When did black women just start running everything? They're such a small percentage of our population. Why would they be representing us? It's so strong. Like they were in that chick. We had a black dude and a black female representing America in the UN, the entire Biden administration, at least most of it that I saw. The beginning of the Israeli shit to the end, at least. But it's interesting how some of these companies think that that's what America wants to see. They want to see that sassy black woman, I guess. It does like that ball, doesn't it? It's got to be feeling so much better. Like when it was out there filthy and had a lot more fleas and probably was extremely hungry. I don't know if it's ever even played before. It's always been looking for food. It doesn't even understand it should eat more. Like I'm gonna have to go in there and feed it 12. I never even seen a toy. That's our first toy. Buddy now. I like how she's not letting it get in her food. How many days does it have? Why does everybody care how many days the cat's gonna be in the cage? I don't get it. Forever. Until y'all give me $1,000. Hold it hostage. Who wants to be the one that bails the kitty out? It can be you. You could be the kitty bail bondsman. Bad idea. Unless it's a subreddit. Do you want to see this kitty get out of prison? Well, you can. Everybody seems to care about that. Like, bro, this cat doesn't. It's not coming in here and hanging out. If that's what you're thinking, it's going to be in that bathroom for a while. If it ever leaves the bathroom, it doesn't go get adopted by somebody else. I don't think it's going to happen yet at all. This is 3 days in. I'm in no rush for that cat to be hanging out in here. It's got to be quarantined for at least 2 weeks, dude. Minimum. It has to stay in that bathroom. I remember it being for Sweepy. Or was that how long she had to wear the cone? Oh, man, I hope it's a boy though, even though I named it Bessie. Because it looks like a female on the face. What is it? Change it to a different name. Wilbur. No. What's it? Famous cow's name. Bessie, Daisy, Buttercup, Clarabelle, Bella. Why are they all females? The cat helper calling me again, man. Come on, dude. Stop calling me. Why are you calling me so much? Some people really like to talk on the phone. I know I got a nice voice and all. For the Elmer. Elmer's a good one. Otis. Homer. Angus. Oh, Angus. That is super apparent that it's a, like Bessie is, kind of. Angus is a super apparent female one. Dolly. Mabel. Penelope. Bubba. There's one for a male Bubba. Oh, I think Angus, though, it's kind of cool. It's a that time. Surprised Levi's not on there. Tux is on there. Diesel. That's gonna make me feed it. There's another cat that was in the alley that we never see down here. Got another one too. This one too. That was this morning. This one. You can see actually. The orange one's down there.
Good morning and welcome to the KTLA 5 Morning News at 11 a.m. I'm Lou Parker. And
I mean, it's a thought, but it's, I don't know. It depends on a lot of stuff.
I'm Samantha Cortese, in today for Glenn Walker. We begin with breaking news out of Cypress Park. New immigration operations are happening outside a Home Depot, and it was caught on camera.
This happened just over an hour ago at the Home Depot on North Figueroa Street. Masked federal agents were at the scene, and they do appear to have detained several people. Some of the agents were seen with Border Patrol patches on their clothing. That operation prompted a small crowd of protesters to show up at the store. The agents have since left the scene.
And last night there were mandatory evacuations issued for Riverside and San Bernardino counties because of fires.
For years, Enrique, the local paletero, brought smiles to this community, and now Culver City residents are standing with his family in the fight to bring him home.
Oh, he didn't do nothing wrong.
The sweet treats paletero Enrique sold for 15 years were handed out for free on Sunday.
You know what he did wrong? Diabetes. All right? Overpriced diabetes. That's what he did wrong. He did it tax-free. Guaranteed. Out of here with your noise pollution. Look at here. I ain't never bought anything from any of those people that come down here with their bells and their think of it. There are a hell of a lot less of those nowadays. I haven't heard one in a while. Or the ice cream truck. Yo, wait, no, I heard the ice cream truck the other day. But dude, when I first moved in here, I'm not even exaggerating. Some days there would be 5 ice cream trucks. Even while I was streaming, like this was like just a couple years ago, 5 ice cream trucks a day, and they would park right out here near this apartment complex out here and just sit with it. Sometimes it would be so loud that the speaker would be like clipping. It would be distorting really bad. But they were like, as loud as they could. They cranked it to 15.
This is the ice cream we always get from Enrique. It's a shortcake, strawberry shortcake. Always brings back memories of our childhood.
It's amazing. Go to the grocery store.
This is his family's way of thanking the Culver City community for their support.
You're lucky.
Since Enrique was picked up by ICE.
That's his way to what? Oh, was he giving them away for free or something?
Always get from Enrique. It's a shortcake, strawberry shortcake. Always brings back memories of our childhood.
Do you have the usual chocolate?
This is his family's way of thanking the Culver City community for their support.
You're lucky.
I don't get it. There's money in this guy's hand right now. So their way of thanking the community is to sell shit. That's weird. I mean, I'd understand if they were like giving it away or using the proceeds for something admirable. They're using the proceeds to live. That's not exactly like they're not philanthropists.
Since Enrique was picked up by ICE agents while working.
We're giving his ice creams for free, and thanks to the community, a lot of people donated, and that's more than enough. So we just want to give thanks to everybody.
Agents while working.
We're giving his ice creams for free, and thanks.
Well, they are giving his ice creams for free, but that dude had cash in his hand. Wait a second. Is it they're free, but you can tip? Everybody's giving a tip, or what? Is it one of those type things?
To the community, a lot of people donated.
A lot of people donated. She rolls her eyes a little bit. Everybody's fucking donating. Nobody's taking free ice cream. Shut up. People, dude, try to make themselves look like they're like.
And that's more than enough. So we just want to give thanks to everybody who's been supporting us and following his case.
Enrique, whose legal name is.
Dude, I bet. They knew what they were doing. They knew exactly what they were doing. None of the ice cream went for free. People were giving way more probably than he used to sell. They were probably giving $20 for an ice cream bar because they're like, oh man, get Enrique out of jail. Here's the fun. They were making more money by acting like they were giving it away for free. Or no, by giving it away for free, because there was a cause behind it.
Ambrosio Lozano Grande is
undocumented. You know what I mean? It wasn't the calls in the neighborhood. No, it's personally their calls. They capitalized off the situation.
Was selling ice cream on June 23rd when ICE agents arrested him. Enrique managed to make one call to his wife.
So on June 23rd, my aunt received a call. Basically, it was my uncle crying, saying that he was being taken. She told him to stay strong. He kind of gave a location of where his cart was at, and he said, "I love you," and the phone just went dead.
The ice cream cart was left behind at the spot where Enrique was
bells
arrested.
On it right there.
His family has just learned Enrique has been transferred to a Texas detention center.
I've always known him as the paletero, as the ice cream man.
Longtime customers like Ava Jacinto say they are heartbroken to learn ICE arrested their paletero. Ava says she's also.
You better believe this dude is charging.
Heartbroken.
Are there any prices on here? Like, I bet this little bitty thing, he gets it for like 50 cents and then charges like $2 for it or some shit. This dude is making a killing doing this probably. Since he's been doing it for so long, you know what I mean? And you get all these different flavors he has. I bet he has a house off of this shit, dude. I don't doubt it at all. Because I've seen what some of these illegal immigrants are capable of. They got businesses and houses and shit. I don't have a fucking house. Shit. I want a house. And one of the reasons why the houses are so expensive here is because there's such a large proportion of illegal immigrants here that are buying them. If they weren't doing that, they would be cheaper.
ICE arrested their paletero. Ava says she's also furious.
Fuckhead.
I'm ready to just scream and shout.
My fucking ancestors fought for me to be able to fucking get a house one day, not for you to come in here and sell ice cream and shit, fuckhead.
But that's not going to be productive at all. All I can say is that from here on out, I hope this opens everyone's eyes and see exactly what's going on and who is being oppressed. Who are the oppressors?
Completely heartbreaking. But we see it
a lot in the
sidewalk Indian community, but now.
Do you know the people that are heartbroken the most about it? The people that already have houses and their house value is just going up and up and up and up and up and up. They don't want it to go down. But most young people, 40 and below, don't have houses, right? It's not the majority, is it? I'm pretty sure. Let's see.
It's more than ever, and it's devastating.
People wrote impact statements detailing Enrique's role in the community. Letters his family hopes will help his legal case. His niece Kimberly Noriega says she is overwhelmed with gratitude.
Thank you for bringing awareness to my uncle's case. Thank you for seeing him for who he is, which is a kind, loving, gentle man.
The family has raised $59,000 so far. They're hoping that will be enough to cover the legal fees to fight Enrique's deportation. The family has raised $59,000.
I think they were getting a little bit more than the price of those ice creams that day. Oh my God, 59,000. Watch him still get kicked out. What a dumbass. They're probably going to take that. Just take that shit and go to Mexico and buy a house. What are you doing? Stop being stupid.
$1,000 so far. They're hoping that will be enough to cover
It's
the
enough
legal
to live like
fees
a king down there. Some places, ain't it? Why would they
Reporting from
waste
Culver City,
it?
I'm Gina Silva, Fox 11 News.
Stay here, or to even
Well,
like,
we've reached out to the
because
Department of
it's
Homeland
not even
Security.
guaranteed. They could waste all that money on legal expenses and then still get kicked out. Leave. You just came up.
For more information about Enrique's case and have not.
That's where I'm saying they must be making a lot of money off of ice cream selling. For them to be risking to waste that money to stay here with just the chance of staying here. He's making $100,000 selling ice cream. Probably. I don't. There's no telling. What are these comments saying? Please, yes. Report, investigate, detain, prosecute, and deport. The law is the law. 15 years and never wanted to become legal. Playing stupid games, win stupid prizes. They never tell you the full story because it goes against their narrative. This wasn't random. Expect the network to broadcast a story about illegals being deported. At the end of the day, you should not be mad at Trump. He is just enforcing the law that Congress created. 15 years, not reporting taxes. Let that sink in. He is here illegally. End of story. Like, all of these are... These are the comments from the top going down. And it just shows you there's no way that this is an LA news station. I don't care if it's Fox. This is Fox LA. So they're going to put a leftist spin on it. Oh, sorry, y'all can't see me. That's how Fox works. It depends on where the station's out of with what kind of spin they like to put on. Because, I mean, think about it. Most of the people here are leftists. But if I'm a camera here somewhere, so they have a large leftist viewer base. Yet all the top comments are saying good. All of them. There isn't one person in here that's like, hey man, that sucks. That's all on Reddit. That's subreddit. You'll see that at. Hardly any of the news agencies are pro-immigrant in the comment section. Which is further evidence that this is the majority. It's this is overwhelming evidence that it's the majority, because it's not just Fox that it'll happen on. It'll happen on NBC, it'll happen on CNN. All of them, if you look at the comment section, are just like this. Fuck out of here. That's because the people, the silent majority that don't want to put their shit out there to let the world know, they're hitting that like button because it's anonymous. And for whatever reason, the leftist comments are gone. I don't even know how to find them. Are they down here somewhere? There's no way the news is just deleting them, because that would be very odd. Because they want they want conflict with their viewers so that there's more interaction. It makes the channel grow. And they already have 1.25 million, but what's another 1.25 million? I'm gonna go get this kitten, eat some food real fast before we're going on our great adventure together. Alright, now the chat will at least like pop up when y'all say something as it said. Green. The feeding, take care of it, should be able to do this in 10 minutes. Same time, but I need to hurry. Fuck y'all, I forgot Simon's heart medicine at 11:30. So that was a bunch of pee I had to deal with before leaving. Doesn't want to eat much, so I have to leave. I'll put some foil over that food and take it with us and open it back up once we get there in case we're there for a while. I doubt she'll feel like eating when she's there, but gonna go though. Time for you to go. I guess I can do this up, but I'm not gonna. Move the chair, put that one off. Try the kid. I can't go live on these channels anymore like that. The app I used didn't work anymore. Hey, come on. That's a boy. Also. Pretty sure that thing was a penis I was seeing. They asked him if it was his belly button, and he looked at the belly, and he was like, he didn't know what I was talking about, so it must have been the penis. The penis is everywhere I go. Like, everybody I talk to in public, they just turn into a giant penis with a mouth. What's wrong with me, man? Am I hallucinating? Am I schizophrenic? I get enough sleep. So that was a little over $200. I think that one's more expensive than my other bet. I don't remember her being $200 for the first visit. I thought it was like 140. What? That was the spay, wasn't it? I have a feeling I'm going to be paying more though at this place in general. At least he doesn't have to get spayed, and neutering is much cheaper. Look, my guy's selling out of the horn cart. One of the illegals is selling. They're still up to no good out there. He was actually 2.3 pounds. Or he is. I think he's been gaining weight. 2.3, which means he's now been next guarded. Got next guard treatment. So yeah, it's a he. So that I thought that was a penis too. So fleas, ticks, heartworm, I don't know what else. Whatever next guard. Let's see what next guard does. Guard. Is it the next guard? Oh, probably. Fleas, heartworm, hookworms, tapeworms, roundworms, ticks. Oh, right. Real. Okay, so it's about $30 a pill normally though, or $30 an application. I gotta do it for 3 months apparently. Make sure that everything's a-okay. I keep an eye on today for any kind of reactions. He got his first vaccine shot also, and he got his feline leukemia test. They drew his blood, so whatever, or at least testing for feline leukemia. I don't know what else. Different now. He's probably gonna be sleepy today after he's supposedly sore. His shoulder's probably sore from the injection, and I'm not supposed to really play with him or touch him for like 6 hours while that stuff kind of absorbs and does its thing on his back. It was a topical. So, sorry. So, I mean, that's good, right? He's not going to have fleas for much longer, hopefully. Maybe his appetite will pick up. Did what I could with the comb, man. I did pretty good with that comb, though, but just all it takes is one. All it takes is a pregnant one left, and just as bad as an infestation just in a few days. You were wrong, bro. You had me second guessing it, and I even gave her a female name. Fleckas. Fleckas. Oh, his name's Sawyer. Tom Sawyer. Like, they're not canceling Huckleberry Finn. They're not canceling Mark Twain, buddy. Not in this house. Sawyer, he's adventurous. All the way to the front yard by himself. I'm not. Right there. Sawyer's kind of a country name. Might be a cow's name. I think. Plus, I wanted to keep it in line with all their names starting with S. Simon, Sweet Pea / Serena, and Sawyer. Cats like S names. Easy for them to hear this. It's already done, man. It's on his birth certificate. Bro, there's nothing in the bowl. There's nothing in there, but it's like a couple really microscopic bits. Why is he licking her bowl as if she wants her food? That's the food I stopped getting him because he wouldn't eat it. If it's in her bowl, he likes it. But the actual dude, that's a retarded a little bit. Y'all don't like Sawyer? I don't care. That's his thing. Have you ever met a cat Sawyer? Do you even know a Sawyer in real life? Because those are two things I think about. I'm thinking about a cat name. I don't want to meet somebody with my cat name. Like, hey, that's my cat's name. Hardly ever meet a Sawyer. Even though it's like a 145th most popular name, which is pretty low, I think. I look. And then other thing. I think it gave him a little bit more meaning because he was an adventurer. Like Simon has a little more meaning because he's a smart chipmunk. I took too long with Sweet Pea. Also Karina. Know it though. She's not much of a comer to her name. I'm in it. Better be after 15 years of it. Oh no, he's. Well, I mean, his heart sounded good. He said lungs sounded good. Well, heart and lungs were good. Thing with his chin apparently might be a scab. I need to put like a hot compress on and loosen it up to get it off. I'm not really sure, dude. I hope he knows what he's talking about. It feels like something underlying is causing it, but I go okay because I don't know. They had gloves on when they were looking at him. That's something I don't remember if my other vet puts gloves on before seeing the animals or not. You can't feel as much, but he looked at it. I feel with my fingers. I'm pressing on. I don't think she wears gloves though. She always washes her hands before and after something. Oh, sure. I have one more appointment with her. I'm going to be watching. She doesn't. That's interesting for me that I lost a good one. I already feel like I'm losing a good one, man. They were even like, yeah, you used to drive like 30 minutes there, huh? How good she is. I want to tell him, you got big shoes to fill, buddy. You think you're up to the task? Huh? Or the business in it for you? I got 3 cats. They're very friendly. Oh, they give me a bottle of water. I forgot to open it. It's in the car. It's good to have car water though. Mini bottle. They asked me if I wanted sparkling or regular. Not fancy. Huge waiting room. Almost too big. Actually, I didn't seem like too big. But clean. It was nice. Everything was very automated and like the payment and stuff. They had this little thing and tap it. A bill got emailed to me. I got this little card. Name was Bessie. See what it says. Give me a card. Like, look. Hey guys, they gave me a card. Guys, card. Hallmark. Whoa. Whoa, wow. Look at all this. They actually wrote in here. That's actually impressive, dude. Look at this. A bunch of them wrote in. The whole staff. And took a picture of her. Yeah. And put it on there. Cool. I've never had a vet give me something like this before. Oh, it's going above and beyond. Congrats on your new fur baby, Jasmine. Take lots of pictures. Oh, we're taking video, baby. Lots of video. Oh yeah. Congrats on your new fur baby. May the memories last a lifetime. Heart, Jackie. Congrats on your new baby, Danielle. Heart, Danielle. Congrats on your new kitty. I hope you have lots of fun moments. Monica. Congrats on your new bestie forever. Jennifer. Smiley face. Best friends. And that one's signed, I don't know by who. Eek. A new heart fur baby? How exciting. Congrats. Heart, Amanda. Oh, yeah, it is really thoughtful. They all take the time. Kind of neat. I mean, that Humane Society place that I took her to definitely wouldn't have done this. Definitely not. That place, yo, oh my god, I'm so glad I didn't take her there. Because she would have probably had a follow-up and I would have taken her there again or something. Hell no. And they would have probably cost more. They would have. I mean, just because a place is ghetto doesn't mean you're getting a good deal. I've learned that over the years. I mean, they're going to be cheaper. They could be the more expensive or at the least the same price of a much better place. Gotta shop around with vets, man. Like a mechanic for your cat. Got these places out here that are just like, they're used to being a shithole and making that money because of their location, you know, inner city or whatever. I think this location has a lot to do with the price and the care. What's that? Lawyer has everything he can get for now. And we'll find out tomorrow morning whether or not it's even possible for me to keep him. Because if he has feline leukemia, I'm going to have to give him up. Somebody's going to have to take him that doesn't have a cat. Because they're like, it's highly contagious and they'll get it from it. So his troubles aren't over yet. I don't know if there are any telltale signs to that before the test. Maybe it's why he has kind of a lack of appetite. I did like Levi though. I was rolling over Levi for a while. It was between the two. I looked up Levi, saw it was a biblical name. Sawyer is like a woodworker in the history. It's an English name, and it also could mean got wood, because he's a horny little bugger. Probably better, like if I were to keep him, it is probably better that it's a boy than a girl, because two female cats probably would kind of, I don't know, she's used to having a boy cat around her, so it probably likes it. But it would be two boys for a while. That might be a little much for her. I just don't know, dude. If I can trust having both of them cooped up in this room like that all night long. You know, like, what if she hurts him or something? She's so young. Am I gonna live with this cat in my bathroom for the next fucking... I can't do that. I can't have a cat in the bathroom for 6 months because it's gonna have to get out of that cage eventually. You know what I mean? I don't know, dude. I really don't know what to fucking do with this. Or that they could be trusted to be hooked up in here together like that? All night long for 12 hours every night? Not quite 12, but sometimes it would be. Let's think about though. Oh, I just know it feels good to be past the 1 o'clock mark and I had the vet appointment all done with, but I guess that's about normal price for what I got, 200 something, 200 bucks. See what the receipt says. Expenses I was not anticipating. Or 200, Alex. I'd see my receipt though. You have an exam was 65. Whoosh! That's $20 more than normal. The FVRCP vaccine number 1 was $35. So I guess I got to pay that every time I go to get number 2. I guess is going to be another $35. Assuming. The next card combo. Okay, they didn't. On that one, it's $26.64. And the Felviv rapid test. I thought that test was instant. Anyway, that was $75 for that shit. Damn it. Man, what the hell? That's crazy. $75 just to find out if it has one illness. Or 2. Felv and Fiv. Oh, 201.64. That's what it was. Spelling my name wrong. I told them it was Jon. Like, yeah, I'm about to tell them. Spell my name wrong. Still right. Not who I am. I don't go by that person. So that's, I mean, man, the appointments are a third more. 45 to 65. That's pretty big difference. Everything else is a third more. Brody. No one cares. No one cares, Brody, how dark you're gonna be, you weirdo. Hey, who does care? Your skin. You're giving it cancer. Tanning is so outdated in 80s, some 80s shit to do, because now that we know that it gives you skin cancer, there's really no need to do that. Is there? Like, when I was a kid, I had an amusement park, not amusement park, a water park season pass multiple years in a row. And I was a dumbass little 10, 11-year-old. I would put on oil, suntan oil, that would be like, have like numbers on it that didn't say SPF, but the opposite, like burning ratings or some shit. I forget. Dark, extra dark. I'm looking. I can't believe we were doing that shit. And one time I got so burned too. I don't remember if I was using that oil that day or not, but messed my shoulders up real bad once. Messed up my feet up real bad. I couldn't even put my shoes on. They swelled up. I got so dark during all that that I looked like a black kid. Actually, I had people telling me that they worked there. So I got it out of my system at a very young age. Yeah, no, they gave me freckles. I have freckles on my shoulders right there from when I did that at that young of an age. They're still there. Oh. Specifically, the shoulders are where that happened. Because it gave me like a 2nd degree burn on them. They blistered up. Oh, baby, is it Monday? My beer's in my mouth Monday. Who's coming with me? Blisters cause freckles. Zoidus. Rapid test. "10 minutes or less? Why the fuck do I have to wait till tomorrow?" It says right here, the Zoidus Fell Fiv rapid test provides results in 10 minutes or less. That's what I thought, dude, because when man, what the hell? Alright, now that's a little upsetting too, because last time when I got when I got Sweet Pea tested, I found out before we left if we were good or not with this. And told me I'd find out tomorrow. I don't get it. Well, he's well behaved. He's kind of out of it right now, probably from the flea medication as well as vaccines. They said he'd probably be pretty lethargic today. "10-minute read results. 10 minutes. Room temperature storage. I see. Save refrigerator space and eliminate test warm-up time." Apparently, they didn't do the test yet. What are they doing? Is it even blood? Sorry, yeah, it is blood. Whole blood. Maybe they don't do it there and they send it somewhere else. I mean, I don't doubt it. The vet that I usually go to does a lot of stuff herself that I don't think other vets would do. Like when she took all that fluid out of Simon. Phenomenal. I felt like she was like dude, she was straight triage vet at that point. He could have charged me so much for that. He waiting emergency surgery. I forget it, and I'll man. Back for her. She did that. And she let me watch it. Like I didn't even get to watch right now with Sawyer when he anything except for them just looking at him. Once they were done looking at him and they were going to do a blood draw and the flea medication and everything, they took him away. I got to see my vet took a big ass syringe and poke it into Simon. I was getting lightheaded and shit from it even, but I was like, damn, she's let me watch this. Whoa. I didn't even think anything of it though at the time. I was just like, whoa, I'm watching this. But if this vet, if something like that were to happen, I don't think I'd be able to be there. Kind of sucks. I've been there for every single one of Simon's procedures. Ear. I don't think I saw his ear get done. Guard.
Happy Pride, guys! Enjoy it!
My message is just love. I mean, I think love is at the core of everything, and with love, we can all win.
New York City held their...
Dude. Why are they so horny?
Annual Gay Pride Parade.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm so grateful.
It's all about the love. Oh, I love you. God, let me see your nipples. I love you. You love me?
To be here with such an incredible group of people.
Really marching in heels.
I am, and I made them. I made everything. I stoned these myself. It took all week to do this by hand. I painted these and then stoned them. We just want to exist.
Yeah,
and we just want to be
something around
in
there.
society like everyone else.
Except this year, the theme was a little more political in nature.
This year's theme is Rise Up, Pride in Protest.
We wanted to make it a call to action to everyone to understand that we are not where we need to be in the society that we live in.
Joy can be a form of protest. That was clear.
They're not where they want to be. Where the fuck do these people want to be, man? What else do they want? They had so many government positions in the last administration, at least 2 that I know of, and that was too many.
Youth Pride Saturday morning at the South Street Seaport. Like LGBTQ.
They don't make up that percentage. They're not that high of a percentage of our population for 2 of them to be in the Biden administration. One of them was a travel one. The other one was the health one. Remember?
Plus kids, their friends, families, and supporters played games. They listened to music.
Didn't the travel one end up stealing in a bunch of luggage at the airport and getting busted for it? It was the one that it was the bald tranny chick with a mustache. I don't even know, dude. What that was. They dressed like a chick, but they had a mustache with a... Didn't they have a mustache? I know they were bald for sure. Wait, look. Yeah. No, he didn't have a mustache. Damn it. And non-binary ex-Biden nuclear official who stole luggage was traveling on taxpayer dime. Right. Okay. Y'all know the other one, the health person. Everybody saw her too, right?
And stood together in public. In a time when trans youth faced attacks, many said being a kid in public and having fun felt bold.
Today, we're celebrating joy and hope because of
In a time when trans youth faced attacks, many said being a kid in public and having fun felt bold.
Today,
what is a trans kid? Aren't trans kid more like drag queens? It's not like they're chopping their dicks off at 5. You know what I mean? That's actually a drag queen kid, is what that is. Until they've actually started doing some transitional work, physically, with chemicals or with knives, they're a drag queen or drag king, aka a tranny poser or a tranny wannabe. They're not a tranny yet, though. Okay. Not a tranny until you're transitioning. Transitioning. You see where that comes from? All right. Now you're not as stupid as most people in the world. They're not transitioning if they're just fucking wearing female clothes and they're a dude. That's not a transition. You're just fucking cross-dresser. We used to have that word. What happened to cross-dresser? Why are they trannies now? A tranny is a cross-dresser now. Why? Anybody?
Today, we're celebrating joy and hope because if they take our joy and our hope, they win, and we will never let that happen.
But some people missed out on the Joy and Hope memo.
Festivities after the march turning violent.
A 16-year-old girl was shot in the head and taken to the hospital in critical condition. And a 17-year-old girl was shot in her left leg, and she's in stable condition this morning.
Of course, New York wasn't the only place that had a gay parade.
The theme of this year's Pride celebration is Queer Joy is Resistance.
Queer joy is the perfect example that what right-wing politicians say about us is not true, that when we allow people to live fully and freely in our society, they are happier, healthier, and they find joy.
Oh my God, that's a fucking man? It's gotta be Sarah McBride. A very passable one right there, buddy. Is it though? Yes.
Allow people to live fully and freely in our society. They are happier, healthier, and
by the way, this person's biggest accomplishment in life, probably, is being the nation's highest ranking openly transgender elected official and first openly transgender member of the United States Congress. That's always their biggest achievement, is being the first transgendered leader. That's it. Just leader, manager, lawmaker. But it's never like, I'm a tranny and I'm getting the Pulitzer Prize for creating a new artificial heart. It's never anything like that. It's never anything that's actually helping out everybody. It's only like, hey, congratulations, you fucking did that as a tranny. Wow, good for you. Like, what the fuck are we doing, man?
they find joy.
This year, pride and protest. With transgender rights under attack nationally, there is increased pushback, resistance, and solidarity.
We are showing up in the streets to protest everything that's happening across the country, the taking away of our human rights.
What human?
The reason we have pride is because...
Whoa. Pump the brakes there, boss. What human right? What rights are being taken away from gay people, especially from trans people? Wait, what have they done? What have they done? They told them that you have to put your birth. It has to be on your passport. So that's against their right. No, that's not your fucking right. You know why? Because that gives them more ways to be able to catfish a motherfucker. And once you've been catfished like I do, you want to make damn sure these motherfuckers have to put the right gender that's actually in their fucking crotch. If their pussy can't self-lubricate because it used to be a penis, it needs to be on their fucking ID. So that they can't be like, no, sweetie, look, I am a female. It's on my ID. See? Yeah, female. No, I want to be able to be like, oh, no, let me check your ID. I know you can't put it if you're not. Let me see what the fuck you are, huh? I need to know. I need there to be something in the world to where I can fact check whether or not somebody used to have a dick or not. And that's not a right for you to be able to trick everybody, dude. Fuck that. Assholes. They love tricking people. That's their biggest accomplishment in their entire life. If they're complete 100% passing and people can't even tell. Like, no, there's no at all. They can just go out and be like, and then people are looking at them like, oh, you sexy. Like, they want to be looked at like a woman, man.
It was a resistance.
That's all they care about.
It was against police brutality.
I don't so much care about the chicks that want to be dudes. You're a fucking weird tomboy that's going a little too far with it because people have convinced you that you're trans.
Between trans, queer people, and they had
dudes
to fight
that
for
do
their
it are
right
just
to
fucked in the
exist.
head.
We
want us to celebrate our joy and our liberation.
An all-inclusive party for everybody.
With joy on every corner.
The event also attracting elected officials.
Look who we had
Parade
there.
goers hoping that
corner.
The event.
The mayor of Long Beach, of course he's there. Of course, yes. Surrounded by his black bodyguards.
Also attracting elected officials. Parade goers hoping that local leaders continue to advocate for them at a time where they say their community feels under attack.
There's a political climate that's very scary right now, and more than ever, I think we all need to stand up and have a voice.
I'm just happy to be here and see everyone be so proud of themselves.
But they say that today was all about reminding the community that joy, love, and resilience will always win.
Something to be proud of. That is really... You are the weirdest looking people on the planet, and you're just so proud of it. Like this, bro. This dude right here, better believe he's proud of it. What the fuck? See how proud he is? Like Alien Nation. That's it. Remember the Alien Nation people? I know. She looks like the female. They used to get drunk off rotten milk. Doing.
If I can find it from the earlier report here.
It's such a weird show. It was a movie and they made a show out of it. Sweet Pea, by the way, you want to see what she's doing? Looking extra cute.
So I don't know enough about. Well, let me see something here. The high-powered sporting rifle was what it said. They said yesterday. So now Chop Suey says a shotgun is called the sporting rifle. So I don't know enough about weapons to say whether that's a significantly different characterization of the weapon than yesterday. But yesterday they used the term high-powered sporting rifle, and today they use the term shotgun. Strategy Soup thinks he probably had a semi-automatic shotgun, which means you would have to press the trigger but not do anything else. Guys, yeah, we already, for those of you mentioning it in the chat, we already discussed the Brian Kohberger plea deal. I already posted it on my X account. I would suggest, if you're interested in breaking news coverage, follow me on X at Lookner. I'll put the link in the chat, but I always post there when I'm off the air and when I'm on the air. So yes, as we discussed a short while ago, multiple outlets report that Brian Kohberger has accepted a plea deal under which he will not get the death penalty, and he will plead guilty to the murders of the 4 college students in Idaho, which was, I forget the exact month and year when that happened. For those, 2022 in July. No, 2022 in November is when it happened.
Oh, what a fucking pussy.
So yes, that is being reported by multiple outlets.
What a pussy.
Joshua Wark says people saying
I wanted to
shotguns
see him
are
get the
only
death
effective at close range
penalty.
have no idea what they're talking about.
I mean, I don't really
And
care.
I don't
but,
even know how far he was away from
deserved the
the
death
firefighters when he
penalty.
was firing at them.
Little smug
Bundy Data
asshole
says,
whole
I hope
time
the
acting like he
prosecutors
was
are
going
allowed
to get
show
away
all
with
the
that
evidence
shit.
They have.
I mean, 3 years, 2.5 years, he's been fucking dragging his feet.
There is outrage over the abduction of one of Mother Nature's most magnificent creatures, a swan.
We have ourselves...
You know what probably did it, though? It does it at LA County. LA County is worse than a prison. And they do it intentionally because they get people to plead out on their cases, because they'll tell people, oh, you want to fight it? Oh, well, you're going to be here for another 2 years then, and you're still going to lose, and you might get the death penalty. You sure you want to do that? And they're like, well, fuck, people are ready to go to prison because they know they're probably going to go anyway, and prison has a lot more freedom than jail does. Like, you got a TV and shit. I mean, you got a little bunk with put your stuff up on it, and you have storage space and shit.
A real mystery on our hands.
Plus, you already know he's probably getting girls that are trying to contact him and shit, because even Ted Bundy was getting marriage proposals up until the day he was executed.
The school attendance teacher even captured the 4 males laughing as they sped away Saturday night just before 8:30.
Oh, I yelled at them. I was irate.
Less than 24 hours after posting that viral video from here, the suspects were spotted about 2 miles away at Forest Park.
Oh, wow, the overwhelming, like, wow, this is them. I couldn't believe it.
They have apprehended the vehicle that was used and involved with the swan abduction, and the vehicle and the occupants unfortunately have no swan with them.
Questions still remain as to what happened with the bird and
Are
why
these
was it taken in the
immigrants?
first place.
So in 24 hours, a swan was kidnapped and is now gone. And no one has any idea what could have possibly happened to that swan. So we are going to do the impossible, the unthinkable. We're going to add 2 + 2 and come up with 4. We are going to speculate. You all remember Springfield, Ohio, right? Yes, the place where Haitians were totally not eating any living animals.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats.
Here's what was said at one of their fiery city council meetings.
They're in the park grabbing up ducks by their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them and eating them.
But we don't need to rely on Springfield for this. Let's go back 2 years to a town in New York whose beloved swans faced a dark fate.
Police say the 3 teenagers jumped the fence here at the Swan Pond enclosure in between midnight and 3 a.m. on Memorial Day. Their investigation revealing the teenagers aged 16.
Why is he smiling? Fucking New York is weird, dude.
17 and 18 held down Faye while she was nesting and killed her on site.
Why the fuck would he be smiling while telling that story? Pink pussy shirt. Fuck you.
Police believe the teenagers then stole the 4 baby swans and left with Faye.
Police say that Faye was then eaten by the teen's family and friends.
I'm sorry, they did what with the swan?
The family ate the swan on Memorial Day.
So they just went to the local pond and got some meat for their Memorial Day barbecue?
Manlius police confirm they have a 16-year-old from Syracuse in custody, and News Channel 9 was actually there
by
at
the way.
Shop City Plaza.
Fucking
16-year-old from Syracuse in
Memorial Day barbecue?
You got the
Manlius
whole,
was actually there.
You got the whole, like, look, dude, this is a football, a football jersey.
16-year-old from Syracuse.
You know what I'm saying? We don't call it soccer where he's from.
In custody, and News Channel 9 was actually there at Shop City Plaza in Syracuse when that teen was taken away by police.
They believed that it was just a very large duck. They did not know that it was a swan, and they did not know that it was not a wild animal, that it was actually owned by the village.
They got away with it?
They did, ultimately, consume the swan, but I don't know if it was more cultural, beliefs or not, but they didn't really get into that. We didn't ask specifically.
Questions still remain as to what happened with the bird and why was it taken in the first place?
I don't know, call me crazy, but I have a pretty good guess as to what happened to this swan.
Dude, actually, You should get insta-deported for eating our fucking wildlife like that out of parks and shit. You gotta go. What are you gonna do next? Out here eating the wildlife. You probably robbing places and shit. I mean, what are you doing? Gotta go before you do something stupid like run over somebody. That's why, did you hear? Immigrants aren't allowed, or illegal immigrants, possibly legal immigrants, I don't know, aren't allowed to get DUIs now. You get deported. Probably, if you're legal immigrating here and you're in the process and not yet a citizen, I think it'll also get you deported. You haven't become a citizen yet. If you're a legal resident and you get a DUI, I don't think that's deportable now, which it should fucking be, dude, because you can kill somebody. Dude, if you're driving so badly that you get pulled over and get a DUI for it, you're probably pretty fucking drunk and could have killed somebody. Therefore, you gotta go. Guys, so why are they cutting them off on Western Union or something? Paul, welcome back, man. El Senate staffer that were each other plowing. Yeah. She will always be the princess. Yeah. Yep. I think she's gonna be the smallest too. She's getting fat. I gotta stop feeding her so much. 2 cans a day is too much.
All right, breaking news coming in from the state of Idaho once again, but on a different story, as News Nation has just learned that the accused killer, Brian Kohlberger, accepted a plea deal. Yeah, a plea deal was offered, and he has accepted the deal. Sources are confirming that prosecutors proposed dropping the death penalty. That was the deal in exchange for Kohlberger pleading guilty to committing 4 murders and pleading guilty to burglary as well. So guilty plea in exchange for no death penalty. Now, the background on this story, you'll remember he's accused of killing those 4 University of Idaho students at their home.
The reasoning behind him not wanting the death penalty also is probably like, I bet death penalty time is harder than life. Like, I bet they are under more surveillance. They have less freedom. So he's probably thinking about all that too.
Sources say Kohlberger must also agree to spend the rest of his life in prison without any possibility of parole. So jail for life, no parole, but again, no death penalty. Must waive his right to appeal as part of this as well.
He must have talked to other,
been accepted. A court hearing for a change of
inmates about it.
Will take place on
Wednesday, he was
so in 2 days.
A law degree guy too, though. So he probably
more detail tonight on Elizabeth Vargas reports, and also on Banfield. One of many big stories we're covering. Now,
really thought he was going to get away with that
Subscribe
shit.
Below and
That's some like horror movie stuff right there. They're gonna probably make a movie about it for real, though. I don't know, maybe not. It's pretty horrific. But I mean, they made a movie about the Manson shit, didn't they? Oh, look at this. They revoked this dude's visa.
I do want to ask about Syria, but first, I just want to get very, very briefly.
I might want to go on and on,
How
Matt.
do you decide? Well, my question is going to be very, very.
Oh, all right. Yes.
How do you decide when it's okay to speak about revoking someone's visa? Because for years and years and years, decades, in fact, in covering this building, it's always the mantra has been visa records are confidential. Mm-hmm. And yet we have a situation where an entertainer in the UK has had his visa revoked very publicly by the Deputy Secretary of State in a tweet. Mm-hmm. He tweeted.
Miss Bungle. What? You don't know if he just admitted to it. What are you talking about? You really think he would admit to it if he didn't do it? He's a law degree guy. You think he's gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna spend the rest of my life? Hell no! Come on, man. There's no way. Would they? What? Why would he do that? I'm just gonna take the fall for this and spend the rest of my life in jail with no possibility of parole. Have you been locked up before?
By Secretary Rubio and confirmed by other officials. So
it's the worst thing in the world.
What's the deal with this law? Does it not really apply unless you want it to? Unless you don't want to talk about it?
Well, yeah, I can't speak to the decisions at the times of when to discuss something of this sort. What we do know is a very public dynamic with individuals. We have a very public policy and procedure and process now that we're discussing regarding national security and how we are handling the visa process. In this particular case, of course, what you're referring to is the tweet from our Deputy Secretary of State, Christopher Landau, that the State Department has revoked the U.S. visas for the members of the Bob Villain band in light of their hateful tirade at Glastonbury, including leading the crowd in death chants. Foreigners who glorify violence and hatred are not welcome visitors to our country.
That's
now,
awesome.
We've stated that when it comes to how we vet people, if they are going to be coming here to be helpful, to be nice people, to be great tourists, or if they're coming for other reasons, that every sovereign nation has a right to decide who's going to come to this country. So we've been public about that standard. And this was a very public event that violated, as you've seen from the Deputy Secretary's tweet, that very basic standard about the nature of who we want to let into the country. That's all right. It is important the American people support us taking care about who comes here. And I think his tweet and the Secretary's language and his approach on the policy speaks for itself.
Okay, so it's basically, if it's a public kind of facing thing, then
well,
you're
I didn't say that.
with...
I said in this case that's what has occurred. Right. I think that it's the policy certainly is clear for individuals, but when we're thinking about the nature of the policy itself that has been publicly discussed, they chose to do so this time.
It began as one man's answer to Pride festivals. It ended up being about, well, several dozen people's answer to Pride festivals. That's about how many showed up to Cecil D. Andrus Park last Friday and Saturday in Boise for the first ever Hetero Awesomeness Festival. Dozens. Needless to say, the turnout was not so awesome. Although the organizer, that'd be Mark Fitzpatrick of Eagle, says that number was much higher than that. Well, having the anti-LGBTQ plus event fall flat may have been enough to get people's attention. What seemed to get a lot more attention was what was said in a podcast promoting the event. So we wanted to hear from Fitzpatrick why he believes.
Here's the thing. People know that if they go to something like this, they could lose their job. There could be backlash for it. So just because people didn't show up, see, the thing is, you get applauded and praised if you go to a gay pride festival, right? So people are going to that shit just so you can be like, yeah, I went. So because they know that their neighbor is gonna be like, you did? Hey, good for you, man. You're awesome. Rainbows, everybody. You know, if you go to this other one, people might think that you're a bigoted, racist asshole or something. You're just an asshole. But I bet more people actually wanted to go to it than did. If it would have been, I don't know. I don't know how we would have gotten more people, but I think people are scared.
This festival was a success, and whether he agrees with the comments made during his podcast appearance from the grounds of the festival.
People are scared to be proud unless they're gay.
Impression of the weekend was big success.
You're not allowed to be white
we
and proud,
did what
we
said we were going to do, which is provide a free event for people to come and celebrate traditional family values, gather together with kids. We had the kids zone set up. We had a stage set up with great music. We had some things to contend with for sure, one of which was some chilly and rainy weather on Friday that I think kept quite a few people away. And then some chilly weather on Saturday that was breezy. And then we also had the onslaught of nonstop attacks from the morally bankrupt, degenerate Pride community on anybody that mentioned that they were going to get involved with our event in the months leading up to it, which caused a lot of sponsors and people to say they weren't going to be involved or attend.
Could it be that people just didn't want to be a part of it?
No, a lot of people wanted to be a part of it.
But they weren't.
No, we had 700 people show up to the event, 700 to 1,000 over the weekend.
That's a success, though. For $85,000 that you spent.
Take a seat, please. Take a seat. We've got come on in, man. Mark, the founder of the Old State Saloon, joining us.
That's the amount Fitzpatrick told the podcast Backlash he spent on the two-day event.
One thing I learned is these are expensive. Because like even just like the police officers are $11,500 plus security. We have security that's $7,000. Anyways, it all comes up to $85,000, and I told them we've only raised about $20,000 to $25,000.
This is not about money. If it was about money, I would have charged more than $5 for a beer. This is about doing what we said we were going to do and celebrate traditional family values during this month, when a lot of the country feels like they're expected to celebrate the moral depravity of what Pride tries to do at their events.
Last time we talked to you about this a year ago, you said this wasn't about hate. But yet you had somebody there on site premises, and you spoke on the podcast, somebody who very much promotes hate. How do you respond to that?
How do you promote hate?
I don't know what people.
Well, on that same podcast,
oh my
host
God,
David Riley said,
I think I saw this part. Let me see.
This about Boise.
Boise's, it's a really.
Yep. Oh God, he says there's not any black people there. It was so bad. I don't know, dude. I heard him say this, and I was like, what the fuck are they doing, man? Are they trying to start a civil war in their city?
Really nice place. It's
for
beautiful.
An American city.
It's top-notch American city.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There are still very good bars around, great food. There's the Basque District.
There we go.
Again, it's clean. There aren't any black people here.
And tons of Mormons, which
There's
is
a lot of Mormons.
chef's kiss in a city.
I'm sorry, but you can't do that, dude. You just can't do that. That's definitely racist. There are black people in the world that are amazing, dude. Like the first open heart surgeon, or one of the first open heart surgeons, Something the Lord Made. Have you seen the movie called Something the Lord Made? This movie right here you haven't seen it? You might as well see it. Hold on.
Morning. Why would a doctor?
Hold on. We got fix it up. What the fuck? Where did that go? There it is. Boom.
How come?
This is where my work is done.
What is your work?
Why is this so fucking blurry? Next, we gotta go back. 44p. That ain't gonna work for me.
You must have got it. Oh, Vivian! It's working at a hospital, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's gonna see how smart you are.
Vivian, Dr. Blaylock wanted you to have this.
Excuse me, all workers punch in at the rear entrance.
He's with me.
I'm sorry, Dr. Blaylock, but that's the rules.
I don't think that she's breathing right now. I don't think that
You start off as a janitor.
The baby back there. How long?
6 months. Are you going to take this on, doctor?
No one's ever done anything as hard as this.
You can't
They don't
operate
go-
on the heart.
They don't go through any of that. This dude was a janitor, and then he started being the doctor's helper, okay? The guy was like, "Oh, I need a helper. You're gonna help me do this now instead of that janitor shit. Put the mop down." He wasn't a doctor.
That's basic.
There must be a way to get more blood
This
to
isn't
the lungs.
given like. This isn't given a very good. It's not showing a fucking shitty. Look, I'm just gonna Wikipedia it because the plot. He hires an assistant at the Vanderbilt University, expecting him to perform janitorial work. Thomas's remarkable and manual dexterity and intellectual acumen confound Blaylock's expectations, and Thomas rapidly becomes indispensable as a research partner to Blaylock in his forays into heart surgery. The film traces the two men's work when they move in 1943 from Vanderbilt to Johns Hopkins, an institute where the only black employees were janitors, and when Thomas must enter by the back door. They attack the congenital heart defect of a transposition of the great arteries, also known as blue baby syndrome, and in so doing, they launched the field of heart surgery. There wasn't a such thing until these two dudes. A black man is one of the reasons why we have heart surgery. That type of shit. So you have to be like, we don't have black people here. Fuck you, man. Like there's another way of saying that. Like, we don't have ghetto ass black people here. Huh? I can agree with that. That's good. That's not. Hey, I don't even think the black people want the ghetto. But you gotta specify that, like, not all black people are ghetto. We don't have specifically. So, like, you don't want people to think that we don't have ghetto black people. All of them are ghetto, because no. So they just didn't word that very well at all, and this is the backlash that they're going to get from it.
Yeah, you heard that.
And tons of Mormons, which
There's
is
a lot of Mormons.
chef's kiss in a city.
Food. There's the Basque district. Again, it's clean. There aren't any black people here.
And tons of Mormons, which
There's
is
a lot of Mormons.
chef's kiss in a city.
Yeah, you heard that. Boise is a clean city because
there aren't any black people here.
Okay.
And that's okay with you.
This I would not have said it. It's not what I would do. He's his own person. So whatever you want to know what he meant by it, if it was.
How did he react to it?
Kiss in a city.
Black people here.
And tons of Mormons, which
There's
is
a lot of Mormons.
chef's kiss in a city.
Yeah.
I don't know. He did stay with the same face. He's not laughing like these two. So there's that. But he was already grinning like, oh no, wait.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There are still very good bars around, great food. There's the back.
He smiled at the food. He smiled at the food. And he kept the smile.
Again,
smile went away a little bit there.
It's clean. There aren't any black people here.
And tons of.
Oh, it got a little more smiley as he said that. Had a bit more smiley, didn't it? Okay, one more time. Watch his face. We're gonna go big screen on him. A little tight there. Poke out of the way. Is he or is he not pleased about the comment?
Again, it's clean. There aren't any black people here.
And tons of Mormons, which
There's
is
a lot of Mormons.
chef's kiss in a city.
Just a very. He didn't laugh though like the other guy. He didn't really like. Maybe he felt uncomfortable about it, to give him the benefit of the doubt. I would have been like, what the fuck? What? This is their show. Like, I don't know. They're inviting me on. I don't know. Should he have said something about it right there? Should he have been like, bruh, what are you doing? Doing to me right now.
Black people.
I would not have said it. It's not what I would do. He's his own person. So whatever you want to know what he meant by it, if it was meant to be derogatory or a joke or whatever, he has his own show with his own style, and that was all it was. He was not sitting in front of any crowd of people. Nobody heard.
But if you invited him to your event and now you're saying he has his own style, that's like saying you knew already what he was bringing to the situation. So
heard what he was saying at the event.
Are you okay with it?
Okay with what?
With him saying that.
Okay. If I'm going to be not okay with things or apologize for things, I would have to apologize far more for all the wicked pride people who came into our event and did wicked things.
We don't have that on video, though.
So it doesn't mean it didn't happen. I have witnesses. I do have this stuff on video. I have a man who pretended to be, or maybe he is, I don't know, dishonorably putting on an army uniform, lying and deceiving people to get on stage.
Wait a second. Oh, they didn't tell us that. We were watching that live stream, weren't we? I think we were watching that live stream that as it was happening. I definitely saw a stream from there. Kind of long. Were we watching that live, y'all? What else here with me? None of y'all saw that? The guy got up and started singing a transgender song. But he wasn't actually a vet. All this time I thought he was a vet, a tranny vet, because he led everybody to believe he was.
Say that he's going to do one thing.
What's in your underpants? Elephants taking pride in tranny suicide.
And do an entirely different thing to promote transsexualism.
At church they condemned him and called him a she.
That's absolutely disgusting, wicked behavior. And you're focusing on some guy who whispered a comment into a mic, and you're saying that has something to do with me?
You invited him there.
That's totally
Did you not?
I invited everybody there.
But you know who he is? His whole persona is hate.
You knew
anti-Semitism and white.
That's my point too. Like, he admitted to knowing the guy has his own style. It's one thing to say, "Hey, it's not me. It's him, not me." To say he has his own style means you know his style, right? Like, or you're okay with it because that's his style.
Nationalism.
Go talk to him about it.
I've tried, but you're saying you lie down with dogs. That proverb, right? You are who you hang out with.
No, you're not.
Okay, so why?
I'm not him. He's not me. You
birds of a feather, buddy. There are too many proverbs that say the same thing for it not to be something. There's some factuality to actuality, maybe.
You know me. People know me who get to know me. I'm not racist, okay?
Okay.
All races are equal.
I'm a little racist, just a little bit.
Christ is your king.
So you denounce what he said?
I would never
Even
say what
Jesus
he said. I don't know what his
racist.
intent was. I don't know if he has.
You don't believe what he said, though.
Here's the thing. People have free speech, okay? And if they're going to make jokes or whatever, it could be derogatory. See, this is the thing is, like, I don't believe people should be derogatory with the intent to hurt somebody's feelings with what they say.
Is that close? Fitzpatrick kept saying he wouldn't have said what Dave Riley said, but I gave him many opportunities to denounce it, yet he wouldn't outright condemn it. He did say it was less a race thing and more a liberal thing. Dude. This is Fitzpatrick, by the way, when it comes to cities being clean.
See, I could have easily denounced it, just right. What I just talked about, how I talk mad shit about black people, but it's the ones that are doing the dumb shit. It's not all of them. I know that, man. It's common sense. There are a lot of good, badass black dudes out there that, like, we're lucky to have. But they need to really hold the dipshits accountable because they're making the whole race look bad. To some people, they don't give a shit that there's some good ones. They're not willing to take the time to realize it or look into it or research it or learn about it. They're just going off what they're surrounded with. And they're surrounded with shit.
Less a race.
Look at Memphis.
Thing and more a liberal thing. This is Fitzpatrick, by the way, when it comes to cities
murder
being clean
capital of the country, eh?
Just for some perspective, if it was the weather
keeping
the people away from
it.
the festival. On Friday, it was in the mid-60s. Boise got 1/1000th of an inch of rain, barely enough to register. Saturday it was 67.
Yo,
and
they're
a little
so
bit breezy.
against this thing.
Many summer festivals would pay for those kind of conditions. Fitzpatrick told us today this weekend was a great start, and he learned a lot from it that he hopes to put into planning next year's festival. Yeah, he's planning another one. We did reach out to David Riley also, who, in case you didn't know, was at the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia back in 2017. And it was Riley who apparently suggested they carry torches during that thing. And over the years, he has deleted a lot of anti-Semitic posts from social media. Riley told us today he stands by what he said, calling it a joke, but also, quote, diversity is a weakness, not a strength. The LGBTQIA plus movement is satanic. Straight white people are welcome and wanted in Idaho, end quote. And here's the thing.
But I can somewhat see how diversity can instill weakness into a group. For instance, if you get a bunch of people together that have never met their first day together, they're not going to work well together. If you get a bunch of black people together, they're used to other black people. They're used to how they work. They're used to how they operate. That's why they congregate together and they segregate each other after segregation was done away with, abolished. White people, of course, like we're going to be less. If we're together, a group of white people, we'll be less paranoid of one another. Therefore, more trustworthy. Therefore, not waste so much time on second guessing each other's shit. Maybe because if it's some dude from Compton versus somebody from your hometown, you might not think he knows what the fuck he's talking about in a certain situation. Compared to somebody that's from your hometown, that's kind of lifestyle experiences. So diversity could actually make a group weaker until they learn from another. It takes time. They have to be willing to learn from another, each other's what they know from their cultures, and then it makes you stronger. A lot of these groups that are coming into our country, or the trannies, even the gays, they don't hang out with everybody. They hang out with each other. We're not really learning from one another. We're just seeing them from a distance. Hey, look, there's a group of gay people. Group of trannies. Gays hanging out. Trannies are definitely trying to mix in, but that's just because that's the ultimate. That's their nirvana of transgenderism, which nobody can tell. And when the Mexicans are coming here, they stay together. The Haitians, they all grouped up in Springfield, Ohio, in the same community. They don't intermingle. They don't melting pot. They salad bowl. They stay separated with their cultures. They don't try to be American. Like gay people and trannies aren't trying to be normal people. They like to be on a pedestal. Not so much gay people, but the trannies for sure. They definitely want to be the first transgendered person to do something, because then they can go down in the Guinness Book of World Records.
Debated a bunch about whether we even cover this story at all today, or how we would even do it. Should we give it the attention? Because after all, this is what they want. And we get it. That's what we're doing. We're giving them attention. But in the end, it became about what I once learned from Dr. Charlene Taylor, who, when she was called the N-word in Boise's North End a few years ago, and nobody who heard somebody say that said anything about it to her, well, saying nothing is saying something. And saying Boise is a nice, clean American city because there are no black people here, it's wrong.
Are there any, though? Hold up.
But more importantly, it's racist.
Let me look at the
and should not be
demographics real
tolerated.
fast.
See, it wasn't that difficult.
If it's less than 5%, it's like, whoa. All right, what is it? Let me see. Whoa. Holy shit, it's so low, they're not even on the chart, dude. It says white, Hispanic, or white alone, not Hispanic or Latino, is 80.4%. Hispanic or Latino is 9.5%. So now we're looking at 90%, roughly. Two or more races is 7.6%. Asia, data not explicitly provided, but 7.87K residents identify as Asians. Black or African American, data not explicitly provided. This one says 1.36%. Wow. Like the lowest in the country or something? So the news reporter, wait. Is he sure it's not because it's so white there that it's so clean? Are we sure? Maybe it's something we need to look into. Why is the reporter so against actually doing some research? You're telling me it's not 40% Mexican just so that they can have clean yards and shit? No way. All Mexicans had to do all the yard work. I tell you what, dude, I would do more yard work if I actually had more yard to give a shit about, but I don't feel like that little BS strip. Fuck it. That strip of grass, I don't like it. If I actually had a yard though, dude, I would have the stuff for it. All I have is a weed eater for emergency purposes. I really gotta get at it. Badass weed eater though. Ego. It's an Ego with carbon fiber shaft. Oh man. I don't even have to tap it. It has an auto feed system. It knows how long the string is, and it makes it. One downside of that is I can't make it have a short string. But I think it's electric, but it's as powerful as a gas trimmer. But it's super quiet. I would love to. Like, one other reason I don't like doing the yard work is because cars park right there. Like, that's my yard. My yard is the strip of grass on the other side of the sidewalk. You know what I'm talking about. It doesn't even feel like it belongs to me. It feels like it's the city's. I'm somehow responsible for it. Cars parked there, so if I use my weed eater to cut the grass and weeds, it just gets, dude, it gets shit all over the car that's parked there, and I feel bad about it. Plus, it slings that grass all over me, and dogs love peeing on it. My neighbor actually got cinder blocks installed into his area like that. But he doesn't have to cut the grass. He didn't even cut it. He has some dude who comes and cuts it. I guess his landlord had them installed. My landlord doesn't do anything. He got the water to stop leaking. That wasn't even bothering me though. That was under the house. Kitty is extra sleepy today because of her injections. She got vaccinated today. Our first vaccination. Or he. It's a he. Sorry. You sent me what documentary? Move there because like, oh really? I told documentary on it. I remember when I was like 17, I think 16, 17. So it would have been like 96, 97. My brother would come home for lunch, have lunch, and take a shit in our toilet. He didn't live with us anymore. We lived close to where he worked, right down the street. Jerry Springer was on, I remember, every time too, when he would come over. Old school Jerry Springer from before they started doing the camera all crazy, so you couldn't see the fights. You could watch the fights back then. You know, the guy was a mayor of Cincinnati or something at one point. Take care of yourself and each other. What am I talking about? had something to do with, oh, my brother would come over. Or he was thinking about moving to another city, but it wasn't Boise, Idaho. It was Boston. Because he said at the time, Boston had the least amount of black people of like any city in the country. I guess he just wanted a change of scenery because, like, living in Memphis, you know, it's very black centric. Think about it. It's like what, 65% black, Memphis? I'm just gonna put it like this. Let me make sure. 61.28. You see that I'm not joshing. Not that I was 62. It says 62 to 91 here though. Here's the thing: you're not allowed to be racist when that's where you're at, because the whites are actually only 25%. They don't make up the rest of that or anything. 25%. So you're 1 in 4 people as a white person there. You're the minority, right? You're not allowed to be racist there. What are you thinking? You trying to get murdered? It's also like the murder capital of the country. So there are a lot of people that are quiet, I think, about how tired they are of the bullshit in Memphis. They see who's doing it. It's not white people killing people in Memphis. It's not white people's fault that number is so high. You murder. Oh, in 2025, Memphis was labeled homicide capital of America per capita by FBI Director Kash Patel. While the city has a high homicide rate, it's also been noted that violent crime overall has decreased. And Memphis Police Department reports that the homicide rate has dropped compared to the previous year. However, the homicide solve rate for MPD remains below the national average. That's why they're on the first 48. Even cable TV couldn't put a boot in Memphis's ass. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of them they didn't catch in the first 48. They say after that, chances are slim to none they're going to catch him. If they don't have a lead by then. Like capital. So I can imagine the people of Memphis are getting pretty fed up. The white people of Memphis, possibly, because what I was just reading recently on Reddit, actually yesterday, this morning, my days are blended together with 4 hours of sleep or whatever. Last night was a little bit more, but God damn it, the fucking chat moving, you fucking bot throws me off, dude. Oh no, it was Brody too. Okay. Because I go to read chat and I forget what I'm talking about. And when it's the bot that makes me do that, it's really upsetting. But if it's not, and I'm like ignoring people, I prefer to not ignore people, you know? If I really wanted. Oh, really? I was wondering about that. Like, if that's what it was. This disgruntled wannabe firefighter that, like, didn't pass the test or wasn't given the option because they did a psych eval on him and they were like, no, buddy, you're too fucked up in the head, bro. You ain't acting right. You gotta go home now. Huh? Maybe lay down. Take your medicine. He's like, what'd you say to me, boy? My grandpappy was a firefighter. And he was a white supremacist. I know what today is. I'm gonna get you motherfuckers for this. Never forget when they made us burn down our thing. Yeah, I don't know if did you see that? It's supposedly also like the anniversary of their white supremacist compound having to get burned down. Some philanthropist of his bought it up just so that the fire department can use it as a training ground. He did it on the day, like 20 years later. We're putting the dots together here, though, Brody. Appreciate you, man. Both of them, probably. I got this card that says Bessie on it, though. He'll never know his first name was Bessie. I tell him. He's really sleeping today. Thinking about buying a light to put in there, like a lamp or something that I can turn on whenever I'm not in there. That way the fan's not going all loud. I forgot I was going to turn the audio on for it. Maybe I can deactivate, enable audio. I don't hear anything. Wait, where the fuck did it go? Oh, I have to activate it. There you go, Sister. Oh, it's gonna poop or something. Why does it have to fucking do it? No, don't do it. It's doing it. No. Don't do it on the other side every time. Did it pull it down? Oh man. I'm right. God damn it. I'm gonna have to go buy more of those, actually. Acting very good now, is she? He being a little feisty little shit. Oh, there it comes. Oh, he's taking a shit. Oh, there it goes. You see it? I gotta go get it. bad angle. He smells like shit right now, by the way. He needs to lick it off. I can't handle him very much right now because they said the stuff needs to do its thing first. Medication needs to absorb, so I can't give him a bath today. Not until tomorrow. So, I don't know. I tried to wipe it a little bit, but I can't even... Bro, I really wish I might have diarrhea from the shot vaccine. It was juicier. It wasn't clumped up. It looked like the food almost. Did he just piss? Bro, if this fucking cat just pissed right when I sat down. If he did, he's sitting in it. That's amazing. Did he get in trouble? Why not? Wait, that's a long time ago. Look at old shit. He killed an eagle, though. I wanted to turn the fan off in there by getting a different light to put up.
The Supreme Court delivered an incredible victory for parental rights activists in a case called Mahmoud versus Taylor. It centered around a case that happened where I live in Montgomery County, Maryland. I've been covering this case for 2 years since I accidentally drove by a protest outside of the school board in the summer of 2023. And it centers around the idea that parents should have the right to opt their children out of LGBTQ books that are anything about gender and sexuality, not necessarily LGBTQ. So there was a group of parents who were majority Muslim, most of them immigrants. There was also a lot of Ethiopian Christians who, at the bottom of an email that they got from the school district, were notified that they would no longer be allowed to opt their children out of books that they believed violated their religious rights. And so they approached the school board and they said, hey guys, this is a violation of our religious beliefs. And they were met with silence. They were totally ignored. And so then they started protesting outside the school board meetings. Simultaneous to their decision to protest, they filed a lawsuit. They lost it at both the district level and then again at the next level. And they appealed to the Supreme Court. And at that point, Beckett Law Firm decided to take their case for them and brought it to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court accepted the case. And oral arguments happened in April. And it was a really fascinating conversation. And even Alana Kagan said, even parents who aren't religious might object to this content. But the content was objectionable on its face, religious or not. There was one book called Born Ready that focused on a transgender child. And the brother of that child said, this doesn't make sense. You can't just become a boy. And the mom chided him and said, well, this isn't about making sense. This is about love. Implication being, if you don't believe that someone can change their gender, you're not a loving person. Another one of the books that was actually for the kindergarten age was called Pride Puppy. These books are just not well written and not well illustrated. They're not terribly engaging. But what was really telling was at the end of the book, they had a word search. And so there were words at the back of the book, and you can look for those pictures in the book. This is for kindergarten age. Some of the words that you could search for in the book were drag king, drag queen, lace, leather I think was in there, high heels, insulin pump. These are not topics that I think the vast majority of parents of kindergarten age kids would feel comfortable with their kids learning. So now, sort of after this Supreme Court decision, we're going to see how does the county handle this. And the county, in their first initial email to parents and staff afterwards, said that it made it more difficult for them to foster an inclusive and welcoming environment for students. It didn't. It just made it more difficult for them to promote their own agenda. But for these families who were religious, who didn't have any options because they were mostly immigrants and lower class people who didn't have the luxury of going to private school or homeschooling. And that's something that Samuel Alito in his majority opinion said, that, you know, you can't deny people a public benefit because of their religious beliefs. And so it was on that basis that the Supreme Court, in a 6-3 decision, voted in favor of these parents.
Violent confrontation. Violent confrontation caught on video involving masked federal agents in Santa Ana.
And witnesses say a man was beaten with a baton and pepper sprayed.
What the fuck is wrong with YouTube right now? It's not letting me do the normal shit.
Violent confrontation caught on video involving masked federal agents in Santa Ana.
And witnesses say a man was beaten with a baton and pepper sprayed in broad daylight yesterday. KTLA 5's Annie Rose Ramos has the video and also reaction from Santa Ana.
Well, all of this happening right here in the middle of the street yesterday afternoon, just behind me. And we just spoke to a couple who works at a nearby business. They say they heard the commotion coming from the street, came out to see a man in his 40s being apprehended by masked agents.
The agents pepper spray him. He's on the ground, face down, like he has no way of defending himself. He got pepper sprayed twice in the face. I would see the gentleman like trying to pull his hands out, but it wasn't to resist them. It was to wipe his face, and he was crying, "Help, help," and the screams.
He wasn't giving them his
all of this
hands.
Happening right around 2 in the afternoon yesterday off Main Street in Santa Ana. Eyewitnesses telling us it started with one man in his 40s getting apprehended on the street. Masked officers with uniforms that say Border Patrol pepper spraying that man who was screaming for help. That's when bystanders started stepping in, yelling at the officers.
This is what they're trained to do, dude. The Dems tell these people to just scream for help if they get pulled over by ICE. So, like, this is what we get now. These people resisting arrest, screaming for help because they know that it's not going to be a bigger charge on them or anything. There's nothing more is going to happen for them doing this. They're going to get kicked out regardless. But this allows them to make a fucking scene, look like they're helpless, screaming for help, like they need fucking help. They know what the hell's going on. And then, like, and once they get pepper sprayed, they look like the victim. Oh, poor guy.
Including the two men you see here.
An idiot. That's what's problem.
A officer, I don't know what
you think. What you think if the police in Mexico or whatever country he came from went up to him and told him, "Put your fucking hands behind your back"? Do you think he'd resist their asses? Because their jails and prisons are much worse than ours. And they could probably have much more corruption where they can just bring him around back and beat his ass. Because I heard multiple stories when I was in the Navy, going to, I lived in San Diego, going to Tijuana all the time. Sailors would come back. One dude came back with his teeth broken. It happened in jail from the jailers, the police and shit. So they wouldn't act like that in their town.
Buzz just ran towards the other gentleman,
trained to do that by the Dems. Yeah, do that. That's what you do.
His brother
That's what you do here.
And that's when they just started resisting and just they were really trying to fight him off, and that's just when it went downhill.
As federal officers are taking them both into custody, you can see agents violently forcing one of the men to the ground, while one of the officers repeatedly strikes that man with a baton.
He hit him one time, and the guy was
to go
massive.
to the hospital after being released from federal custody in order to get stitches
what they asked
for what he is describing as a beating. KTLA has reached out to the Department of Homeland Security about this incident and is awaiting a response. But there have been multiple reports of federal enforcement operations in and around this area.
Oh, this news station's
including this one, also in Santa Ana.
I've learned ATLA is the worst that there is in the country for propaganda, for leftist propaganda. This is the mother. I think they might be worse than MSNBC.
A few weeks ago, showing a landscaper by the name of Narciso Barranco
They're
being
trying
detained.
to take the top position.
You can see he was repeatedly struck while being apprehended. Federal authorities saying that's because he assaulted them with a weed trimmer while also trying to run away. The mayor of Santa Ana now speaking out about these apprehensions.
The thing is, don't wave a weed trimmer at federal agents while you're running around and shit. Probably not a good idea. We need to teach them not to do that, because there are a lot of them with weed whackers in the country that might want to do that.
In our city.
Not okay.
The way that they are arresting people are inhumane. They look like they're inexperienced, untrained federal agents. We'd like to say stop and get out of our city. I would love to do that. We have no authority to do that. This is a federal issue. President Trump has given this directive, and they are following his directive.
And this happening so often here in Santa Ana, the police department now telling their community if anyone has seen a sign of an immigration raid, like an abandoned car or an abandoned food truck, to contact them immediately. They're going to try and reunite some of those vehicles with the families of who they belong to. Reporting from Santa Ana.
No more fan noise. I can't do it.
5 News.
Go crazy.
The Washington Post is reporting new leaked information from anonymous U.S. officials related to the recent U.S. airstrikes on Iran. This time, the Post says the U.S. has intercepted communications between Iranian leaders, describing the strikes as insignificant. And the White House is now responding.
Oh, really?
According to the Post, the U.S. intercepted calls between Iranian officials who questioned the extent of the damage. The Iranians saying the strikes were less devastating than they had expected, according to 4 anonymous sources who spoke to the Post. This latest report follows a leak last week of a preliminary defense intelligence assessment that suggested the damage from the bombs may have set Iran's nuclear ambitions back by only a few months, but that assessment could change. The White House is responding to the latest leak of intel and promising a crackdown and accountability against classified intelligence getting into reporters' hands.
Yeah, but is it true?
While also dismissing claims the operation wasn't a significant blow to Iran's nuclear program. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt responded to the Post report, saying it's shameful that the Washington Post is helping people commit felonies by publishing out-of-context leaks. The notion that unnamed Iranian officials know what happened under hundreds of feet of rubble is nonsense. Their nuclear weapons program is over. The Pentagon and the FBI have confirmed an investigation is underway into who leaked the classified preliminary assessment. And over the weekend, President Trump suggested investigators could soon go to the media directly to get information on their sources.
You tweeted the Democrats leaked an intelligence.
Really?
They should be prosecuted. Who specifically? Do we know who did it? Will you be able to find out?
They could find out. If they wanted, they could find out easily. You know, you go up and tell the reporter, national security, who gave it. You have to do that. And I suspect we'll be doing things like that.
As for the efficiency of the strikes, different intelligence assessments point to different conclusions. While the preliminary defense intelligence and some Iranian reports suggest little damage done, other assessments, like from the CIA, Israeli Defense Forces, and a nuclear watchdog, point to excessive destruction at Iran's nuclear sites. Our Ryan Robertson has a report out now interviewing a retired Air Force Lieutenant General about the conflicting assessments and why it may take months to learn more about what's under the rubble at Iran's nuclear sites. You can find Ryan's full report at san.com or by downloading the Straight Arrow News mobile app today.
Dude, I saw 2 black kids in San Pedro with a bucket and a sign about somebody's funeral. The bucket had money, like it was clear like a water, a gallon water thing or something. You can see a bunch of bills inside of it. Here's what's like, dude. Before I was able to get to the light, they stepped out into the lane and were like in my lane before I was at where I was supposed to be. Like they walked in front of my car and then like we're like thugging it car to car. I'm sitting here thinking like, are they even like from this neighborhood? They travel on a bus here to lie about some bullshit funeral? Because I saw the car behind me gave them some change or whatever. So I don't know. We got people coming from Romania doing that shit. There are definitely people from America doing it. He's probably not even dead. They just get a picture of their boy on there, write some story. Or they get a picture from the internet and act like they're collecting money for some dude that actually did die, but they don't even know him. That's what the Romanians are doing. They had some pictures, like a stock photo, but some kid that went missing like 10 years ago or something. They were all using the same one. All over the country. Weird. Camping and dandelion around. Ow. A vet said the chin was scabs, so it could have gotten hurt out there or something, I guess. I guess that's what he was saying. Like something happened, probably. I think he's had a pretty rough life up to now. 6 to 8 weeks old. So at least 6, maybe 8 weeks he's been out there. Unless somebody was like, they got him at 4 weeks and decided they didn't want him anymore or something weird. Just put him outside. He's very domesticated. Maybe it's that fan being on constantly with the white noise that's making him more. But like I said, he's going to be lethargic today. He was trying, dude. He keeps trying to rip up the flooring. I was probably trying it. I swear Simon's parent came and visited him when he was younger. And I bet Sweet Peas does. Probably comes and sees her in a window and might recognize her. But there was a cat in my last place in California that when I first got him, it was right outside my door, just sitting there. But Simon acted really strange. He didn't act that way at all. When he would see my neighbor's cats, he didn't act like that. But when he saw that cat, he acted like he knew it. It was like perked up and ran around the house and shit and wanted to see. I think I took him outside and like let them look at each other for a little while. I was just thinking, I wonder if that's a relative, mom or dad, coming to say hi. How do you know they remember? You can't get in their head, man. Dude, my cat, I left for a couple months. Simon, like a month and a half or something. One of the two. I think it was over a couple months the last time. Because I stayed 6 months out of a year in Europe. So, 3 trips. One of the trips is longer than the other 2. So I think that's when I overstayed. But when I came back, he looked at me like I was like a ghost, dude. He was on top of that right there. And other place I was living, he looked freaked out. He definitely recognized me. He thought I was dead. And man, all his fur was coming out when I was petting him, as if my neighbor had never petted him when I was gone. I mean, not my neighbor, my roommate. Oh no, that must have been the first trip then. That was the longest I had left him ever at that time. The first trip he freaked out the most. Yep. This whiskey doesn't have near the. This is my whiskey test. If you ever want to know if you really got a good whiskey or not, lots of flavor. You drink it straight out of like one of these, but then you just leave the cup out overnight and let it dry out. Don't rinse it. Then you smell it. That's what then you really know the flavor of your whiskey. That's what's really there, minus all that alcohol scent. You can really get down to it. This one's got a lot of wood. Like, almost smells like I'm sniffing on some pine wood or something. And a little bit of sweetness, but that's about it. But if I like you'll also notice bottom of the glass. You see how there's like nothing down there. There's no remnants of anything. I actually saved my. I haven't rinsed the other glass yet. This is just the other whiskey, and it dried. You see that dot there? It's sediment that was inside the whiskey. You can't see it. It's microscopic. But when you let it evaporate like that, it builds up. The more of it there is, usually, the more flavorful, more nuanced the whiskey is. And it just comes from the wood and aging processes. Trippy, huh? And this has more scent to it. A little more nuance, so kind of like caramel added to it, maybe a little pecan. Unfortunate. But we got a shit ton of the Knob Creek 9. That's where we're at. That's where we're at, son. I wish this bottle wasn't so damn big. Wanted to try it, but with a smaller bottle, but I had no choice. But you can't take alcohol back. Come back. Interesting. Even really, they would usually not like each other anymore. Male or female. Raids impact on Hollywood.
The immigration raids in Southern California have brought uncertainty and fear to immigrants. They are scared to go to work. They are scared to go to the market. They're even scared to go to schools. The raids are happening at parking lots, courthouses, even outside of churches. No location seems to be safe. Even the very foundation of Hollywood is being impacted. From utility workers to craftspeople to studio janitors, many are being affected.
And we are joined live in studio by Elaine Welsh, the staff writer from The Ankler, and she just reported on the hidden workforce behind the entertainment industry. Thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you wrote a really great article on this and talked about the paralysis we're kind of seeing in LA right now. Public transit empty, a lot of businesses that people go to all the time. They're just noticing less people. What are you hearing from workers, and how is this impacting the entertainment industry?
So anything that impacts the LA community winds up impacting the entertainment business and vice versa. It's so woven into the fabric of this city. And so I was curious, how is this impacting the Hollywood community? You know, it's major studios and production companies. They have very strict employment verification processes. But, you know, Hollywood as a community, as an industry, is built on the shoulders of immigrants like so many other industries. And, you know, I was talking to the leader of La Una Local 724, Alex Aguilar, and he was telling me, you know, it really isn't about the legality. It's about, like, you know, when you have immigrants and citizens who are scared to go to work because they're afraid of being racially profiled, because they're...
Are you telling me that there aren't any Americans that would love to work in the movie industry if these illegals weren't taking all the jobs because they're willing to get paid pennies on the dollar? There's not Americans. I know plenty of Americans that would love just to be on sets, just to be able to witness some backstage shit as a janitor, even whatever. So get the fuck out of here, you know? Let Americans do that shit. Don't be coming here illegal thinking you're going to be taking our good job. That's a good job, man. Right? A damn good job. That's not a janitor at school. You're fucking clean up throw up all day. You might have the chance to bump into a movie star or something.
Concerned that because of the color of their skin and
why the fuck would we have illegals in that sort of like secured location? Because it's really hard to get into that area because of the movie stars being in there. They actually are targets for some people also. I'm surprised a movie star has never gotten stabbed by an illegal inside of the movie, like inside of there, because they're not like, how are they properly vetting an illegal immigrant? And I already read that. I did not call me. I think random. Oh, you remember?
Have an accent that their law enforcement will perceive them as illegal, and so, you know, he has, you know, all of his members, 1,800 members in this union who are, you know, craftspeople who support carpenters and painters, people who build the very sets that these TV shows and films are made from, you know, who work as janitors in these studios, who are afraid to go to work now. And, you know, this is really a part of the Hollywood workforce that is unseen. It's not part of the glamorous veneer of the community.
Actually, the reason why is because I spend constantly with them. She has only seen one other human in her life. I believe it's only one other human. The inspector came over one day, and maybe she's seen a mailman. Maybe the door open was saw a mailman got in the house. Like, Simon's hung out with just me for like 15 years straight. Oh, we had a roommate, some roommates in the very beginning. But okay, maybe not 15 years straight, but just me. We're gonna go 11 years. They remember me, dude. I have like if they get lost, they'll just a beacon. They'll come to me. They'll smell me from 100 miles away. I smell like them.
Community, but is an integral part of the workforce.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Elaine, as a reporter, what was the moment where you're like, I have to do this story and focus on this? Because I know I've been covering this as well, of just the Hollywood workforce in general. A lot of these companies are bare bones at this time just because of the lack of work out there. So what point did you say, I need to look at this angle of it?
Well, I was wondering, how disruptive has it been? You know, you look at something like the LA fires. Again, anything that happens to LA winds up impacting the business, and, you know, it's also something that it hits close to home, because, you know, I grew up as an undocumented immigrant, and it turns out when I was talking to a number of, you know, labor leader unions like Alex Aguilar, like TV writer Rafael Agustin, who also spoke to me for this story. He was a writer on Jane the Virgin. It turns out that all three of us had grown up undocumented. You know, we were here since we were really little kids, and it's just something where you never know who it winds up impacting. And
these undocumented people get some high-level positions.
Something that's when you look at the immigrant workforce that makes up Hollywood, it's an essential part, even though it's not the part that we necessarily think about when we think about the entertainment business.
Absolutely. As you say, it touches so many people in different ways. Growing up undocumented, as we cover these stories, these ICE raids, what do you feel like people are missing? There are many who are saying, okay, well, you need to be legal, and they're blowing off everything that's happening.
Well, for example, I'll tell you something that Alex Aguilar, you know, local 724 leader, told me. He said, you know, when these studio chiefs walk onto a studio lot and, you know, the trees are perfectly manicured and the studio sidewalks are clean, the people who are making that happen are the people in his labor union, you know, who are here completely legally, you know, but are scared to come to work now because they're afraid of being racially profiled on their way in or out of work. So this is...
You know what I think it is? They're not actually here legally. A lot of these fuckheads got fake papers, and they're able to get positions as legal migrants that Americans can't get because America tries to lift up the legal migrants. But these companies don't properly vet the paperwork. They just go off the paperwork and the card they're looking at because they can do that. They're not liable to verify what looks like. If it looks right, they're able to just say, hey, it looks good to me, man. Sorry, man, I didn't know. Why aren't they showing up? Bullshit. I don't buy that they're all legal and they're just not showing up because they don't want to get racially profiled. They don't want to get talked to. What's the big deal?
Is something that impacts the entire community, you know, regardless of status. And oftentimes, you know, people grow up in mixed status households where, you know, a spouse or another family member is undocumented or somebody's here legally on a work permit.
Dude, the Dems will eat that shit up, though. You know they will. Dude, they eat anything that's fed to them on these channels.
But is concerned about the future of, you know, their residency here because they see everything that's happening around them and are afraid of getting swept up in these raids.
And I mean, writing this story from your perspective too, you brought up that you did grow up undocumented. What obstacles did you face growing up like that?
Well, it's difficult. You know, you can't qualify for financial aid when you're applying to college. You're always looking over your shoulder. And despite the fact that, you know, I grew up feeling American and I grew up, you know, feeling very...
You can't apply for any kind of financial aid? I don't know about that, dude. There was a bunch of illegals that were... Maybe she was a kid, but something happened where illegals were going to college, dude. And they were getting federal grant money for it. That's financial aid.
Very much so. Like, this is my home. You know, some of the most hardworking, scrappy.
They were like, maybe she was more undocumented even than the Biden people. She was like, her parents came through. She was a her parents were fucking gotaways, dude, and she made it to this position. Actually, that's what's going on.
Patriotic people that you will meet are, you know, young, undocumented Americans who very much so feel like this is their home and are very supportive of where they are. And it can just be it puts you into a real existential crisis when you feel like your home.
They're so supportive of where they are when they want more of their friends to keep on coming. They're inviting their family. They're saving up so that the cousin Eddie can come up. You'll remember what was going on, dude. They were saving so that they could get more family up here quick before Biden was out of office. And she supports that shit. And she's supposed to be an American, like a patriot, probably. In her mind, she's a patriot.
Not the place that's telling you you belong.
Right, absolutely. Well, we appreciate your perspective so much in this really great article. Elaine, thank you for being with us this morning.
Here if you're
Guys,
illegal.
For a link to Elaine's article on The Ankler, you can check out our website, kcalnews.com, and click Seen on TV.
They want us to change it to undocumented. They want us to say undocumented migrant rather than saying illegal, alien or illegal immigrant. Undocumented. It sounds better. They're just undocumented, dude. It's nothing illegal about it anymore. It's only it's like in a traffic ticket. It's a civil offense. They say all this shit. It's bullshit though, because the second time they come through uninvited, it's a felony. The first time it's a misdemeanor, and that's definitely more than a traffic ticket. That's like reckless driving, which, I mean, do we want them coming here reckless driving? They're already acting like they're going to, and some of them are. Some of them have killed people. And got to somehow convince. See, here's the thing: the fight ain't over, y'all. The fight ain't over because the Dems are constantly going to be trying to convince Republicans that they're right about this shit, and it's gonna keep on happening. We're gonna keep deporting people this whole term. So people are also gonna, like, maybe some of them can be convinced to switch up what they're thinking. This.
We are now 23 days into the increase of immigration raids in Los Angeles, and they are showing no.
It has a countdown on MSNBC. There's a day that
signs of slowing down. Raids continue today at workplaces across the city, like the one shown here at a Home Depot in Cypress Park. Throughout the crackdown in LA, we have been able to have eyes and ears on the ground to give us footage like this, thanks to volunteers and groups like Unión del Barrio, who are committed to providing a rapid response to the raids. Today, NBC's
Jacob. This is the second news channel that's promoting a small content creator that is ousting ICE operation. It's a different one. Different channel also.
Sobroff met with the members of that organization, talked to them about their efforts to support and protect the immigrant communities in their city. Here's some of that conversation.
So we're here right now. We're being very vigilant, looking at not only like federal agents, ICE agents, CBP, ERO, FBI, HSI, but we're also here looking out for honestly vigilantes that are being paid to be out here and hunt down and kidnap our people. We know that specifically Home Depot has been a hot spot recently in South Central and in the greater Southern California area. So that's why we chose this area this morning,
being paid by
because
who?
People are afraid, and when they see people like us here, when they see Unión del Barrio here, they see other community members that are here saying we support you, saying that we know that you're just trying to work. We're saying we know that you have to work, and so we're just going to be here to ensure that your rights are defended. It makes the community feel better. It makes the workers feel better.
Joining our conversation, NBC News correspondent Jacob Sobroff. Jacob, tell us about Unión del Barrio's efforts. What more you learned today?
Well, you heard Alicia Lupe there talking about how Home Depot has been a hotspot, and despite, of course, the stated line of the administration that they're going after the worst of the worst in criminals, now that we enter this fourth week of wide-scale immigration enforcement across the streets of L.A., she's exactly right. That was around 6 o'clock this morning when I talked to her.
They're taking the parking up. Home Depot's tired of it.
Around 10:45, Sprinter vans
Doesn't Home
filled
Depot
with heavily armed tactical agents.
Doesn't Home Depot have its own thing where you can have them help you, like, or they like come out and do some shit? Do they do that? Do they have like a handyman service? Let me check that out for you, Brian. Is Brian here? Hey, one in the chat if your name's Brian. I'll give you free months to my OnlyFans. That's a good deal, man.
Showed up. Here's a photo of it at the Home Depot in Cypress Park, Los Angeles, on Figueroa. They went there to detain day laborers dressed like that. And I think maybe they got one or two gentlemen, picked them up, and took them off.
What was I looking up, y'all? I forgot.
It's part of the reason that Unión del Barrio is on the streets of Los Angeles every day, part of a much larger effort to have a community-based coalition of people literally looking out for their neighbors and their friends and their fellow community members. I want to show you a little bit more of what it was like to be out there so early this morning before this raid took place with those.
Oh, Brody got done talking and just left, or what?
Activists and community members as they watched out for other people in the community.
Brody was like, I'm out of here.
People are not working. People aren't going grocery shopping. People are sending their kids to go to work. It's really bad.
I'm saying he didn't even respond to my response.
Level, like pandemic, beginning pandemic kind of level, where we're seeing people not being able to make rent because they're afraid to go to work. Sending their kids to go do vendor work for them.
I don't approve of
it's really sad.
Even as we're standing here
at all,
I'm watching the three of you. Your head is almost like on a swivel. All of you kind of looking around the parking
lot. Baby
yeah,
lives in there.
I'm looking
the
for
bathroom now.
The tried and true, like undercover.
I can smell it just thinking about
that these masked kidnappers are using, and we're saying masked kidnappers because we have no idea if they're agents of some federal agents or they're the mercenaries that are in town. We have no idea. So we just say anything that looks and matches what we're looking for, we're vigilant.
So that's part of the terrorization, Alicia, is that the members of the community don't know oftentimes who these people are rolling up to Home Depot parking lots or, the agricultural fields a couple weeks ago, or you name it, wherever they show up. The other thing I want to really emphasize and underline, Chavo, Lupe, everybody there has other jobs. They have day jobs. So the two women that you saw in the clip there are educators, and they were going off to the schools. I know it's summer school, but going off to work at school. Chavo works in the healthcare industry, community health. They're doing this because they care about Los Angeles. They're doing this because they care about their neighbors. They're handing out those exact flyers because they want people to understand what the vehicles look like when they roll up in the community, driving around every single morning for the past 23, going on 24 days. In this unprecedented effort by the federal government.
Well, you work in education, you work in healthcare, you also understand the devastating impact this can have on a community. You talk, Jacob, about the mass agents there. There's reporting, I'm sure you've seen it, of people posing as federal agents amid these raids. Your sense, speaking with Unión del Barrio, like how concerned are these groups about the fact that they reference it there, they can no longer tell who is ICE and who is not?
I think it's one of the top concerns. You hear language like bounty hunters or vigilantes or mercenaries. The reason that people on the street are using this language is not to be derogatory towards federal agents. They sincerely, genuinely feel like they do not know who is out there coming after them and coming after people who are in their community. And there have been arrests of people who are impersonating federal agents, trying to commit crimes against a vulnerable population here in the city. And that's the other part of this. That's why local law enforcement doesn't participate in immigration enforcement action, civil immigration enforcement, because it scares people away from reporting things like violent crimes, burglaries, rapes, homicides. That's the situation now Los Angeles finds itself in, where people don't want to pick up the phone and call law enforcement because they don't know who's out on the streets and who might show up when they do that.
Do 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 do. Do 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 I don't even know what song that is. The thing just came to my head. Oh, wait. No. I fucking ate you, dick. All right, one more time, and we're gonna get that. I didn't get it that time. My throat started itching. I couldn't do it. Can't find a match. That service sucks. That's definitely what the song sounds like.
The plan is to... The United States Marine Corps is cutting funding for Tomahawk missiles. The Corps was planning to use the munitions in its long-range fires program. Now, Nemesis will do the heavy lifting. The U.S. Marine Corps stood up its first long-range fires battery back in 2023. As the name implies, the purpose of an LRF battery is to hit enemy targets at long range, most likely while deployed on islands in the Pacific. The Corps' initial plan was to field a total of 56 LRF launchers using a mix of land attack and maritime strike Tomahawk cruise missiles. But according to the newly released FY 2026 budget documentation, the Marine Corps came to the conclusion the LRF system was not able to be employed in austere, expeditionary littoral environments and made the decision to terminate the program. The Corps will transfer the Tomahawks it has to the Army and Navy and remove the LRF launchers from service. But the Marines still have a mission to fulfill in the Pacific, deterring or defeating the
they put them in a different vehicle or something?
The official name for China's maritime forces. So the Corps is going all in on the Navy Marine Corps Expeditionary Ship Interdiction System, or Nemesis. It's a ground-based anti-ship missile capability that is paired with the Rogue Fires autonomous vehicle from Oshkosh Defense. Each Nemesis launcher can fire 2 naval strike missiles built by Kongsberg. NSMs are pretty good at turning boats into new habitats for fish. The first 6 Nemesis Rogue Fires units were delivered to the Corps in December of 2024. The system was deployed for the first time in April of this year during a joint military exercise in the Philippines. The plan is to have 48 launchers in service by March 2026. For its FY26 budget proposal, the Corps is requesting almost $222 million for new Nemesis procurements after not buying any in fiscal year 2025. The Corps wants to start the build on 36 new Nemesis launchers, but these will be upgraded variants that will make targeting easier and could add extended ranges to the missiles. Most of that information is classified, though. Deliveries on the new Block 2 launchers is expected to start in 2028. In addition to Nemesis platforms, the Corps is also requesting just shy of $14.5 million for the initial procurement of an advanced fire control system for HIMARS launchers as well. For more reporting like this, download the Straight Arrow News app today.
Autonomous, bruh. Yo, Marines are going to be what they used to be. Like, Marines are going to kind of be like living off the valor of D-Day. When they're going to be like, actually now with like,
yeah, let's get them, guys. All right, I'm on the left. Let's go.
It's going to be they're going to be like 50 miles behind enemy lines.
Go Marines! Yeah, the proud, the few, the brave.
We'll see what happens. I hope we have to go to war, but I mean, if we do, it's not going to look nothing like we're used to seeing. No, you have to put the women, the trannies, and the elderly up front, because the enemy won't want to shoot them. They'll feel bad about it.
Mental health is deteriorating day by day. We have endured death threats. My 13-year-old daughter is afraid to sleep in her own bedroom because she's fearful of what may happen to her. In the reality,
Carmela might
we were
stab
just
her?
notified yesterday that we could begin to withdraw funds. And it still takes several days to receive those funds.
Are you scared of Carmela, though? Scared.
I don't know why we are being targeted and discriminated against before a fair trial. Our son deserves the same
Everybody
rights
knows.
under the law that everyone is afforded to.
Right.
He's been raised in a two-parent home.
In a public
with
event.
Structure,
Saw it.
stability, love, and we put God first in everything that we do.
Oh, everything.
We believe in the Constitution. We believe in the laws of this state. But those laws must apply to all of us, not just some of us.
Hi guys, my name is Modi and you are welcome to Modi Speaks. So yeah, we all witnessed the drama together, okay? All the victims of drama acting like their son was the one who senselessly lost his life. We all saw all the unnecessary acting and weeping from these actors, the husband and the wife. If you are new to this case, you will even think that these two individuals are the ones who lost their son to a senseless killer. They think...
Oh, you think she does, though? Madi's Nudes. Got 83,000 subs in here. You know, there's at least like 2,000 that would OnlyFans up right now, probably. For $5. See them titties. What, you don't think so? I bet there are. 83,000 subs? At least 2,000. Probably 5,000 more, maybe even more. That's $5 a pop? Well, she could be making bank, at least for that first month, for sure.
Crying and acting heartbroken on camera is going to exonerate Carmelo, their son. They think the law looks at their tears before making her verdict. They were hoping to sway the decision of the court by emotionally manipulating the public. But they are quickly realizing that that is not how things work in the legal system. You see, when this news first broke, so many airheads and divisive individuals came on the internet to spew the story however they want, okay? Oh, Carmelo is innocent. He was defending himself. Texas law states that you have the right to defend yourself. Oh, the two white boys tried to jump him and that was why he defended himself by killing one of them. The white boys effed around and they rightfully found out. There was a lot of ignorant remarks from left, right, and center. It was so annoying watching them spew all sorts of rubbish and thinking that the case is going to be judged based on the lies they are spreading. But currently, everyone is slowly finding out that it doesn't actually work that way. But anyway, I digress. Today, we're going to be discussing the fact that Carmelo Anthony has been indicted with first-degree murder and that his parents are claiming inability to take care of the financial elements of his case. And therefore, they are claiming indigence.
Thanks for being on Twitch, Sister T, unlike all these other
Carmelo's give send go goal to almost $1.4 million.
What?
Oh,
is that
this
real?
is unbelievable.
What?
This is unbelievable.
Oh, that's what they won.
This is so hilarious.
That's what they
According to the
raised.
Daily Mail, Anthony's latest court docket has asked for taxpayer-funded legal counsel for his trial, despite a recent fundraiser that raised almost $600,000. Outrageously, the family raised their fundraising goal to $1.4 million, with the Anthonys saying some of the cash would go on trauma counseling. Yeah. Sarah Fields, an investigative journalist, went more in depth. She says, breaking, Carmelo Anthony submitted an indigent packet to Collin County Court requesting court-appointed legal representation as an indigent, in brackets, financially destitute defendant. However, just 24 hours ago, the Anthony family updated their Give Send Go campaign to reflect a need to raise an additional $1.4 million for a legal team. Carmelo Anthony's mother, Kayla Hayes, who manages the Give Send Go, stated on April 17th, that was 2 months ago, that they had just gained access to the funds. At the time, they had already raised $350,000. The fundraiser has now reached $538,000. According to a source, their current known attorney, Mike Howard, is more than likely charging a retainer fee of $10,000 to $30,000 and charges $400 to $500 per hour. Where did the money go? Why do they need $1.4 million? Will they be granted indigence? An appointed attorney with a give send go of that magnitude? Is this considered fraud? And below you can see the evidence of the indigence packet they filed. Now, this family, who should be swimming in cash right now, are asking for a taxpayer-funded public defendant, despite the fact that they are in possession of over $530,000, which they got from people donating to their Give Send Go. And to make matters worse, they are asking for more money on their Give Send Go. They are hoping to make a total of $1,400,000 free money they never labored for, okay? I have a question, folks. What exactly did they do with close to $600,000? What? Okay? And it's barely 2 months. How can you blow through over $500,000 in just 2 months? Money that was given to you by gullible, white-hating individuals because you told them you were going to use it to service your killer son's legal fees. Now remember, their initial Give Send Go was talking about assistance for Carmelo Anthony's legal fees, okay? Help us secure more funds for his legal fees, okay? But currently, now they have squandered the legal fees money on a new house, in a gated apartment, and on a new car, and who knows what other things. They didn't have the good sense and the discipline to keep the money for Carmelo's legal fees, which was the reason they gave their donators in the first place. So now they have exponentially hiked up their Give Send Go goal, okay? They are now claiming that the money they now need is not just for legal fees, but for other miscellaneous expenses like transportation, trauma counseling, and maybe even daily food. Literally, they are tasking the public with the responsibility of taking care of their entire family. This is what they wrote on their Give Send Go. The Anthony family would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has supported us through this unimaginable tragedy. Thank you all for your prayers, letters, donations, and unwavering encouragement. Today, we received the official news that the Collin County District Attorney has indicted our son, your nephew, your friend, your neighbor. How emotionally manipulative, okay? Oh God. This is a moment we hoped we would never face, yet one we've been preparing for throughout these long and painful months. Through it all, you, our community, have been our strength, okay? Your support has reminded us that we are not alone. Your love has helped us stand in the face of heartbreak, threats, and misinformation. Now, as the legal process moves forward toward trial, we enter an even more intense phase, one that will demand everything from us emotionally, financially, and spiritually. We are not here to try this case on social media. But that's what you've been doing with all the cryings and all the emotional manipulations. That's what you've been doing, okay? We are not interested in online arguments or judgments from those who do not know the full story. We're only interested in online arguments of those who are supporting our case, even without knowing the full story. Yeah. Carmelo will defend himself in a court of law, not in the court of public opinion. I've had this too many times.
They lied about what they used
Some
them
may
for.
wonder what this fund is truly for, and we want to clarify with transparency and honesty. These funds are being used to cover our essential and urgent needs that have arisen as a result of this tragic situation, including but not limited to safe relocation of our family after repeated threats and the public leaking of our address, basic living expenses as we've had to uproot our lives, transportation to and fro court proceedings, trauma-informed counseling for our entire family, enhanced security measures, and critically retaining qualified legal counsel and a thorough, fair investigative team.
So most of their money went towards relocating to a new house, living expenses while they're at their house because they had to like live in a more expensive neighborhood or some shit. I don't know. Yeah, what counseling? I don't know. What were they? Who are they? Are they trying to sue the school or some shit?
Even when you are going for a public defender. You said you wanted an indigent packet. Anyway, yeah, please give us more money so we can maintain our newly acquired high-class living. We need money for transportation, food, living expenses, some quality clothing, our other kids' upkeep. Just basically take care of us, okay? You guys should just donate to us, okay? Donate your hard-earned money to us so we can have a comfortable life, a life that you cannot even afford. It is safe to say that we now live in a society where your skin color determines if your problems are for the community or for you to bear, okay? We live in a society where when your unruly, hard-headed child brings problem to you, as their parent, it no longer falls on you as a parent to deal with that burden that your horrible child brought home to you. By virtue of your skin color, and if you play your race grifting cards right, the community will bear the burden and literally take care of you and your unruly child for a long, long time. That is where we are in today's society. I used to remember a time when parents used to be worried about their kids getting into trouble or causing trouble because that would mean that they also get to be in trouble themselves. The parents also get to be in trouble because the parents would expend their hard-earned money and resources trying to fix that situation. But today, never mind where the money is coming from, okay? Once we mention white supremacy and systemic racism and systemic oppression, black fools are gonna be scrambling to give us all the money we need and even more. So honestly, I don't really blame the Carmelo family and whatever for asking for all this money and using it on anything but legal fees. I blame the gullible fools who think they are fighting a racial fight by donating money to a black boy who killed a white boy. Now, talking about Carmelo's family claiming indigence, which means they are impoverished and unable to pay for the legal fees. Now, for them to claim indigence is quite telling, and it can only mean two things, okay? One, they are too greedy to use all that money that their supporters donated to take care of Carmelo's legal fees. They've spent it all on vanity, like an exponentially expensive luxury home in a gated apartment, luxury cars, etc. And two, they already know the futility of this case. They know their son can't win this case because he is not innocent of the crime. And so they see no need in wasting all that money on a case that is doomed to be lost. At least they can hold on to the cash and always visit their son in prison, as opposed to losing all the money and also their son going to jail. Because for them to claim indigence and express interest in getting a public offender to represent their son in such an important case, that shows their resignation to the truth. And that truth might point towards their son being a guilty murderer, okay? I mean, any parent at all who find themselves in such a situation.
Dude, this says right here, April 16th, somebody posted on Facebook, Carmelo Anthony's family is racking up lavish purchases, including a $150,000 Cadillac Escalade and a $900,000 rental home and after receiving $500,000 in donations for his defense. $150,000 car? This is what it looked like. Yeah, never mind.
Okay, I mean, any parent at all who find themselves in such a situation would want the best lawyer representing the case,
it's white,
not some public offender. So it is really quite telling that this family is declaring Camelo indigent, even if he's supposed to be financially stable, when you think about all the money that was donated to him, not to his parents, not to his siblings, or for family upkeep, but for his legal battle. Okay, it is also telling that they are now trying to involve a public defender to take over such an important case, or something that is supposed to be an important case. All this shows that these guys are just milking the situation and making money off of the issue. It also suggests that they understand that their son is doomed in this case. He strongly might not be innocent, and they already know that. Remember, they just want to release the video covering this incident to the public. Why once they release the video? And I don't want you to tell me that there were so many minors around the vicinity of that incident, okay? If that video actually favored their narrative, it would have been all over the internet, okay? It would have been everywhere. Everybody would have seen it by now. And yes, they can still blur the faces of the minors to preserve their privacy if that is the problem here. But they just want to show us the video because that is not the problem, okay? That is not really the problem. The problem is that that video doesn't favor their case. Anyway, we are still following this news and we will see how everything turns out. For now, these are just my thoughts and my opinions, and I would love to hear yours in the comment section, so do that, but do so respectfully. Also, if you're not yet subscribed to the channel,
Snopes says this bullshit though. Do we still trust Snopes, y'all? I like her stream, I forgot. Boom. Like stream if you haven't. Appreciate you. Thank you. I forget all the time to do it for people. I get it. This is the Snopes on it, dude. April 17th, 2025. Family of 17-year-old stabbing subject currently did not buy a house, car with donated funds. That's what Snopes said. Do we trust Snopes though still? That's false. Yeah, I don't just take a story for face value. I look around. I try to find pictures of this dude in the car. But there was one in the driveway of the house they showed. I know they were renting it. But they were renting a $900,000 house. I'm not renting a $900,000 house, and they could definitely live here if they had to. I mean, it's a 2-bedroom. What do they need? What the hell? $900,000 not in California? That would be crazy nice here. So, but this is saying that didn't even happen though on Snopes. So I don't know. I don't know what to think. Snopes is community sourced, like they do their research, right? Like open source research. Had a long time to check shit out and go back and change this. Yeah, but it's saying they didn't. Did they? Oh. Alright. Yeah, they leased the vehicle probably. Yeah. They didn't buy the car either. Probably. But is this saying they didn't even have any of the money to do any leasing or buying it yet? Because when you go to find a house car, And I don't know if I trust Snopes anymore. Who's this guy? He founded ShareTV.com. Heard of it? It became Hulu. Wow. Holy shit. Rich. Wow, one of the first sites that the Oscars gave rights to. The first official client was Snopes.com. Largest and oldest site. So, ad tech platform called Proper Media. And they were putting ads on Snopes. After a year, Proper Media purchased, an ad company purchased a significant stake in Snopes. He didn't create Snopes. He created an ad company that called Snopes. Dispute over ownership and whether he should have 40 or 50. That's too much power. I don't even trust it anymore now that I've done read that shit. Snopes is some bullshit now, probably. Sorry, fellas. Brody, nobody wants to think of you butt naked out there in Canada. Except for Miss Bungle and Sister T. Oh yeah, that's right. Did have some shit happen. Thanks for reminding me. You will once you see how 10 I got. No, me?
It's much
I like my men pale
than it appears.
I know.
Video. But it's about 5:30 in the morning. We're in our slip at Default Cove Marina. Earl's doing him some fishing. And I'm sitting here enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. It is definitely not daylight though, like this is showing on my screen here. This is a really good phone apparently, making it seem like it's daylight. That's funny.
Where's the kid at? Where did he leave the kid, man? Does he have partial? Does he leave her with, no, his mom? His mom, Mama, I'm gonna go I'm gonna go sailing with the boys. I'm gonna need you to watch the boy. I'm doing it for God, Mama. I feel like he's telling me to go out in the water. He needed some alone time from him, probably. He's been getting crazy. Going a little crazy. Him and just him. Is it just him and the boy in the church? Is that all he gave us? What's this? Same one. What's this? That's the thing that sucks about these shorts. There's no information anywhere. I don't know what it, like if no one commented, I can't tell at all. Oh, he's popping again. You think he started smoking? Ew. Damn. Yo, bro. What's that dude again? Is that Earl? What boat is this, man? Did he buy a fucking boat? That's nice. Weird place to fish, though.
Houston, we have a problem.
What the fuck, man? What's happening? Oh. Fuck. Isn't there something else you were supposed to do for that? Oh, wait, what was the other thing you were supposed to do? The sound command? You know I freak out when I hear that one. Definitely a different one you were supposed to do. I can't remember now. Taco Bell. Yeah. Wrong. Not working? I don't. Oh, it only works on YouTube. Bring it over.
Do what? Yeah, for sure. Yeah. You gotta take this thing and put all the tents and stuff in it. For sure, for sure. Yeah, matter of fact, I'm thinking about maybe building some sort of walls or something, building some sort of chest, put all the camping gear in. That way it just stays in here all the time, but it's protected. See what happens. Because I'm tired of it being in the car and I ain't got nowhere to put it right at the moment.
Now it should be on Twitch too. Any of these. But the kid did go with them. Water is muddy. Well, catfish are probably that. Oh, that catfish is muddy as water like that. It's a natural, dude. Hey, dirt. I mean, catfish tastes delicious. Water food, just like that. They're sucking up their bottom feeders anyway.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Yeah. They're sucking up all my mud anyway. I haven't had catfish in too long, too. Some cornbread breaded, or cornmeal breaded. Remember once we went fishing on canoes. Came back with so many, man. We had a fry afterwards. My mom and her childhood, or not childhood, but like 19-year-old friends from when she was 19, hang out with them.
Oh my, all them bubbles.
What
do you think? You like it?
Well, you can't see any of these. Why aren't you belling me, bro?
Alright! What do you think? You like it? Yeah!
He looks like him, doesn't he? I don't think he's special needs. He just looks like...
Oh my, all
he just has outlaw's personality.
Oh my, all them bubbles. Bubbles, yeah.
This is what he was like when he was younger. So this is the church that is now a house. I don't think it's even legal for him to live there like this.
I think Spidey's got an eye full of bubbles.
Sucks though, you know?
Oh my, all them. Oh, you just dancing, huh? You love that hat, huh?
This sucks.
Yeah, buddy. All right, we get geared up for this camping trip tomorrow, huh? You're funny. You're so funny. Oh, the ambulance, yeah.
I didn't know he had all these videos up.
Yeah.
I'm missing out.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, that one. This short has gotten 722 views so far and only 4 likes. Please hit the thumbs up. Thank you. It's 7 now.
My nostrils, my nose. It's my beard. Grow your own. Oh. Ow! My beard.
my 4x4.
See, I got a true story that's gonna leave some of you sore.
See, I got a true story that's gonna leave some of you sore.
Better get on your knees, repent and change.
Better get on your knees, repent and change.
Lest you leave this life with the same legacy.
I'm nervous.
Lest you leave this life, same legacy.
Dude, this is his top video.
That my old man left when he went
231 views.
That my old man left when he went to his grave.
So
I don't know why it's on the top.
Here the story goes. The story goes.
7 years ago.
My father was an abuser, a scammer. He was a cheat, but he was no panhandler. He was a druggie, a pill popper that is. Had a mistress, the ultimate kiss. Yet also preaching God, what a hypocrite. He tried to teach us right and wrong, but how do you teach right and wrong when you're holding fire to that spoon or talking on the phone?
Talking on the phone.
Zachy, I don't know when I do. He didn't always drink, but when he did, a belt or a shoe, well, it didn't matter.
And it's a great song, yo.
He was coming with a vengeance, there was
so
no
much passion
getting out of his way. He needed a life sentence instead of freedom till his grave. Worst part was watching them beat on my mama.
We could have done a collab. Made it better. Need some bass in it.
I swore at 15 that I'd never be like him. I changed the course of destiny. I'd be the change among men.
That flow.
But I slipped, stumbled, and fell. It hasn't been an easy road. Trying to learn myself all the things he should have taught and shown. But overall, I'm proud of myself. I'm an overcomer. Only by grace have I gotten past my hurts and forgiven my own mother.
Definitely an overachiever.
Ask, why did she stay with him for 23 years till he met his doom? Instead of ripping off the fear mask and protecting her children from the handle with that broom. Well, I understand that some women are just weak. I understand how much fear can protrude from an evil man. Fact is, we all survived, so where do we go from here in this crazy life? Well, I'm kicking up mud and more than my 4x4. I'm kicking up mud in this life and I will produce more than the abuser, the scammer, the cheat, and the manner. I'm gonna be faithful, no mistress. I'm not producing the ultimate diss. A cheating and a beating and preaching and being the ultimate hypocrite. I'm kicking up mud and more than my 4x4. I'm on these knees on this floor, continuously praising and praying, giving God the glory for getting past my raising.
That dick's on the mind often, I see.
Kicking up mud and more than my 4x4, giving praise to my God and always striving for more. Better get on your knees, repent and change, lest you leave this life with the same legacy that my old man left when he went to his grave. And there the story goes.
The story goes. Have you heard all of them? Have you heard this one? Dude, he's got a bunch of songs. I haven't heard these. We went through them one day. It's his car from back in the day. Now it's like rusting in the backyard with a tree growing through it or something. You can hear the engine was probably fucked already.
You could sue me if you want, but realize I speak only facts even this time.
I mean, you're an asshole.
There is no need to analyze, because in this one, there is nothing at all that can even be remotely.
You're chilling. Why is this bottle so big? This bottle is bad for it's bad influence. I'm saying. The bottle shouldn't be this big. A half gallon? What do I do with it when I'm done? Do I sell it on auction? On an auction block? Look at this thing. you guys want to bid on it?
I walk this town, all the heads turn, all the lips brown. It's me they want to burn.
Look, the viewership's going up because his music rocks.
I'm an outsider. Then I got this unjust label. They get to drinking that moonshine and cider. Then they rather start rumors of unjust fables.
Dude, real moonshine's kind of dangerous, ain't it? I would not, like, I don't know. I did drink Romanian Suica that was homemade though, so thinking, what was I thinking? Didn't know them like that.
Left gasping for air, I couldn't even breathe. Kicking, spitting, stomping, they yelling at me, and they ain't stopping cause I was labeled.
I didn't just drink it, I smuggled it across like 5 different country lines. Borders.
Now I'm
Hungary,
but nobody cares to see.
Romania, Hungary, Austria. In flight, I went to Switzerland with it.
But it don't matter to them as long as they still fitting in with all their judgmental friends. Yeah, my life don't matter to them.
Zurich.
Even the
in America.
knew who they were, but no,
It wasn't supposed to be in any of those bags.
things are blurred.
I was the most nervous flying into America with it, and leaving Romania with it.
See, in this town, you're either related or you're too belated, but it doesn't matter, cause if you're an outsider, you're considered underrated.
Leaving Austria, I was a little
It's
nervous
just
too,
a
though.
whole another form of being racist, but there's plenty other places.
That liquid, big things of liquid in my chicken.
That refuses to be pushed aside without it really being judged. And I'm the type that refuses to be pushed aside without it
Where'd you get the guitar riff set?
I'd rather lay it down my
Yay.
I refuse to be pushed aside without it truly being justified. I'd rather lay it down my very life. I'm the type that refuses to be pushed aside without it truly being justified. I'd rather lay it down my very life.
Oh man, it looks like there's piss on the mat too. Hungry.
So I stood up tall. The next day I
some more
told them
food,
all to
didn't he?
go ahead and kill me. It's alright.
More food?
As I held that Ford cow right between
I gotta get some more for him.
Then another guy decides it's alright. I'm a punk, so he's gonna take me for a ride.
Oh, he's gonna try to cover it up. What is open tuxes? Cover their food up. Are you saying you're not happy about listening? Be pissed. Back. I'm gonna change shit. I do that. Actually, I need to fucking wait. I'm out. I was out. I need to or I need to go. All this pain in the ass. Turn the sound on. Of course, me opening the door and shutting it made it stop eating. Of course, now I'm guilty. I couldn't see shit though. Mama probably. I don't know when the last time I even saw Mama was. Yeah. Yeah, it did, Miss Boggle. He was like, you can get into it straight to it. This cat, all the cats I have are feral. So these two and this one have all been feral. Mom definitely remembers Mom still, probably. It's only 3 days ago.
Everyone, thank you for joining us. I'm Annabelle Sedano in for Michael Brownlee today.
And I'm Colleen Williams. It's the latest in a series of fires causing major concern as the temperatures climb. The juniper fire sparked around 11:30 this morning just west of Paris. CAL FIRE says it burned nearly 700 acres so far, and it's moving at what they're calling a critical rate of speed. Additional ground and air resources have been called in to fight the fire there. Evacuation orders are in effect north of Rocky Hills and south of Orange Avenue between Forest and El Nido Road. A care and reception center has now been set up at Citrus High School on Woodland Road, or Wood Road, actually.
And the city of Paris says they've canceled outdoor activities tonight because of the smoke. Our meteorologist David Bigger is tracking conditions in your first alert forecast.
And here's what it looks like right now around the fire. So if we zoom in a little bit closer to the juniper fire, you can see two observation sites we have nearby, one around Roundup Road, another one around Crescent Canyon Drive. You'll see that both observation sites are reporting some pretty warm temperatures, upper 80s right now. We were in the low to mid 90s earlier this afternoon, and it's still relatively dry with humidities hovering in about the upper 20% range. We also have had some gusts up above about 10 to 15 miles an hour. Notice the direction of the winds. It's coming out of the northwest and generally out of about the north here around Crescent Canyon Drive. That has been taking a lot of that smoke, and it's been blowing it toward the Paris area, which would be off the eastern edge of this map. That's not the only fire we're keeping track of. We're also watching the conditions around the Wolf Fire. This is in the Banning Pass area. So you see Banning and Beaumont both reporting winds out of the west, although winds are relatively light. Very dry. We're only talking about 14% humidity around the Banning area, and it's
always be doing it. They be mixing the fucking weather in with something just to make you watch the weather guy. I don't want to watch the weather, man.
From the air, Christian.
Assholes.
Annabelle, as you mentioned, CAL FIRE just giving us that update.
Nobody wants to watch the weather.
It is now 30% contained, but this fire, the Wolf Fire, firefighters have been battling this blaze for almost 24 hours now. And they say the biggest challenge is the terrain. And as you can see, it's steep and there's no road access. Now, we just spotted that fire. There's a couple of flames out in the distance there, but crews, I can tell you, they've been working to maintain the fire line with air tankers, hoping to keep any flames away from Highway 243 and also far from any homes. From the air, firefighters battling another fire in the Inland Empire after a busy weekend where more than a handful of wildfires sparked across Riverside and San Bernardino counties.
But what worries me is all the homes up there, because there's a lot.
Sandy De Luna lives in Banning near the 60, but has an RV near Highway 243 where firefighters have been battling the Wolf Fire since Sunday afternoon.
I worry for their safety. I feel like they're too close, but I know they're protecting us.
The Wolf Fire, about 80 miles east of Los Angeles, has burned more than 1,400 acres, according to CAL FIRE in Riverside County, where their main focus of attack, they say, has been from the sky, as 300 firefighters from across Southern California are jumping in to help.
This area, it's very rocky terrain and stuff like that, so most of the area will have to get by foot or helicopter to get crews there, because we will, one, we can't drive there, or we can't send like bulldozers and stuff and make our fire breaks to help contain the fire.
More than 2,300 people have been evacuated, while less than 500 others, according to authorities, remain under an evacuation warning.
Yeah, fires are stressful. Our last home, we were out of a house on mandatory for like a week before, so now we're like, not again.
back out here live, you can see that hot spot out in the distance. It really is just creating a lot of smoke there in the far distance. Now, Hemet High School has been set up as an evacuation shelter.
That's amazing. Dude, I drove out to Hemet once, San Diego, to meet some chick. We were supposed to meet some chick, meet another dude at a hotel. I don't know what we were thinking. We were gonna like both plow this bitch. I'm sorry. Anyway, she didn't show up, but it was a crazy night anyway. Because me and my sailor friend, shipmate, weren't on a ship yet though. We were in school, but we had our beer. We were just gonna drink with her and hang out, really, and whatever happens. But we get there and I like sit down on the bed or something, and something sticks me, dude. And I get up and it's a fucking hypodermic needle that was in the package, but the needle was bent and sticking out of the packaging somehow. Freaked me out, dude. Damn it. Like some weird California ghetto in the middle of nowhere, apparently. My Hemet story. I'd never heard of Hemet before then either. She said about the Hemet and we were gonna meet up and shit. I mean, I thought I was then got HIV or something that day. I was tripping. I couldn't like. I drove us there and everything, dude. So I had to drive it. Like I couldn't really relax and really think straight at it. It was like, damn, I just actually just got stuck by some random needle in a hotel room. What the fuck? Like I'm too young for this, man. But luckily, yeah, I wasn't. I've been tested multiple times by the VA. Anytime you go to a drug and alcohol program, they test you for HIV and tuberculosis and shit. I've been in a couple. For the weed, man. I was like the half-baked dude. You in here for weed? I was that dude. This is riveting. Breaking news. Breaking news.
Man, I'm moving in. Let's go! Oh yeah, let's go. Yeah!
Is that real time?
All right. Get it?
I think so.
Drilling in the name of you guard America from Washington, D.C. for the Art Drill Clothing and Animal Empire. I'm Expedition Soloist Samuel Gozo.
Is he actually in the military?
Expedition Drill. Request your permission. Drilling in the name of you guard America from Washington, D.C. for the Art Drill Clothing and Animal Empire. I'm Expedition Soloist Samuel Gozo, and I'm prepared to conduct.
He's not actually in the military.
Request your permission to utilize your drill area. Master Sergeant. Very well, carry on. Thank you. Man, I'm moving in. Let's go! Oh yeah, let's go. Yeah! All right. Get it?
Why is it cut though? Like, why are there cuts in it? That's what's tripping me out. I mean, it looks like he's really good, But the way it seems edited somehow, it doesn't run smoothly through it all.
All right.
Right there. Why are those two cuts there? Why is that cut there? Why is that cut there? That cut. That for dramatic effect or something. I don't like it. Plus, he's not even military, y'all. Come on, man. He's a poser. Come on. Buddy. Move it, move it, move it, move it, move it. Come on, move. Jeez, man.
The Trump administration is suing Los Angeles, accusing city leaders of blocking federal immigration enforcement.
Susan Hirasuna is here with details of what they're charging. Susan.
Indeed, they are charging a lot. The federal lawsuit names Mayor Karen Bass and the LA City Council. U.S. Attorney General Bill Asaley says that the city's policies block immigration enforcement. He's blaming them for recent violence.
Meowing.
During Southern California raids. The lawsuit also claims LA's sanctuary laws violate the Constitution. In December of 2024, the City Council voted to ban the city from cooperating with the feds engaged in immigration raids. The ordinance also bans the use of city resources from being used for those raids. Social media is full of videos like this where ICE raids are met with protests by community members. They're happening all over the country, but the Department of Justice believes the temperature is higher here than in any other part of the country, thanks to that LA ordinance. From the police chief to the mayor, the city stands with immigrants, and therefore, according to U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley, they're working against the feds.
What's going on in the streets is unacceptable. We have people every day assaulting our agents. They see agents conducting an operation, a swarm of people instantly start surrounding them. You have all these apps now to notify the public where our agents are. You have people trying to dox our agents, and you wonder why they're wearing face masks, because they want to take a picture of them so they can find their family and go to their home.
The lawsuit claims LA's ordinance goes beyond SB 54, California's sanctuary law. Not only is important information regarding undocumented immigrants not shared with the feds, but the city can actually bar specific agencies from LA property. That's a violation of the Constitution, according to Bill Asaley, specifically the Supremacy Clause. Now, we reached out to members of the LA City Council and the mayor for a reaction. So far, only council member Hugo Soto Martinez responded. His statement reads in part, "We refuse to stand by and let Donald Trump deport innocent families. We're going to do everything within our power to keep families together." And if successful, the lawsuit could strike down local protections for undocumented migrants. And they are willing, of course, the DOJ, to go all the way up to the Supreme Court on this one.
Yeah, and the U.S. Attorney General, Pam Bondi, was a part of this. She's launching this attacking. Does Soto Martinez have any examples of actual, I mean, he says innocent people, but does anybody who is a U.S. citizen been deported? I mean, because the administration argument would be we're deporting people who are here illegally. They're not allowed to be here illegally.
That was not given with the statement.
Yeah.
We tried to get other city council members and the mayor to make a statement at all on this lawsuit. We can tell you that Hugo Sotomayor was one of the co-authors of the ordinance that passed at the end of 2024.
Right. Yeah.
Continued fight back from LA. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Susan.
I can't get any of them tonight. I get some few pads tonight. Damn it, that means that pad is going to start stanking by morning.
So many communities have been impacted by the immigration raids. In fact, one city is taking steps now to help by offering both legal and mental health resources. Montebello is the city, and the mayor, Salvador Melendez, joins us now. Mayor, first of all, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me here.
The city council, we understand, has approved $100,000 to support families affected by the raid. Specifically, how will that money be used?
Yeah, we've seen over the last several weeks that these ICE raids have left children without parents, homes without income, families in fear. So our city council took the steps to allocate $100,000 in direct aid to our community members that have been directly impacted by these immigration raids. So we're providing support for those that need groceries, rent support, utility assistance, mental health, and other daily costs, as well as legal aid that they might need.
Mayor, specifically, do you have any idea exactly a number, how many of these raids have happened in Montebello?
And that's the unfortunate part. There is no specific number because the federal government and these ICE agents are not cooperating with us here at the local level. So we don't necessarily know the specific amount of folks that have been taken. It's usually from videos that we see or from residents that we hear of. We do know that there's been at least 4 or 5 raids where they've taken folks here from the city, but unfortunately we don't have a concrete number just because they're not cooperating with us, and it's hard to get some of that information as well.
Mayor, more than 80% of your city identifies as Hispanic. We're talking close to 48,000 residents there. Are you a sanctuary city?
You know, we're here to protect anybody, regardless of their immigration status, and we have taken steps to assure that folks feel safe here. Our police department is not cooperating with ICE. And our number one thing here is, one, how do we protect our residents, and what do we do with those residents that have been taken by ICE? So we are providing resources and steps to assure that those residents have legal representation, that we're able to locate them, that we're able to help their families out, and that we're able to provide all the resources for their families and for anybody else that they're related to.
All right, Mayor Melendez, thanks so much for your time and for sharing this story.
Thank you for having me here.
Take care.
Better take care. Yes. Oh, I was just talking about this lady. I wonder what happened to her.
LA's then #1 morning show.
7 months ago.
Jillian Barbary has since endured unimaginable challenges.
Oh.
Now, well into her recovery, Jillian shared with me her extraordinary journey.
I was raising 2 kids by myself, no job, divorced, cancer, going through chemo. I was thinking I was going to be homeless. I was like, what happened to my life?
From the heights of fame and fortune to the depths of despair, Jillian Barbary has lived it all. It has been a journey.
It has been.
I remember. For more than 20 years, Jillian was a SoCal
It was like 2 decades. Those 3 together.
superstar and a national style
She just
icon.
disappeared.
The
Madonna of meteorologist Jillian Barbary.
She co-hosted SoCal's then #1 morning show, Fox 11's Good Day LA.
My camera 6 is down.
That run came to an end in 2012 when Fox began a revamp of the show.
People would say, oh, they'll never get rid of you. I'm like, of course they will. Of course they will. I'm not that dumb. But when it happened, I had a husband at the time that didn't work. I had a baby in diapers. I did cry.
Fans tuned in for Jillian's unpredictability, but her strong personality, she admits, sometimes a curse.
I don't know how to be anybody but myself, and sometimes to my own detriment.
When Jillian's run on the show ended, her children were young, and she was the family breadwinner. A year later, her marriage ended.
I got the divorce. I mean, some of it was good news.
In 2018, at an annual mammogram with friends gathering,
I kept getting callbacks.
Images revealed a mass in her breast that turned out to be cancer. Days later, a biopsy revealed it had spread to 6 lymph nodes.
I'm aggressive, so when they said I had lymph node, I was just like, take me to the brink of death and take me back again. I don't care.
Jillian opted for a double mastectomy. Next, radiation and an intense course of chemotherapy. Her view going into this?
Okay, you've had 20 amazing years of red carpets and beautiful boobs and a nice life and, let's say, beauty.
But to save her life, she had to brace for big change.
We're gonna chop your boobs off and we're gonna make you bald. And you're gonna look like Uncle Fester. Because the truth is, when you have chemo, you bloat up because of all of the steroids, and then I got huge.
She was okay with it all.
I remember my oncologist said a good attitude is half the battle. I'm like, oh, then I've got this.
But Jillian couldn't escape a very dark cloud.
It was the financial stuff that was such a heavy.
Jillian's divorce and cancer treatment had taken a toll. While dealing with chemo, she discovered her television fortune was gone.
People are like, how did you have no idea? Well, I'm horrible at math, and I trusted somebody else to do everything for me.
You thought the money was being taken care of, and it wasn't.
I was in the dark about where I was.
Faced with stacks of bills and little income,
I was extremely down. I remember times where I was going to Cedars for my cancer markers and hoping that the cancer was coming back.
Why would you want that at the time?
Because I couldn't see myself out of my financial. I had a nervous breakdown. I was going crazy.
Music in the background.
But I was too chicken to do anything, and I wouldn't hurt my children like that. My kids would hate me. So I thought, well, if the cancer comes back, they can't hate me, right? So, but shame on me when I look back, shame on me for thinking that way.
To get by, Jillian was forced to sell her home.
I'm like, I'm going to be homeless. How am I going to take care of my kids? I freaked out. I was completely down and out. Putting on a face every day for the kids, like, everything's great, but going in the shower and, like, completely losing it. So, yeah, now we did my dream home, and now I'm moving.
But Jillian never hid her truth from her social media followers. In fact, she shared it all.
And as a result?
My Instagram family, they lifted me up, whether it was talking to me about their issues or they could relate. And all of a sudden, things started turning around. They would send groceries. Like, I'm not kidding. That's how bad things were.
That's also the impact that you had on people.
Well, that's what they would say. Oh, you would help me in the mornings. I know it would make me cry.
What else could you make besides chicken?
Also a big help in her recovery, Malibu wellness guru, Nurse Melanie Lekos, who cleaned up her diet.
I don't let people have anything sweet.
And started her on GLP-1 injections to curb cravings.
We've taken a lot of weight off of her.
So if I say I think I've lost 40 pounds, do you think I'm in the ballpark?
You've lost more than that.
Jillian has been cancer-free for 5 years now. Getting back into shape slowed down by lingering leg pain.
I was walking on a cane for a long time, and that was a little inhibiting and just sort of like, okay, I guess this is it. I'm on a cane, but I'm getting so much better.
Oh, how are you?
Well, how do I look?
Jillian's revelation?
I've lost everything to gain everything. I live in an apartment now. It's probably the size of the bedroom I used to have, and I'm so much happier. Probably for my kids, it's a little tougher, but they'll learn. I mean, I didn't come from all of that.
As for future plans,
here's what I'd like to do. Okay. I would like to go and speak to women about cancer, losing everything. I want to talk about life.
Throughout her career,
all I knew was how to talk to people.
And that's a gift she never lost. Now healthier and wiser,
I see myself coming back. It's a struggle, but you get to the other side and you're like, life is good again.
Oh, she's amazing. She's got to do a TED Talk. Jillian says losing the weight she gained was life-changing for her, and we will have more on that journey in the weeks ahead.
Alive. our pet carrier, like these pet carriers has. I can't get it tomorrow though. Wait, tomorrow I can't get it. Plastic pad that goes out of the. Oh no, that's not plastic. Hell no. I have to wash it. That one's gonna start thinking about morning though. Sure. Bathrooms. Oh, I like her. But I got some on the order that should be here from 4 to 11 tomorrow. Back for like $20. I don't feel like driving to the store right now, man. I have a little stankness happening. That's for $20. 50 of them. They work for CP.
As immigration enforcement operations continue all across Southern California and people worry about leaving their homes, there's a powerful message today from the Chancellor of LA's Community College District.
NBC4 is going to Mousse, who is live in Van Nuys with more on what Dr. Alberto Roman has to say. Gordon.
I have like a 3/4 of
the new Chancellor of LA's Community College District is a proud immigrant, and he wants all of his students to know that, especially now when immigrant is a loaded word.
Tonight's going to be a bad night for her with the shit
Dr.
everywhere,
Alberto Roman's resume is long and distinguished. Bachelor's at UC Riverside, master's and doctorate at University of Laverne. Distinguished positions including vice president at Southwestern College. And now, Chancellor at LA Community College District. But before all of that,
we arrived when I was 8 years old.
He was an undocumented immigrant brought over from Durango, Mexico by his parents. His father received residency status, eventually followed by naturalized citizenship, not just for himself, but for his kids.
They knew the value of education, and they instilled that in us from the beginning.
So you may be surprised that the district's new chancellor shares something powerful and personal with many of the students on the 9 college campuses he oversees.
Even as a naturalized citizen, given what's going on now, I would have fear myself of being stopped and detained.
Fear. He told us in-person attendance is way down, even during summer session. As much as 70% of enrollees taking classes online instead.
I know what it's like to live in that fear. I know what it's like not to have status.
But while his experience did not include ICE agents descending on primarily Latino immigrants in public spaces, Roman is encouraged that so many of the 200,000 young people his campuses oversee are fighting their fear with all their might, not willing to give up their right to an education.
Being undocumented, going to school, you have that fear in the back, but we're here for you. We are on your side.
Even in the face of possible detention or more. He encourages them all to keep the faith and cling to hope, even when both seem to be in short supply. Dr. Roman says so far there have been no ICE enforcement activities on any of his 9 campuses. Live in Van Nuys, Gordon Tukulatu,
NBC4. Try to be American, but you just continue to act like you're an Aztec warrior. That's American.
Pride is universal here at NBC4, and while Pride Month may be wrapping up today, here in LA, the celebrations are going strong.
LA is still heavy.
Yes, they are. NBC4's Carmen Dickerson looks forward to the 37th annual Los Angeles Black Pride this weekend and what it means for those taking part.
The wind down of Pride Month is actually the tee up to one of the country's most historic Pride celebrations, and it's all unfolding at one of LA's iconic locations.
The music provides the joy that has become synonymous with Pride celebrations and add an incomparable culture, context, and community. That's Black Pride in the City of Angels.
West Hollywood wasn't necessarily always so welcoming, and certainly there was very, very few nights or events where you would go and be in the majority.
Though you may never have heard of it.
LA Black Pride is actually the very first Black Pride in the country. We were not celebrated when traditional prides were being celebrated, so a group of people in the 80s came together to celebrate us with intention.
Los Angeles Black Pride has been celebrated 4th of July weekend since 1988. Brandon Anthony has been at the helm for 11 years and helped take it from a beach party to a 4-day, 7-event celebration. The flagship party always held in a historic heart of LA's Black gay community. Catch One nightclub.
They never changed the floor. This is the same disco ball they had since 1973.
Owned for over 4 decades by Jewel Tice Williams, a Black lesbian, Catch One became more than just a social space.
And a safe space during the AIDS epidemic.
On top of weekend parties at Catch One and the Abbey, Los Angeles Black Pride will include a community market, block party, and pool party. The event, which focuses on amplifying Black LGBTQ artisans, musicians, and creatives, actually inspired a cultural phenomenon.
And I saw the crowd and I was just struck with this idea, I'm going to make a series, a Black Gay Sex in the City, about this community. Boom. And it was at Black Pride. It was where the show was born, essentially.
The show was Noah's Ark. 20 years, 2 seasons, and a new movie later, the show and its creator, Patrick Ian Polk, will be honored with the Community Legacy Award at LA Black Pride. The event runs Thursday through Sunday. As for who can come, is this a Black-only Pride?
No, absolutely not. If you want to support and, stand in solidarity for us as Black, queer, and trans people, we invite everybody to show up.
All but one event is free. Karma Dickerson, NBC4 News.
Fuck. That sweet pea. God. There you go. Go to what? Black Pride? Oh. That saved the day. Boy, no.
With the 4th of July celebrations
fault,
just days away, a Laguna Hills family has a very important message about fireworks safety.
That's right. Their 11-year-old son was severely injured after he picked up an explosive device he thought was a smoke bomb. NBC4's Hetty Chang is live at UCI Medical Center in Orange, where today boy reunited with the medical team who saved him.
After it was lit? Yeah.
Colleen and Annabelle, 11-year-old Ethel Ocampo is doing much, much better. In fact, when you see him today, hard to believe that this time exactly a year ago, he was upstairs in the ICU as doctors were trying to save his life.
Save his life? He just lost a finger.
11-year-old Ethel Ocampo is back at UCI Medical Center. But today, there's no surgeries, no checkups, just a check-in. Ethel's bright smile on full display as he reunited with the doctors and nurses who saved him.
It's wonderful to see him doing so well, both him and his brother, but him in particular.
You know what? This news story should actually be more about illegal, highly explosive quarter sticks of dynamite. Because what the fuck else just took that kid's hand off, dude? Regular fireworks don't do that. Some illegal shit from Mexico or something.
Such traumatic injuries. He seems so happy now. It really warms my heart.
Last July, Ether and his brother Dominic were rushed to the ER, where doctors say Ether's injuries were the most severe of several firework-related injuries that week. He lost 3 fingers on his left hand.
He had a colon injury, a stomach injury, and a small bowel injury, all that required resection.
Yeah, no, that's an illegal firework. That's over. Like that's a IED, pretty much an IED though.
Doctors say it's the injuries you can't see that almost took his life.
There are certain types of fireworks that are essentially loaded with types of gunpowder that explode. They're like small pieces of dynamite. And
those aren't for sale to the general public. Not the dude. I don't see. Even a mortar wouldn't do that. Fucking. We saw so many mortars get lobbed in protests. Nobody got hurt like that.
Cause an explosion.
I mean, maybe if you hold on to a mortar, you think it would blow 3 fingers off though? Maybe, but was that stupid? That doesn't look like a smoke grenade.
Explosion, which has a wave of energy that passes through your body.
The brothers say they were walking home from soccer practice when they noticed some debris left over from fireworks from 4th of July.
Once we got to my grandma, she thought it was like a smoke bomb, so we lit it up. I couldn't see it, and I could hear my brother screaming.
Investigators say it was an unused aerial shell like this one,
mortar,
commonly used to
dude.
launch skyrockets into the air.
Fireworks might seem harmless, but in a dangerous situation, they're not.
Ether has not only recovered, he's back on the soccer field. His mom says like nothing ever happened.
If you look at him, you're like, he's happy and smiling.
Why do you think it was
Now
a
the
smoke
entire
grenade?
family wants to raise awareness about the dangers of fireworks and the importance of cleaning up afterward, so no other family has to go
Like
through
he
what
lives
they
in the
did.
neighborhood
I
where
want
these
to help prevent situations
Yippa,
like
yippa,
these
boom,
for
boom,
people.
boom.
Just not playing with
They're not
fireworks
expecting that to
because
be no
they're
fucking
very
smoke
dangerous.
grenade. He wanted to explode and exploded too fast. What
Despite
happened?
the warnings, doctors in emergency rooms see more and more injuries each and every year. Last year, the Orange County Fire Authority responded to
Those parents, he
66
thought it was a smoke
firework-related
grenade.
injuries,
Those
and
are
that's
legal.
a 43% increase from the year before. We're
actually
live
are
in
legal.
Orange, Hetty Chang, NBC4 News.
They don't explode. Sparklers and smoke grenades is all we can do here in California. But he lives in a neighborhood where they definitely get more than that, and he hears it, play with it. I used to take fireworks apart when I was a kid and make my own fireworks, actually. But one time though, I made the big mistake of taking my dad's smokeless gunpowder that he used for reloading. I'd help him sometimes, but I dumped it on a 2x4 and lit it, I think with either a match or a lighter. My hand was right next to it. And I learned that day how fast that stuff ignites. Fucked my hand up and I dumped it into a muddy puddle just to try to help it a little bit. I went home and I laid in bed. I was just crying uncontrollably because it hurt so badly. My mom came in and it was like the middle of the day time. She's like, "What are you doing in bed?" I finally ended up having to tell her because I had to do something about it. You know, it ended up bubbling all up, dude. Like half my hand was a blister. I didn't play with smokeless gunpowder after that day. Not the same as the shit in the fireworks. Wasn't fun at all.
This is scary. I recently came across a study that said that 77% of Americans ages 17 to 24 are ineligible for military service due to obesity, substance abuse, or various medical conditions. Keep in mind that this number does not include any legal disqualifications. So out of those 23% that are actually eligible, recruiters have to find the ones that actually want to do it and are legally qualified. That's not just scary, that's dangerous. So a good question is, who is at fault here? I have my own personal opinions. What's yours?
Parents. Dreamers. It. Hungry. Looks like she's getting fat though, doesn't she? I don't know, I might be feeding her too much. Going by what the internet says, like what the website says, it makes her food, but you just getting fatter. Voted in the Senate yet?
Sir. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Thank you. I got you. Thank you.
Is this lesbian?
Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Thank you.
Oh, look, there's the fucking New Orleans.
Ms. Cantwell,
bro.
Mrs. Capito.
What's his name? Kennedy?
Thank you.
Kennedy talking to?
Mr. Cassidy.
Is he talking to that
Ms.
dude that's always on
Collins.
the news?
Thank you. Thank you.
Collins.
Mr. Kins. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto.
Yeah, he is. That's the guy that's always on like the CNN news. They bring him on. Wait, is it? Or is it?
Mr. Kitten.
You know who I'm talking about, right? We just were watching him. Might not. Might not be. I don't know
Mr.
who that
Crapo.
dude is actually. This guy.
Mr.
Hold
Cruz.
up.
Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Thank you.
Yeah, it's right there in the what do you call it?
Ms. Duckworth.
This guy. Who is this guy?
Job's not done. A foreign minister from Rwanda is told.
Oh, okay. So he's not in Congress or anything. He's just a conservative strategist. Was appointed special assistant to the president and deputy director of political affairs in 2006. Oh, really? Oh, with Obama? Oh, wait, George W. Bush. That was a original melody. You think she's getting kind of fat? Hey, get your ass over here, girl. It's a girl. I'm kind of happy it's a boy and not another girl. Because, Simon's not gonna last forever. He's gonna miss Simon. I don't know. I don't know what to do though. And they'd be around the same age. He'd have somebody young to pick on, so he'd leave Simon alone. He's always bucking with Simon. Got arthritis, you know. Great. I want to give Simon the best years of his life, but you owe that to him. It might be just take on the added burden so that he can not be. Maybe he'll be more bothered then, though. Probably not, though, because the young will probably fuck with the young more, because they'll put up with it. Like they'll want to play and fight around and. Oh no! I head on the. They're back on the armrest. So rub it. Yeah. Yes, you got the belly dots. Sleep over. That's a. Simon 15. Oh, 15. The elderly now. Elderly living with a bunch of whippersnappers. Well, is one whippersnapper for right now. Okay, I'm gonna go do it. It's a very busy hour for me. I have to feed Sweepy. I have to feed. We'll have to probably put a new can out for Simon to freshen his bowl up. He's getting a little low. Try to give Simon his medicine at 7:30. And if Penelope and Pepe are outside. They also get some food. They're both fixed, and they like hanging out in the backyard. Very labor-intensive hour when it comes to. I could just be doing nothing. But it's cat time. This happens whether I'm streaming or not. Be right back. Litter box. Oh, dude, there's piss in there. Why did it shit? I needed to wait to shit. It's already shit twice today. I don't have any more pee pads. Dude, alright, I got a feeling tomorrow is gonna be bath day. Can you even get that scent out of them with soap once they're covered in it? With one washing? Or is that a multi-wash situation? I have a litter box in the bathroom, but I just don't think he knows how to use it. I put him in it 3 times and he didn't seem to know what the hell was going on.
Some people in South LA are outraged and they are demanding
KTLA strikes again.
Answers tonight after a mother of 3 and longtime LA resident was taken in an unmarked vehicle last week on her way to work.
Julie Calderon's family says she was finally able to call them days after being detained. KTLA Sarah Welch is live in South LA where the community is calling for her release. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, John. They are. And late this afternoon, we learned that the woman's daughter received a text message from a number that she wasn't familiar with, stating that their mother was at a warehouse in San Clemente. Now, they don't know this for sure, and that's why they're demanding answers from immigration officials tonight on exactly where she is.
The last 5 days have been a nightmare.
Because the family of Julie Calderon doesn't know where their mother is.
What's happening in Long Beach is never going to stop.
Absolutely horrific.
All happened in Long Beach.
Last Wednesday night, Calderon was on her way to her janitorial job when she tells her family she was followed by 2 unmarked vehicles along Alameda. Feeling unsafe, she pulled into this parking lot in South LA.
Ununiformed men and unmarked
Jack in the Box. I got food poisoning.
The family lawyer says Calderon has been able to make 2 phone calls since this happened, telling them the men didn't identify themselves, and instead of taking her to a detention center in LA, she was driven to San Ysidro.
She was taken straight from here to the border and pressured to sign self-deportation paperwork.
Pressure.
And when she refused and asked to speak with a lawyer, she was transported with others to a warehouse Calderon says is not far from where she was initially taken.
She told us that some people had been in that warehouse for months. She said they are keeping us here until we agree to sign voluntary self-deportation paperwork.
Calderon has been in Los Angeles for more than 20 years, raised 3 children, 2 with special needs, while...
Fuck you, lady. Why are you having retarded kids? What are you doing? How do you have 2 fucking retarded kids? One is like, okay, that happens. But 2, you're fucking up to... You're not taking enough folic acid. You know, check this out. I've talked about this before, but they almost legislated that they put folic acid in all corn masa because Latinas weren't getting enough when they were pregnant. They were going to make us all eat folic acid in corn masa because they use it for their tamales and shit. Tortillas. Yeah, because these idiots don't take the prenatal vitamins or whatever, and they cause their kids to be fucking retarded. How do you have 2?
Volunteering to fight for immigrant rights, but isn't a U.S. citizen.
I know that there's so many families that are going through this, and it really breaks my heart. Free Julie now!
The family says they have no idea where she's being detained. Calderon says...
Do they not believe in prenatal vitamins or something? Is that against their Catholic religion?
Along with dozens of other people.
Is she in ICE custody? Is she in CBP custody? Or is she being held somewhere else? To date, we have not received any...
Oh, you think she's convincing people that her kids are special needs so she can get some special needs money? I don't don't know. I don't know anything about the school system and how any of that works, so I don't know if that's possible. You have kids, so maybe you know that like she would be able to like convince her kids to act retarded or something. It would work. But wouldn't they have to be in like special needs classes and everything? Like, I can't imagine kids being okay with that.
Response from DHS officials.
They get made fun of, wouldn't
And
they?
we have also reached out to Homeland Security and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and are waiting to hear back. We'll send it back to you in Hollywood.
Sarah, thank you.
It's like 50 gang members with guns in the middle of the street. Like, no, that's not a protest. The neutral, or we don't like them?
They're okay.
They're okay. We're tolerating them.
Some are really nice.
Why does this guy always sound like he's half drunk?
Right?
Yeah, it's between, you know.
Is it intentional? Or do you think he's on pills?
The Department of Homeland Security.
Doctor prescribed, fucked up every day.
Maybe like, you know, who's where? Like, give us information. Like, you know.
I don't sound like that, do I? And I actually am Dr. Prescribed, fucked up every day.
Gravity.
Real talk.
There's been a couple of police cars drive by.
No cap.
Checking up on the protests.
Hey. Ah, sorry, baby girl. Come here.
Stadium.
I didn't know you were there. You could tell she knew. She could tell that I did no purpose. Did you see how she stopped right here? She didn't keep running away from me.
Alien versus Predator. It's a real movie, right? The real thing instead of.
She's smart, dude. One of the reasons why she's so smart, I found her early. I found her like possibly 3 weeks earlier than I did this cat, and started giving optimal nutrition with that baby cat Royal Canine.
Vendetta.
This cat, I don't know what it's been eating for its entire life, you know? Like, at least her she was probably getting mother's milk until like 4 or 5 weeks when I found her. This cat, it might have been eating, like, it's really skinny, so it might have been eating, like, it doesn't help brain development. It might not be as smart as Sweet Pea is, fortunately, because these are the times that matter when it comes to development. Nutrition matters the most now.
Earlier.
Sad. It might have some deficiencies later on due to it. But it could for it. Like right now, it should be eating a lot more than it is, but since it's anorexic, it's being very. Anorexic. It's still acting anorexic. Probably got to go in there and get to eat.
I got 2 bags.
I'll go in at 7:30 and get to eat.
Is it mango? Mango? Okay.
Oh, it's just shit and piss in there though. Bro. I guess it's good we have the bathroom fan on constantly in there. Nothing about it. Even worse if it wasn't.
Yeah, thank you.
I just hope it's not seeping into my neighbor's place somehow. Hopefully those aren't connected. Somehow I smell their weed in the bathroom every now and then, so it seems like they might be. Milk. Oh, I mean, I got the milk, but it doesn't drink it. I have to put it in its mouth. I'd rather it lick the food off my finger. Kind of risky squirting stuff in its throat. I'm pretty much just gonna throw the rest of that kid milk away because it's bad after 3 days.
Barbecue ribs.
There goes $11 that I used for one night. Like 90% of the can's still there. That's what happens, man. When you get kittens, you waste a lot of money in the very beginning. And you gotta figure out what kind of food they like and figure out. That's the main thing, actually, the food. Figuring out which one they like. I'm gradually feeding some of it kitten food to the outdoor cats.
See that? They're like doing like the money thing.
I'll add it to their plate. They get like a smorgasbord buffet going on with different kitten foods on it.
Protest. Right?
With the fancy fees. Mostly fancy fees. Riot is off the hook. Every time you leave, she gets on a chair. Can't get her to stay though. I think she just wants to sit in the chair and say it's hers.
I think there's one right here. It's right behind it. I don't know if they give you a discount by the large volume or not, but they're usually that's a lot of money of paletas.
Let's get 5 horn blasts on every turn, okay? At least 5. I didn't have
5.
I'm really get crazy to get it though, okay?
There we go.
Oh my gosh, there's so many of these, dude. It's just one after another.
Forces dropped bombs on Iran. ICE started rounding up Iranians across the country. One of them was 64-year-old Donna Kashanian, who came here legally when she was just 17. She's been a leader in the Lakeview neighborhood of New Orleans for decades now.
One.
Here's WWL Chief Investigative Reporter David Hammer with the harrowing details of her arrest and the effort to get the Trump administration to reconsider.
Can't tell if it's Iranian or not. No, it's the
ICE
same
agents
one.
came in unmarked vehicles and tactical gear for 64-year-old Donna Kashanian.
I couldn't believe it.
Whatever, dude. Fuck you. You gotta go. Too late. Too late. You waited too long, lady. You're Iranian. What do you expect? Too much of us.
I used to believe that I was born in the wrong body, and the adults in my life, whom I trusted, affirmed my belief, and this caused me lifelong, irreversible harm.
She can get the care she wants, even without her parents wanting to consent to the care.
Absolutely. She's 16, so she's allowed to make her own choices.
How does she pay for it? They'll figure it out.
After dominating the culture wars for years, gender radicals are finally facing a wave of long overdue pushback. In famously liberal Sweden, officials reversed their policy on medical transitions for minors, citing growing concerns over safety and long-term outcomes. The other Nordic countries, Denmark, Finland, and Norway, all followed suit. In the UK, J.K. Rowling, long condemned for her stance on sex and gender, was vindicated by a major Supreme Court ruling. Athletes such as Iman Khalif and Lin Yu Ting winning gold medals at the Olympics in women's boxing triggered international outcry.
She is very upset.
And in the US, this famous video of Kamala Harris became a political liability, contributing to her defeat in 2024.
I made sure that they changed the policy in the state of California so that every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access to the medical care.
Now, with a new administration in Washington, gender transition
that won't be taken advantage of, right? That's just so crazy.
President Donald Trump has signed an executive order blocking federal funding for such procedures.
And then women started getting
under
raped.
the age of 19. But whilst the US is slowly but surely turning more conservative, New York City remains a bastion of progressivism.
Democratic Socialist running for New York City mayor has proposed a bold plan to spend $65 million in taxpayer funds to expand gender-affirming care for transgender New Yorkers, including minors.
To provide $65 million of funding for gender-affirming care, the same amount of funding with the federal government to pull out local providers for that kind of work.
This is why Visegrad24 partnered with SageOps and sent out an undercover journalist to investigate and infiltrate several organizations over the course of a few weeks. The Ali Forney Center, the nation's largest LGBTQ youth shelter, Care for the Homeless, a publicly funded healthcare nonprofit, the Institute for Family Health, a major federally qualified health center, and New York's Office of Children and Family Services. What we found is a hidden system offering gender transition services to minors, often without their parents' knowledge or consent. Staff at multiple taxpayer-funded organizations described fast-tracking youth as young as 16 into hormone therapy and even surgical referrals. Caseworkers explained how teens were encouraged to cite emotional abuse or transphobia at home to trigger state custody, bypassing parental rights entirely.
Oh, they were
Behind closed
coached.
doors, confidential housing, medical care, and transition-related treatments were arranged, funded by Medicaid and federal grants. These are not fringe players. They are major government-supported institutions. We launched this investigation because children deserve protection. Parents deserve a voice, and taxpayers deserve to know where their money is going.
What? Someone's lives important.
Make a few observations. You know, in so many ways, we've struggled over the course of the last many decades to reform our housing rules and regulations. That began to change, at least from my perspective, in a meaningful way in 2017, 2018, where you started to see a series of reforms
governors should have to show their
by Senator
penises.
Atkins, Senator Skinner, many other leaders in the Assembly and the Senate. We saw that leadership expand and grow with the extraordinary dynamism of Senator Weiner and his commitment to resolve to this issue, and Assemblywoman Buffy Wicks. Their resolve, their commitment to continue to do more
You shouldn't be governor.
demonstrably and foundationally the reason that I can lay claim to having the privilege of
vagina ain't
fixing
ugly.
my signature to
be
these
governor. It's
particular
gotta be ugly.
bills today.
Not pretty.
Their tenacity has led to this moment, supported by those you see around me, and they're called to do more and be better. We recognize in California, as the senator was saying, as he opened up the conversation today, the abuses of the CEQA process. I recall those abuses intimately as a member of the County Board of Supervisors in San Francisco, trying to expand bike lanes in San Francisco, only to see CEQA used against expanding environmental bike lanes in the city and county of San Francisco. That was not what I think CEQA was intended for. But we've seen this abuse over and over again. We've fallen prey to litigation as a strategy, as delay as a strategy. And as a consequence of all of that, we have too much demand chasing too little supply. It's not complicated. This is Econ 101. Supply-demand imbalance. I've said it before, I'll repeat it. This issue of housing explains more things in more ways on more days than any other issue to explain the challenges and the plight of so many Californians. So many of the challenges that ail us can be connected back to this issue. Unless we address this issue head on, we'll continue to be vexed by so many of these challenges as it relates to the challenges of the middle class and working folks, the issues of what's happening on our streets, in sidewalks. All of these things are foundationally and fundamentally connected. So that's why today is a big deal. This is, and I can humbly say this, as someone who's been a student of this and a practitioner of sorts in the last 6+ years, the most consequential housing reform that we've seen in modern history in the state of California. Long overdue, absolutely. This budget that is connected to that is a budget that builds. And it is a point of pride to be able to advance these bills and what are promoted and promised.
It speeds up building in California. We're building, baby. We're building.
Has long been a topic repeatedly raised by President Trump, but now his administration is taking action by using data from Social Security to verify voter citizenship. According to initial reports from NPR,
aren't they always doing
DHS
this?
is teaming up with Doge to develop a searchable database that will allow election officials across the country to verify voter eligibility and help prevent ineligible people from casting ballots.
Anything that helps the system, I am for.
Newly elected Yuma County Recorder David Lara says his office
Yo, y'all
hasn't
think I could
received
be the
official
recorder?
details on the new
You think I
system
can do that?
yet, but he welcomes
Fuck
any
is that?
improvements to the systems currently
Is
in
that where you
use.
start off
I am
before you
not
can be
happy
president?
with the way it's set up now,
Is that like the bottom?
but I'm not a legislator. I have to work with what I have.
The new citizenship
Right,
verification
what's the
tool
order?
is being
What is the
integrated
report?
into the existing system that verifies eligibility for benefits and entitlements. For the first time, it will incorporate data from Social
Recorder.
Security
City
records,
clerk.
a move that's already
City
drawing
administrative
criticism
officer.
from privacy
Ooh.
advocates who worry the
officer.
information could be misused. For the
Fucking
first
salute
time, it
me,
will incorporate
bitch.
data from
I'm
Social
an
Security
officer.
records, a move that's
Recorder.
already drawing criticism. The Trump administration claims widespread voter fraud is a serious threat, but studies have found little evidence that non-citizens are voting in significant numbers. Lara thinks it will be several months before local recorders gain access to the new data
Yo, I already
system.
saw that bitch. I'm out of here. You show me the same bitch twice. I know what I'm looking at. They're tricking me or what? Fuck out of here. You show me things twice ever. In you. What's Bernie saying?
We're here at our nation's capital. I've been on
I almost
the floor
voted for this
the last
guy 1
9 or
year.
So hours dealing with amendments to what, in my view, is the most dangerous and destructive piece of legislation in the modern history of America, and that is Trump's big, beautiful bill, which is beyond words a disaster. What this bill will do is give massive tax breaks to billionaires.
Why is he walking, though?
Close to $1 trillion. And then at the same time, make horrific cuts to Medicaid,
Show that
to
he
nutrition,
can while talking.
to education.
I mean, it's quite
So
impressive
in
for
many
his
sense,
age.
this is a massive transfer
He's
of wealth
remembering what he's saying
from
and everything.
low-income and working people to
Biden
the
can do
people on
that.
top. If you can believe it, hear this. What this bill does is throw 16
He would have been a better president than
million
Biden,
Americans
I believe.
off of the health care that they currently have because of the cuts to Medicaid and the affordable.
You don't think so? Do you think this guy... No, seriously though, Ted. This guy, or the 4 years we had of Biden, I think he would have done better. Because Biden wasn't in charge of anything. He was a puppet. Bernie is not so much of a puppet. He's got a little bit of mind of his own. No mind of his own. And Bernie doesn't snip little kids. He doesn't have the son that's a fuck up.
Care Act.
Oh.
There are studies out there which
better.
suggest, I mean, this is just almost unspeakable, that some 50,000 Americans will die every year unnecessarily because of the health care that they lose. On top of that, massive cuts to nursing homes and to community health centers that are dependent on Medicaid funding. So this is really what Trumpism is all about. If you're rich,
Unfortunately, he's
and
a
if
tool
you're
now,
powerful, and if you make big campaign contributions, you're going to get a very large tax break. But if you're a working person and you're low income, you can't afford, multi-million-dollar campaign contributions, what's going to happen to you is you're going to lose your health care, your kid's not going to be able to get an education, and there will be
I believe that.
hungry children in this country who will not get the food they need. So this is truly an obscene and disgusting piece of legislation. So we've been on the floor now for 9 hours. There are two
Anybody,
Republicans
no.
out of
Rocket would
53
not have
who
been
said
better.
they're voting no. Will 2 more vote no? That is the question. We don't know the answer to that. I suspect probably not, but who knows?
Jasmine Crockett?
Some
That's
of
a
these
negatory on that one,
senators
Ghost
are
Rider.
beginning to hear from the people in their own state. So let's keep our fingers crossed. Let's hope we can defeat this horrific piece of legislation. Thanks.
Imagine Jasmine Crockett for president. We would have a civil war at that point. She is borderline causing a civil war by the dumb shit she'll say on The View.
I don't remember you watching when I was doing Disney content. Were you?
The reparations crew. Report finds Harvard in violation of Jewish student civil rights.
I don't know how to go to nuts.
God, these people are stupid. Who are they fucking chanting to? It's not ice. Oh. Ooh. Isaac. Little stomach acid came up with that one. Extra spicy.
Breaking 4th of July travel week, AAA says more than 72 million Americans plan to get away, including nearly 9 million right here in California. Cars, planes, trains, even cruises to Alaska are in high demand. AAA spokesperson Gianella Giolino, I get that right?
Giglino.
Giglino. Okay, getting close. Joins us to break down what to expect on the roads and in the skies. First off, welcome. Good to have you. We loved our old friend Doug Shoup, who's now on to new ventures, so it's nice to have you here for the first time. So what's making this a record-breaking holiday? Why so many people traveling?
Well, summer is always a busy time of travel. So right now what we're seeing here in Southern California, 5.5 million Southern Californians will be hitting the roads, and 4.3 million of them will be driving. So we can expect to see some busy roads as well.
So you guys do the forecast in terms of when you should drive, when you shouldn't drive. I know it's sort of all spread out over the week, but any advice?
You can never drive when you have 3 cats.
Yes, absolutely. So what we're seeing right now is that Wednesday, July 2nd and Sunday, July 6th are going to be some of the most congested times on the road. So those days are going to be pretty hectic, in particular in the afternoon. So if you are going to be leaving those days for your vacation, you want to leave as early as possible or always later in the evening, and always remember to slow down and move over for emergency responders on the side of the road.
That shit. I'm in the fast lane. They ain't getting anywhere near me. And then hit me with your best shot. Fire away.
Verdict could end his empire or set him free. Sean Diddy Combs now awaits judgment on explosive sex trafficking and racketeering charges. Fox's Connor Hansen in New York with what jurors heard.
This guy right here is low-key a Trumper.
Decide his fate.
After weeks of salacious testimony, a New York City jury is sorting out a complex racketeering case. One juror was having trouble following the judge's specific instructions for how they should make their decision, but deliberations continued. To prove racketeering, the jury must unanimously agree that Combs participated in a criminal enterprise committing at least 2 crimes over 10 years. Prosecutors laid out a long list of alleged crimes ranging from kidnapping to arson.
I think this is going to be a very tough RICO case, and they're going to come down with innocence, not because I don't believe that the crime wasn't heinous, but this was not a RICO racketeering mafia case that the prosecution was able to prove.
Combs is also facing sex trafficking and prostitution charges having to do with 2 of his former girlfriends. Prosecutors had to prove he recruited, enticed, and harbored the women. The defense did not call any witnesses, but in closing arguments admitted Combs was violent and had a drug problem. But Combs' lawyers claimed the women were willing participants in the sex marathons referred to as freak-offs. Prosecutors accused them of victim blaming and argue Combs got away with crimes for 20 years.
The transportation for sexual purposes. I think it's very clear, unfortunately for Mr. Diddy, that he was hiring escorts and bringing them across state lines to have sex in these freak-offs. I think it's very clear.
Combs faces life in prison if found guilty on all counts. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Alarming warning from border officials at this hour. Scammers are posing as federal agents to steal your money. Scammers are
what in the fuck, Fox 11?
Border protection agents, they may tell you.
I was watching some shit about Diddy, and they slipped this in the last 20 seconds.
You're under investigation, or that a package in your name was seized. They then demand personal information or money. Officials say Border Patrol will never call you or ask for bank details. If you get a call like this, hang up and report it to the Federal Trade Commission or the FBI.
Dude, my ID was stolen. I had to fuck with the Federal Trade Commission. I didn't even know what that was before that. I still don't know what it is. They didn't just steal my driver's license. They were me. Filed taxes in my name. I had to like do some report with the Federal Trade Commission, amongst other things like police report and IRS report. I had to go to the IRS office. You don't want your identity stolen, but once it happens, it's much harder for it to happen again. They put like an asterisk on your account because they know my shit's out there. It's not like they give me a new social. I have to do something. So now they can go through extra steps if someone wants to get credit in my name. Or make sure it's me. I'm glad it happened now. Like, I'm glad it happened then when my credit was shit than now when I have good credit, because I mean it would be much more detrimental. To be. Now that I'm in the 800 club, you know, somebody might really want to try to be me. And I was like in the 500 club. All they could do was file taxes. They couldn't get no credit. Can't get no satisfaction. I can't get no satisfaction. No, no, no. Oh, look what we got here.
Give these gifts and grants to whomever they want, but Congress has to approve.
Hold on, I want to see what he had to say. Andy's a character. How long has he been up there? Broke it.
Of its administration.
These are a long ass time, man.
Not agreed to.
Spent 13 hours doing motions.
Does the senator want to call up his amendment?
Mr. President, I call up my amendment 2772 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Louisiana, Mr. Kennedy, proposes an amendment number 2772 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, we just spent 13 hours on motions to commit. I'm not blaming my Democratic colleagues because we had to agree to it. But anybody with a brain above a single-cell organism knows that a motion to commit has no chance of passing. So basically, we've been standing around for 13 hours. We might as well just been standing around sucking on our teeth. Now, I'd like to ask for order in this chamber. At least we can have that.
There'll be order, please.
Mr. President, in this bill, $1 billion is set aside to be spent by September 30th, 2027 to carry out the Defense Production Act. That's it. That's all there is. Now, I'm not a big fan of government-directed industrialization. Government-directed industrialization is when government, with its superior instincts and infallible judgment, decides to pick winners and losers in the private sector. This business gets some money, but you, Ms. Businesswoman, you can't have the money. I'm against that for two reasons. Number one, it's immoral. It's unfair to people who don't get the money, the gift from government. And number two, when government does it, when it picks winners and losers, government consistently picks losers. Now, I was against it in the prior administration. And just recently in my committee, subcommittee, we had a hearing where the prior administration handed out $90 billion in the last 76 days of its administration in gifts and loans to entities in the private sector. And I raised fresh hell. And now we're about to do it again. $1 billion. Now and that's all it says, $1 billion to be spent, period. Now, I have been told that the Secretary of Energy and the Secretary of the Interior are going to decide in their unfettered discretion who's going to get this money in the private sector. And they are both two good men. I know that both of those secretaries, I voted for them. They are total ballers. I love them to death. But when I'm in Washington, I live by this adage: trust in God, but tie up your camel. Trust in God, but tie up your camel. This bill will say they can can give these gifts and grants to whomever they want, but Congress has to
Camels
approve.
Here?
Oh. Now, about, I don't know, an hour ago, I got a call from one of my supporters, Mr. President. And you know what he said to me? He said, Kennedy, for your own good, you need to pull down this amendment. You have to pull down this amendment. Kennedy, for your own good, you have to pull down this amendment. And you know what I told him, Mr. President? I said, Scooter, there are only two things I have to do in this world: be cool and die. And I'm not pulling down this amendment.
Be cool and die.
It wasn't right when it was done prior
Dude, what the fuck? The old saying is, there are only two things you gotta do: die and pay taxes. He said, be cool.
It's not right now that we're in charge. This is Congress's job, and by God, we ought to do it, and I reserve my time.
Definitely cool.
The senator from Vermont.
All right. I support the Kennedy Amendment, but not for the reasons my friend from Louisiana does. I think that there should be some flexibility and there should be some governmental policy that helps our industry. And I do agree that the president should have some power. What I do not believe is that the Congress should be powerless. And that's what we have become, ceding our Article I authority to a chief executive, and I don't care whether it's a Republican or Democrat. The most important branch is the Article I branch because we are the closest to the people. And how is it that we have in this bill $1 billion that goes to an executive to be spent in ways we have no input as to how it will be spent? We have no accountability. We have no way to tell the people we represent how this money is being spent and why. Mr. President, I believe that the biggest threat we have to this democracy is the failure of this Congress to assert its authority and accept its responsibility to make the decisions that the Constitution says is our obligation to do, and that starts with the power of the purse. I support the man from Louisiana in his amendment. I yield the floor.
A Democrat?
Mr. President, how much time do I have? Mr. President, I understand my esteemed colleague and I disagree.
Okay. The senator from Louisiana has 30 seconds, and the senator from South Carolina has 4 minutes.
Thank you, Scooter. I'm Mr. President.
Scooter.
Mr. President, I appreciate my colleague's support.
Oh,
I don't mean any disrespect to anybody. But two wrongs, this town operates on two wrongs, don't make it right, but they do make it even. It's time that Congress have a say in how the money's being spent. And this doesn't say the money can't be spent. It just says Congress gets to approve it.
Mr. President, I really like my good friend from the great state of Louisiana. And Scooter's cousin Bubba called me recently.
Scooter, what the fuck is happening?
That there's no doubt in my mind that the importance of the Defense Production Act is undeniable. And specificity is a necessary component for us to have our oversight. And that is why this administration, unlike the last administration, has committed to making sure that we understand how the resources in the DPA will be spent. We have that commitment on a quarterly basis to receive the necessary information so that we understand with great clarity and transparency how the dollars within the DPA will be spent. But here's what we also know, that we remain reliant on China for critical minerals. Here's what we know, that the United States of America, the city on the hill, remains dependent on foreign powers for our necessary resources. We are not self-reliant in areas that matter the most to the American people and, frankly, to America's future. Now, you can think of this as just hyperbole, but the fact of the matter is clear when you look back to recent issues like COVID and PPE. We were begging China to help the American people, Mr. President. We were begging China for medicine, masks. We cannot allow this great nation to be dependent on other nations. We must become more self-reliant. And in the spirit of self-reliance...
What the fuck is this? Look at this. The AI says the current president of the Senate is Kamala Harris. How is that possible? We're supposed to be leading AI right now. We're the AI people. The AI thinks Kamala Harris is still vice president, apparently. You're right, Sister T. I don't know if we can trust it yet.
This administration, whom I will say I trust,
what you said earlier,
President Trump. I trust his word to produce the results we need for this nation, to make sure that we are self-reliant, and I trust the president to produce the information that will satisfy my good friend, Senator Kennedy. But let me close with this. We need the DPA, and we need the funding at the levels requested. We must make sure we always have the resources to produce for ourselves if there's another COVID. In the same way that we use the DPA to build levees and flood walls after Hurricane Katrina, we need to make sure we have the resources in place for natural emergencies. In the same way that the DPA was used to help protect service members who were deployed overseas from IEDs.
Defense Production Act, the DPA. The DPA is a U.S. law that grants the president powers to ensure the availability of necessary materials and services for national defense during emergencies. It can be used to expand domestic production and expedite the supply chain for critical resources. The DPA has been reauthorized multiple times, and its scope has been broadened to include emergency preparedness and critical infrastructure protection. Give some of his medicine. I'll be right back.
We need the DPA. So, Mr. President, I ask my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. The pending amendment does not produce a change in outlays of revenues. I raise a point of order under Section 313B1A of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
The Senator from Louisiana.
Excuse me, Mr. President.
Take your time.
Thank you, sir. Pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive the point of order, reminding the body that I'm not striking the spending, I'm just asking Congress to approve it. And I ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The court will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso.
Gotta go see if there's still food in the backyard. Pepe's back there.
Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Grassley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kennedy, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Hall, Reed, Schiff, Shaheen, Smith, Tillis, Van Hollen, Warner, Welch. Ms. Hassan, aye. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Banks, Blackburn, Blumenthal, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Fisher, Hirono, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kim, Langford, Marshall, Moody, Moreno, Ricketts, Rosen, Round.